thankfully that hasn't happened. The weather's a lot better than forecast, which means that everyone can race over the full course today.
Yeah, and the challenge is in the warm-up for a lot of these young scullers is getting water in the boat when you're rowing in the slightly rough water. We went by the basin this morning. It was a little wavy, but luckily there were no white caps. White caps are sort of the, for me at least personally, are the red line for rowing, and there were no white caps. So these boats get water in them, and then so different people have strategies. They'll bring just a cup or a sponge or even a small hand pump to get water out of the boat before the race so the boat's not too heavy. The boats do have sort of a self-bailer system with a slanted part of the bottom in front of your foot stretchers where when you take each stroke the water will go out, but it's not all that effective.
Yeah, and the big concern really with the youth singles is, you know, some of them are only 15, 16 years old. They might have only been sculling for a year or so. So, and if they're used to sculling on home water that's flat water, then it's a little scary when it gets bouncy. But hey, here we go. Here's the first race on the course.
We think this might be Oak Neck. It's hard to see the bow numbers from here. We're seeing bow number 2. This is Devin Godfrey from Woodlands, has already passed number 1. So, and these are very fast people up front. So, presumably, he is really, really doing well. He's got a very strong stroke rating. He's looking hard to make sure he makes the bend by the bridge. So, yeah, this is very impressive. This is bow number 2, Woodlands, from Woodland, Texas. Devin Godfrey, here he goes. And he is followed by the bow number 1 is the next boat. In the yellow boat is Oak Neck Rowing Academy, Henry Davison from Bayville, New York. Here comes number 1, rowing a German boat, an Empacher. Those yellow boats are the boats made in Germany. And here's Redwood Scullers. Like we said, this is the guy that rows next to Stanford Boathouse in the Bay Area in San Francisco. White shirt, green boat, Redwood Scullers. That's Wyatt Dent. He's 16 years old. In the green boat, that looks like a green flippy. And they're all looking hard at the bridge and getting around that corner well. They have to really pull around this turn. This is a very tough turn for the Scullers. Here are 3 boats coming up. Bow number 4, California Yacht Club, Marina del Rey in Los Angeles, is coming up. He's in the red sleeves, and that's Rye Natterson, 18 years old, from California Yacht Club, and he's being chased by bow 8. Wow, bow 8 has passed several boats. Bow 8 is Ian O'Reilly, 17 years old, from Brophy, Tempe, Arizona. And then bow 5 in the yellow boat, that's Quad Cities, Graham Matlock, 15 years old. They're doing very, very well getting through the bridge. That's quite a race they've got going there with the 3 boats going under the Elliott Bridge. Next boat is bow 9. Cambridge, Mass. Oscar Spencer is bow 9, 16 years old. And bow 7 in the dark boat, Oak Neck Rowing Academy, William Goki, 18 years old. And bow 12 in the White Felipe coming up is Lake Oswego Community Rowing, Owen Benicoza, 17 years old. It's interesting to see the different stroke ratings these scullers are taking. And here comes bow 10 from Providence, Rhode Island, Narragansett Boat Club. Kazan Edgar Smith, 18 years old. And then bow 6 is following up in the yellow boat, the Empacher, Brunswick School, Greenwich, Connecticut, Jack McIntyre, 17 years old. And then we got a little bit of space. So again, the yellow boat is Jack McIntyre from Brunswick School, Greenwich, Connecticut. And here we got a bit of a race coming around the bend. Bow 13 in the white boat is the Brooks School crew, Forrester Clark, 17 years old. And that is being followed by bow 15, Port Jefferson Rowing Club from Long Island. In the red and white, bow 16 coming up from Canada, Leander Club in Hamilton, Ontario, Brandon Durcock, 17 years old. This is our first international entry of this youth singles race. And now, wow, look at this. We've got a big crowd coming up here. So on the inside, bow 21 with the red blades, that's Potomac from Washington, D.C. Tony Madigan, 16 years old. Bow 21, he's passed several boats. So bow 21 is having a smoking race. And who's next? Followed by bow 19 from Canada, Ridley, Callan Peakenhagen. And then followed by bow 18, Waylon Weston, Zachary Cannell. They're having quite a race there. In blue top white boat is Camp Randall, Madison, Wisconsin. And then bow 11 is Sora, S-O-R-A, Orlando, Florida, Benjamin Casaretti, 18 years old. And the dark boat is 17, Long Island, North Part, New York, Luke Wagner, 17 years old. It's very interesting to see how they handle these turns. And 22 from the Ukraine, Chikhanov Ilya Chikhanov, 17 years old from the Ukraine, number 22. And here's three boats side by side. On the inside is 24 USA Norwalk River. 27 in the green boat is New York Athletic Club, Alexander Alf, 16, and then number 20 Port Jefferson Rowing Club. They're having a great race. Look at that. And they're going well through the bridge, doing a very good job. And then next is bow number 31. 31 is Sinava Pistani from Slovakia. Peter Strakanski, 18 years old. He's the current junior representing Slovakia at World Championships, resulting third at European Junior Championships 2023, bronze at World Championships 2022. Then again, that's the Slovakian boat that just passed, number 31. And then we have two more coming up. On the inside is number 26, Haddon Township, Collingswood, Brendan Saville, 17, and then followed by 25, MAC, Marina Del Rey, California. So that's similar to the Cal Yacht Club. Marina Del Rey, Jordan Stewart, 18 years old. And then we have a lot of space before the next boats. They're all looking hard. Yeah, the check sculler was beautiful in the stroke. We don't see many passing the buoys under the rigger, which they're allowed to do, but it's probably better to err on the side of caution. White boat blue top is the Hill School Boat Club, Max Labachevsky, 16 years old. The Hill School is Pottstown in Pennsylvania. .35 from Great Britain, Bristol, England, Sam Hickman, 17 years old. He's representing the City of Bristol Rowing Club. Then 34 in the dark boat, the red hat, that's Long Island Rowing Club, Northport, New York. Ryan Derimer, 17 years old. The next boat is, in the red shirt, white boat is Parati, with the Woodlands, Texas. Patrick McKenna, 17 years old. So obviously when you see the higher numbers passing the lower numbers, it means they're doing very, very well in the standings. Here's a big crowd coming up. The bright green is number 32, Beaver Creek Sculling from Charlottesville, Virginia, home of the University of Virginia. That's Luke Reifenberger, 17. Well, and the inside is 42. Wow. So 42, they're giving way to the people passing. 42 is Williamsburg. William Fuller, 18 years old. Closest to us here on this side at Cambridge is number 30. That's Sandefjord Rowing Club from Norway. Johan Craig Sweeney. 28 near us is Shipley, the Shipley School from Bryn Mawr, PA. And who was the other one? And then 33 is from Germantown Friends School, Luke Lendler, 17 years old. And then just going back past us now is number 36 from the Bahamas, Windsor Rowing Club from the Bahamas. And now we have another group coming up. 39 is the first one, Wilmington Youth, Yetka Dickman, 16 years old, Wilmington, Delaware. And 44 and 45 are battling it out. 44 is Canada, Don Rowing, Mississauga, Ontario, Andrew Kunkanen, battling it out with King's School, Stamford, Connecticut, number 45. And then by us is Brewster, Maverick Bennett, 17 years old. And then in the yellow boat, the Empacher is number 46, Star Rowing, Derby, Connecticut. Number 40 is Bolivia Rowing Federation from the USA, Cochabamba, Arkansas, Alessio Mazzi, number 17, passing us. On the inside is number 41, Capital, Washington, D.C., J.T. Hudson, 15 years old. And 43, Greenwich Country Day School, Alex Simcoe, 15 years old. They're having a nice race there going into the bridge. We think we've gotten to the end of the boys' youth singles. And then we're the men's youth singles, and then we're going to be followed up by the women's youth singles. Course record held by our own Anna Mathis from Cambridge Boat Club.
Yeah, Anna Mathis, whose mom rows at Cambridge as well. Anna set the record for the women's youth singles, which is our next race. She set that in 2017, and the record for women's youth singles is 19 minutes and 30 seconds over the 3-mile course. And this is another event where the standard, it just continues to rise as more of these kids get into sculling boats early. There's also a U17 first place medal, as well as a medal for the overall winner. It's another good size entry, 46 entries with a lot of international representation. We just saw a great Czech sculler who seemed to be having a good race in the men's youth singles. Slovakian. I'm sorry, Kevin. Thank you for the correction.
Same language, but two different countries, but they're very friendly with each other.
Yeah. So, and in the women's youth singles, we've got international representation from the UK, Canada, Australia, and all over the US. So a big broad field, 46 entries.
And I remember when Anna Mathis set that team record, she then went on to row for Yale University. And I can't help thinking that setting the record, the youth singles did not do any damage to her application process to Yale.
I'm sure it helped. Yeah. So leading off this field, we're expecting to see pretty shortly Deanna Bessett from Oak Neck Rowing Academy in Bayville, New York. She's going to be bow number 1. She'll be traced by Olivia Petrie. Now, Olivia won the U17 single at the head last year, so she'll be racing hard. She's only 16, and she won the U17 last year, so she's a really fast sculler, to say the least. She rows for Redwood Scullers in Redwood City, California.
Once again, right next to Stanford University Boathouse. Has a dear place in my heart. That location is a beautiful place to row.
So a lot of these women's youth singles, I mean, a lot of them have already have international experience, and certainly a lot of them rode at national championships. But equally, for some of them, you know, this is their first race on the Charles for sure, and they might only have been sculling for a year or so.
Right, many of them were in Paris, so to warm up the Paris rowing location, they had the youth races in Paris this past summer. So many of these people you see were over there in Paris racing.
And that's the warm-up for the Olympics next year on the Olympic course
next
year.
Which will be a 2,000-meter course next year, but 4 years from now.
Do we want to go there and talk about the controversy?
There is a controversy about the Los Angeles Olympics.
And the length of the course.
We have numerous rowing legends launching from the dock at Cambridge Boat Club right now, but I guess we should pay no mind.
We can cheer them on.
We can cheer them on.
Yeah.
This is going to be a fierce competition with these quads. Of course, Nick, we know that anybody bowing these quads do not steer the quads as well as I do, but that's all right. I'm sure they'll manage.
I'm sure they will. Yeah. I think they've been up and down this river a few times,
Kevin.
A few
times, right.
Yeah. So while it's youth morning here at the head of the Charles, there is a men's quad event, Director's Challenge quad event that comes halfway through the morning. So those quads, you'll see them going down the river. There's 3 of them heading out from the Cambridge dock right now as we speak. And they'll be marshalling down there 3 miles downstream.
So and this is the thing with what we were talking about earlier about developing youth rowing is what you see. We're starting to see it here more, like up the stream at CRI, they have some. But the idea of quad, so a quad, different from a 4, each person has 1 oar and 2 hands. So a quad has a total of 8 oars. A 4 has a total of 4 oars. In Europe, it's very popular to have quads with coxswains. So the boat you see now in front of us, but with a coxswain, because obviously steering these boats blind takes a certain skill. We call it towing because you use your toe to point the boat. There's a mechanism with the rudder. And I personally would like to see that developed here in the United States a lot more as this youth rowing with sculling and these Coxed quads. So it's a matter of equipment and willpower of the schools.
Well, and in fact, that's what we have coming down in shortly. So after the men's quads, this will be a good contrast to see. So the men's quads, as you point out, Kevin, there's just 4 people in the boat, and generally it's the bow person who steers. But right after the men's quads come down, we will have youth Coxed quads coming down, so that'll be a good contrast to see.
And it used to be in the Olympics, interestingly, the women's quads were Coxed, the men's were not. That was obviously ridiculous, and they finally changed that in the Olympics. So the men's and women's quads in the Olympics are both without Coxeds. But it's a great thing for youth rowing because the bones are still developing, so you're balanced on the sides, and it's safer.
Looks like we've got the first entry coming down. Women's youth singles. Okay, here we go. Women's youth singles. And the first person we see here is Olivia Petrie from Redwood Scullers in California. She's clearly passed bow number 1. Olivia's having a fabulous race. Great job, Olivia. She's steering a really nice course. As we said, Olivia won the U17 single at the head of the Charles here last year. Also won the U17 Youth Nationals this year.
Number 3 is next.
So that was Olivia Petrie. Next we have Anna Holte from Waterford in Sandy, Utah. Anna in the bright green boat, just going past Cambridge Boat Club 9 right now.
Here comes number 1. My microphone is off, Nick, so I'm going to make some extra commentary. Number 1 is, should be giving more space.
And approaching Cambridge Boat Club, we have bow number 1, Deanna Bessett.
Number 7 is on top of number 1.
And then bow 7. That's a Notre Dame sculler from Welland, Ontario.
And then yellow boat is number 6.
And then number 6 is Lucy Greenup. 17-year-old Lucy Greenup in the Empacker, going past Cambridge Boat Club at the moment.
Wow, that is quite a race under the bridge. Look at that. And then they have to reverse turn, so there's always the decision who's going to get the inside on the next turn.
So those first scullers have really opened up a big gap on the field.
Yeah, that's a
some
fierce
impressive
battle.
junior sculling there.
Yeah, the Redwood City was fantastic.
All right, and in this next group, just approaching Cambridge Boat Club,
5 in the pink shirt.
number 5 in the pink shirt
Being passed by number 4 on the outside.
is Nina Rastin from the Episcopal School of Dallas.
Passing number 4. 5 is passing 4. Yeah, it's 4 in the white boat.
And then 4 in the white boat is from Ridley, St. Catharines, Ontario.
And here comes number 9 on the inside in the white boat.
And moving up the field, bow number 9 in the white boat is from the California Yacht Club. That's Maren Bruce. She's just 16. Rows out of Marina Del Rey in the white boat.
And then blue boat number 10, and then number 8.
All right, blue boat is Elsa Panagos from Narragansett, just down in Rhode Island. And then in 8, on the far side, hugging the buoys, is a sculler from Seattle Scullers.
Then number 11, white and yellow boat.
And just passing Cambridge Boat Club at the moment, bow number 11, Erica Wayland. She's from Charlottesville, Virginia. She's been rowing for 4 years through the Albemarle High School and Rivanna Rowing Club.
Then coming up is number 14. Is the lead in this next group.
All right, next approaching the boat club is bow 14. That's Claire Junius.
Followed by 17.
She's from Greenwich, Connecticut.
Followed by 17. Oh, we got it almost. Oh!
Bow 17, Emma Kirk from Cambridge. CBC rower.
Here's bow number
Have a great row, Emma.
13 is in a duel.
Bow 13.
13 just past 12.
13 and 12 battling it out. 13 is from Founders Rowing in Dallas, Texas. And bow 12, that's Carmela Villeta.
And then
Just
bow 18.
Bow 18 is from Potomac Boat Club in Washington.
And then bow 15.
And bow 15 is from Kent School in Connecticut. So the way the Kent School did this, they put their girls in sculling boats. They've been out there for a year and decided that the most proficient sculler was going to get this spot at the regatta. It's an interesting selection process.
Number 21.
All right, bow number 21.
19, and then on the outside,
Bow 21 is Rachel Dowd.
16
From
on the outside, and then 24 following.
Bow 16 is Jiwoo Oh. She's from Redwood Scullers in California.
And 24 on the inside.
And bow 24, that's Grace Moore from Newport Rowing Club, Newport, Delaware. Bow 26 approaching CBC right now is Kate McNeil. She's come all the way from Australia. Kate, welcome to the Charles. Have a great row. She's from Mercantile Rowing Club. All right, coming up next, we've got bow 22, which is Amelia Nelson from Capital in Washington, D.C.
30 is on fire.
And 30, bow 30 is having a really good race. That's Shannon Breimer from Albany Rowing Club in Albany, New York. Shannon is in the dark boat closest to CBC here.
And then 23 on the inside and 25 on the outside.
23 is Gina Gerber. She's from Haddon Township in New Jersey. And 25, that's Erin Antes. She's from Hockaday in Dallas, Texas. Hockaday is an all-girls school in Dallas, Texas.
And then 27.
Then approaching CBC next is Elsa Cresotti. She rows out of Riverside, just down the river. She's also hoping to row a parent-child double with her mom.
And then number 20.
And then 20, about 20 is Lucy Marciniak. She's 17. She rows out of Charlottesville, Virginia for Beaver Creek Sculling.
And then 29.
29, that's Leah Cornejo. She's from Germantown, Philadelphia.
And then in the back.
All right,
36 and no name.
36, down from Putney, Vermont, is Sadie Bell.
I can't get the number on the one following 36. Oh, 31. 36 is probably 31 with no number on the back. CRI.
All right, so this is Sadie Bell passing now in the white boat. And then following her is 31, which is Bridget Duffy, who's at the American School in London. Come over from London.
28 is the next boat.
28 in the white boat. That's a sculler, Dylan DeLugo from Founders Rowing Dallas.
32 in the blue boat.
In the blue boat is 32, Julia Campbell from Hudson River in Poughkeepsie, New York.
33 white boat, pink shirt.
33, white boat, pink shirt. That's Elizabeth Kaufman.
Then going very wide is the yellow boat, and that is number 35 in the yellow boat.
So that's Elizabeth Kaufman, bow 33. Have a great row, Elizabeth. Welcome to the Charles.
And 35 coming up.
Hey, on the bridge, let's hear some noise here.
Good job.
All right.
Smoking.
All right. Approaching CBC 35. This is Sculler from Maritime Rowing Club in Norwalk, Connecticut.
Being passed by 43.
Followed by a Sculler 43. That's Ashlyn Fair.
And then number 40. Number 40.
And Sculler 40 is from Star Rowing in Derby, Connecticut. '37, that's Therese Portier. She just started racing this year. She's from Babylon, New York.
On the outside. Sing 45.
All right, and approaching the boat club now is Manhasset High School Sculler, bow 38 in the white boat. Been chased by bow 45. Bow 45 in the yellow boat is Maria Proden. She's from just up the river, rows at CRI. She's a really proud Ukrainian. Just 14. Give her a big cheer.
44 and 42.
Then right behind them, 44 is Reese McGeary from Three Rivers. And 42 is Eden Alfie. She's from Row House in Miami, Florida.
And then 46.
46 in the white boat, that's Hannah Hill. She's from Winter Springs, Florida. She was a member of the Winter Park High School varsity in 21, 22, and 23.
So, Nick, interesting, as announcers, we're not allowed to make specific technical comments to rowers while they're competing, but a general observation I think I can make is that, I don't know if you noticed in this race, many times, the passing boat, the faster boat, has been passing on the outside, which is certainly permitted, but the inside boat is supposed to give way. But my suspicion is it's just a lack of experience with these younger scullers, and that when they come through the Longfellow Bridge, the people that know that they're faster are not making a beeline to get to the inside of that turn, and the more experienced people know that. And the minute they get through the Longfellow Bridge, they cut over to take the inside. So I think it's I'm guessing everybody's being courteous, and it's just a lack of experience that we see the passing boats. I would say 80% of the passing boats on this curve I saw on the outside.
Right, so lack of experience, and also just knowing the course too, knowing where the bends are coming up, so you're thinking ahead of which line you want to take for the fastest racing line.
Right, and they are allowed to communicate with the other boats and ask them to please move over, but we always hope the communication is without any invective.
I would expect the youth women to be very polite.
I would imagine. Oh, and Nick, I want to compliment you. I really liked how you said, we say Derby in America. You said Derby. That was very quaint.
That's quaint. That's how they say it over in the old country.
I understand that. Yes. The mother tongue. And we have somebody coming up. Are they just landing, or are they racing?
They're probably returning, probably from the men's youth singles.
So
that's the return lane that they're coming up in.
So the people who have to land back here at Cambridge Boat Club, folks, they have to row all the way down to the Harvard Boathouse, and then they have to wait for a command from the referees to allow them to cross over the river. And that's what you see that sculler doing coming upstream right now. He's from the previous race, and he had to go all the way down and come all the way back, which is tough because they're obviously exhausted.
All right, so the next event that we'll have up is event 49. This is men's youth fours. Let's see. They will be on the course now. They started nearly about 10 minutes ago, so we'll expect to see them in 4 or 5 minutes. The course record for men's youth fours was set in 2022, so just last year, by Newport Aquatic Center, and the record is 16 minutes and 5 seconds.
That's very fast. So again, the fours, it gets confusing. So if you see the boat across the water, there's one of the youth quads we were talking about. So once again, a quad is a boat with 8 oars, 1 oar in each hand. A 4 is a boat with only 4 oars and a coxswain.
Right, but 4 rowers. So the men's youth fours it's got a big field. It's as big as the fields get. We've got 90 competitors in this next race, men's youth fours. And Newport Aquatic Center, who set the record last year, they're back defending their title this year. So I'll have to see. It's hard in youth rowing because you get kids graduating, they move on to college. So keeping that consistency in a youth program, if you can do that, that's a really high marker for the quality of the program.
Yeah, it's very difficult, but they also learn very, very fast. Now, they don't learn as slowly as us old guys do. A coach gives us a tip in our rowing technique, and it takes us maybe months to improve that. The kids will fix it almost immediately.
Yeah, so last year Newport took 7 seconds off the old record. So let's see how they do this year.
And Newport's in Los Angeles. They row around an island down there.
Right. Chasing Newport this year, we've got bow number 2 will be Brunswick School, and then Row America Rye. Row America Rye often has a a strong, deep junior program.
Yes.
Always good to see.
And Los Gatos, where the previous, here we go again, the Olympics in Los Angeles were held in Los Gatos, but there's a new rule in the Olympics where the Olympic rowing course can't be too far from the center. There's a mileage limitation. So they're going to do it on the old 1930s Olympics course, but there's a certain issue with that course which we won't get into, I guess. But it's very controversial. Google it. WBR is the official radio partner of the head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to stop at the booth at the Weld exhibition venue. Thank you, WBR. And be sure to tune into 90.9, Boston's NPR news station. Nick, being British, you know, a lot of people don't know where this phrase head of the comes from. I believe the first head race was in England, over 100 years ago? And it means basically you go to the top of the river and you row a long race, right?
It does, yeah. Head races are obviously just timed over a course, although in Oxford and Cambridge, where they have bumps races, the winner of the first division in the bumps races is also crowned head of the river.
Oh, I see. Well, do you want to do the next one? We'll trade off each one. Okay, you will trade off each one. That's a good system. Oh, this is a single sculler racing from the last race. And this happens occasionally, folks, where the previous, this is 41. This is from Orleans, Massachusetts. Salamawit O'Neill. She's going to be chased by the fours coming up. So bout 2 in the fours leading. We're hoping the sculler gives the fours lots of room, which she's doing. So, bout 2, Brunswick School, Greenwich, Connecticut, has passed bow number 1. So they're having a big race as bow number 2. Newport, California, in their hats, trying to make up for lost time on bow 2. So again, this is the men's youth fours. I believe it's all under 18. Or 18 and under, sorry. 18 and under from what I'm seeing. Bow number 3, Row America from Rye, New York. And followed by the bow 4 from Los Gatos, California, and they're about the distance that they started. So they're in a big duel, these two boats. That's roughly the distance they start at. And then there's something happening downstream. Okay, the next boat, the dark boat coming up is Greenwich Crew from Coxed, Connecticut, USA, number 5, Greenwich, Connecticut. Here's bow 7 pulling an amazing buoy line, chasing bow 6. So bow 7's on the inside. They're passing bow 6. 6 is the PNRA, Mercer, Princeton. And bow 7 that's passing them is SAC, Gold River, California. That's a very sharp coxswain there on the buoy line. It's the best buoy line we've seen so far this morning is about that bow 7. And now they've got a battle at the bridge. Look at this. They're going to really try to, because like I was talking about earlier, they have to race to get the inside of the next turn, which is tough. So for sure that boat is pulling a big power 10, power 20, and you can see them. They're raising their stroke rate to get past that other boat in the hopes of getting the inside of the turn. Oh, okay, this is bow 7. The other boat was bow maybe 8. Maybe that was bow 8, the Oakland Strokes. This is bow 7 right now, SAC from Gold River, California. And now we have another battle coming up. Oh boy, this is fierce getting around this turn. 11 on the inside, Kent School, Connecticut. So 11 is passing number 9, the Belmont Hill School. So 11, the Kent School, is passing the Belmont Hill School. Kent School, boarding school in Connecticut. Belmont Hill School is a day school here in Boston, just up the road. And then about 10 in the blue boat, another boat from Greenwich Crew, Cobb, Connecticut. Also that coxswain taking an extremely tight line. Oh, look at this coxswain coming up also. Wow, we're starting to see some really stunning steering where the coxswain's passing the buoys under the riggers. You can save a lot of time. The boat coming up is bow 13, NMH, Northfield Mount Hermon Prep School. They've been rowing the Heather Charles for over 50 years. And then they're followed by bow 14, White Rock Rowing, Dallas, Texas. Yeah, we've seen some excellent coxing, surprising for these young crews. Oh, here we got another battle coming up. It's not unheard of that these boats that get past then pass the boat that passed them when they get around this turn. The first boat coming up is 18. That's St. Joe Prep from my hometown of Philadelphia. Beautiful boathouse on the Schuylkill River they have down there at St. Joe Prep. It's a big program. 18 on the inside. 17 is following 18. That's OKC Rivers Sport, Oklahoma City. And then here on the outside is 15. 15 is Lake Oswego Community Rowing. So St. Joe Prep is really doing it. Yeah, and the white boat is 15, Lake Oswego. St. Joe Prep is really smoking up there, going fast. The yellow boat is the Empacher, number 16, Phillips Exeter Academy. Philip Exeter, number 16, the yellow Empacher. And there's some Phillips Exeter. That's Phillips Exeter in the maroon. And then number 20, Canada, Vancouver, Canada, British Columbia, number 20. And then in this yellow boat, it's the Belen Jesuit crew from Miami. Belen being the Spanish word for Bethlehem, of course. It's a Jesuit school in Miami, Florida. And we got more boats passing the buoys under the riggers. So leading here is bow 21, Lawrenceville Prep School from Princeton, New Jersey. And that's in the dark boat. And then we've got a battle of 3 boats up here. On the inside, 22, the Berkshire School from Sheffield, Mass. Berkshire School, 22 on the inside. And the red tops is number 12. That's Haddonfield Crew from Haddonfield, New Jersey, just outside Philadelphia. On the inside is number 23, Nobles School from Dedham, Mass. Nobles and Greeno School, 23. Right, the coaches from Nobles are CBC members. Oh, really? 25 in the red boat is the next boat, Blood Street Skulls. Yeah, we did something about that last year. We only have one speaker this year because they can't hear us on the bridge. Oh. Yes, I would love some more coffee. And the white boat is 24 Pacific San Francisco, California, in the white boat. Hugging the buoy lines in the dark tops is 29. 29 is NorCal crew, also from Redwood City. There were Stanford Rose on San Francisco Bay. And the white boat, 29 is past 28 Gonzaga from Washington, D.C. Followed by 27 St. John's Prep from Danvers, Massachusetts. And then 26 in the yellow Empire is the Brooks School crew from North Andover, Mass. And the white boat number 31, Hawk Rowing Club, Philadelphia. Hawk Rowing Club, Philadelphia. We feel the wind is coming up a little bit here. Makes us wonder what it's doing in the basin. Striped tops is Argonaut from Ontario, Canada. 32. That's a big rowing program right on Lake Ontario. And the Orange Tops 33 has gained a little bit of ground on them. Triangle rowing from Raleigh, North Carolina. That's a tough race right there between 32 and 33. And the bright green tops is 35. Friends of Brookline. Brookline High School. On the inside of the turn now, the dark boat is Petty from Princeton Junction, New Jersey. 30 on our side, and 30 on the outside is the St. Paul's from Concord, New Hampshire. So that's Petty and St. Paul's. 36 in the dark boat is 36, another Brookline High School crew. Friends of Brookline, and 36 coming up here. And then the bright blue boat is a Pinecrest from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. 39, Pinecrest. 37 is catching up to them. Radnor from Wayne, Pennsylvania. Radnor High School has gained ground on 39. And the red boat is number 40, St. Catharines. The legendary St. Catharines, where they have the Canadian Henley from Canada, is in that red boat with they have the Canadian flag on that boat. 38. And then the white boat is 38, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the MRC Youth Program. And here's an interesting battle. So this is from Great Britain, King's Wimbledon School in number 42. Come all the way from Great Britain. And they've passed number 41. King's Wimbledon has passed number 41. New York, Woodbridge, New Jersey. British are always extremely strong in rowing. Also having dominated some of the Yale varsity crews in recent years. Here's next is 43, also from Canada. Upper Canada, Toronto, Ontario. Upper Canada, UCC is Toronto-based boys prep school. We're very excited to have them here. Quite a bit of Canadian crews have come down. And now we got this battle between these two boats. Bow number 45, Cambridge, Rindge and Latin. Cambridge Ridge and Latin, bound number 45. And then on the inside is 48 is caught up to them. 48 is caught up to Cambridge Ridge. That's Pittsford crew from Pittsford, New York. Coming around the bend right now is coming around the bend, number 46, the Groton School, Groton, Massachusetts, and the yellow boat. That's the Groton School coming up. And then 47 is CRI, Community Rowing, just up the river with their strong youth program. 47 appears to have gained some ground on 46. And 49 in the blue tops. 49 Gainesville area rowing from Gainesville, Florida, in the blue tops. 49. And they've passed number 44 in the red, Kearney, New Jersey, Kearney crew, Kearney boys crew. 51, Belmont Hill, doing very well. Belmont Hill School is the boat right in front of us right now. Thank you, sweetie. Belmont Hill looking very strong. And then the Black Tops is 54, SA Rowing Club. Finished 19th at the Straight 4 Youth Nationals. SA Rowing Club from Roswell, Georgia. Roswell, Georgia. Nick, the wind is picking up. Is this a headwind or a tailwind for them? It seems like it may be a tailwind.
Well, the interesting thing about our course is that you go through 270 degrees.
Yes, yes. Here's 53 in the stripes. LaSalle High School, number 53. Gaining on them is BB&N. BB&N is gained on LaSalle. And they're knocking at the door. BB&N is the boathouse right next to us. You hear everybody cheering over there. And then 52, Twin Cities Rowing, Eden Prairie, Minnesota. 52 in the dark boat passing in front of us. And we have more exciting groups coming up here. So in the green tops is 50, East Bay Rowing from Barrington, Rhode Island. Really on fire, is past many boats. Haverford School from outside of Philadelphia. So Haverford School at the outside, but then coming in the next turn, they'll be the inside. Yellow boat is number 56. That is Ann Arbor Huron from Ann Arbor, Michigan. And 60 is caught up to 56. Morristown High School Rowing, Morristown, New Jersey, and the dark boat here. Dark boat Orange Blades coming up is 59. Rockford, Michigan. 64 on the inside. The next boat, the dark boat, that's PNRA Mercer Princeton Junction, and on the boat on the outside is 58. Ransom Everglades Crew, Coconut Grove, Florida. 57, and the dark boat, blue tops coming by, is City Honors, Buffalo, New York. And then we have two boats coming up. 65 in the white Italian Filippi boat is 65. 62 in the red. Is St. Paul's School. And then in the red is 62. 62 is Middlesex from Concord, New Hampshire. Concord, Mass. Sorry. Middlesex from Concord, Mass. Middlesex Prep School. White Boat Maroon Tops is number 67. That's Salisbury School from Salisbury, Connecticut. The boat launching is our own Cambridge Ridge and Latin High School in that 8 launching from our dock. We hear an 8 being instructed by one of the referees to not go too wide when they're, quote, warming up. Crew 69, the bow-loaded Cox. It is Bedford, New Hampshire. Coxswains sitting up, which they do. You notice the coxswains will sometimes sit up, especially on a big turn like this. One reason is they might stick their arm in the water if they really need to turn the boat even more, which of course slows the boat down, but it helps to turn the boat. And then 66, Resilient Rowing Club from Fairfax Station, Virginia, in the dark boat. Yeah, because I think when the coxswains sit up, I don't think it slows the boat down at all because of the aerodynamics of the rower behind them already blocking the wind. And the yellow boat coming up is 68. That's Davenport Rowing Club from New Rochelle, New York. 73 has caught up a lot to 68. 73 is the next boat in the black boat. Hingham High School, Hingham, Massachusetts. Looking strong. In the white boat is 63. Marianapolis from Thompson, Connecticut. Marianapolis from Thompson, Connecticut, number 63. And then followed by this black boat is number 70, Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club. Pioneer Valley from Springfield, Massachusetts. Oh, but gaining ground on them is 72, St. Peter's Prep from Jersey City, New Jersey. St. Peter's Prep has gained on 70. These boats all start about 10 seconds apart. Next boat is 71, St. John's High School, another entry from St. John's High School from Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. And now they're a little bit spread out. The other challenge here is that the coxswains have the sun in their eyes in certain parts of the course, and it can be absolutely blinding for these coxswains, especially when they're low down to the water because they get the reflection off the water. Number 74, Philadelphia City Rowing. 74, I'm sorry, Hingham High School, number 74. Sorry about that. The white boat is Hingham High School, number 74. And then coming up here, the lead of this pack coming up is Orchards Lake, St. Mary's, Orchard Lake, Michigan. And 80 is gained ground on the Long Beach Junior Crew from Long Beach, California, where the Olympics will be. Rowing a Italian Filippi boat. And now we have a battle here. 77 on Fairmount Rowing Club from Philadelphia. And 79, so 79 is taking the outside of the turn to gain ground on 77. 79 is TBC Racing, Washington, D.C. And they're having a fierce race there. The bright blue boat is 76, Glastonbury, Connecticut. 82 is caught up to them. They've passed several boats, 82. One Arlington Rowing from Arlington, Virginia. Again, this is the men youth fours, 18 and under. The next white boat is 84, Litchfield Hills, Litchfield, Connecticut. And the white boat here, Litchfield crew. They are being followed by 81. So Litchfield is past Northampton. 81 is Northampton crew. There's lots of strong encouragement coming from the bridge, from Elliott Bridge. Oh, there's an interesting... yeah. Next boat is 83. Maine Coast Rowing, Brunswick, Maine, is 83. And that boat has found its bearing. They lost its way a little bit. So the next boat coming up is 87. Bright Green, Middletown, Connecticut, 87. 87, and then following 87, 89 on the inside, Oyster Bay, from Oyster Bay, Long Island. Something's happening. 85, 75, 75, Philadelphia City Rowing. This. Oh, so we seem to have a. Okay, the boat is 75 is back on the. 75 Philadelphia is back on, and which number? 86. Wow, 86 is the dark boat. They've come up a Westford Community Rowing. They've been going very fast. Oh yeah, so there's. Okay. 85 dark boat Lowell, Massachusetts. Is in the dark boat coming up, 85. And then got two boats chasing them. The red boat is 90. Chaminade from Mineola, New York. Chaminade, and number 90. And then number 88, Arlington Belmont crew. Is chasing 90. They've gained ground. The 90 is past 88. Chaminade. And that may be it. That may be the race. Yes, there was an 89, yeah. Oop. Wintec and King Racing are the official boat partner and supplier of the 2023 Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit their compound and learn why so many teams trust, win, and break course records in the Wintec shells. Thank you, Wintec and King's Racing. There's a rumor about free burritos over at the Wintec tent. I don't know if it's true or not. Cenegenics. Version 1. Cenegenics is proud to be premier sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta as a leader in performance, health, age management. Cenegenics applauds the athleticism, the skill, and the determination of all the competitors here. At work, at play, at life. Achieve your best self with Cenegenics. For more information, visit Cenegenics. Nick, I think you and I probably need some... we need double doses of age health management. And the next race will be, Nick?
The next race will be Directors Challenge Men's Quads. That's some fast boats coming up next.
Yeah, that's where some of those rowing luminaries that we didn't want to mention. They're too famous to be mentioned. We saw launch from here.
They just don't want to give up.
They don't want to give
up. They don't want to give up. They don't want to give way.
No, and this is an age handicapped race, right?
It is, yes.
So there's a lot of gamemanship about getting an older guy in your boat who's in good shape, and then you can gain seconds because they age handicap it. The older the average age, the more seconds you are gifted onto your actual time.
And if you look at the ages of the rowers in these men's quads, they vary from their 20s to their 70s.
Yes,
Huge
it's quite
age
an
range.
age range.
But it doesn't matter. It depends how fast you are for your age. That's what matters at the end of the day. And it is truly competitive. You will see some aggressive steering out there. Whether they're 20s or 70s, these guys don't want to give way, don't want to back down, just out there to win.
No, yeah, absolutely. Midlife crisis and beyond. Yeah, I'm surprised. We could get even more sponsorship from the age-enhancing pharmaceutical companies for this regatta.
That's true. Yeah, definitely.
I can't really.
This is
expand
the
on
event for them.
Yes. How's everybody on the bridge? Fantastic.
All right. I said going into their 70s, there's actually a 90-year-old in this coming up.
I know we got
event.
an 86, 87. Who's the 90-year-old?
We can look down the program to see who the 90-year-old is. It's a little ways down there, which is pretty impressive. Actually, there's a crew here, an 88-year-old, an 83-year-old. Not the 90. Oh, here we go. University Barge Club.
Yeah.
Has
that's my club.
Michael Halpert.
That's my club
in
Philadelphia. Yeah, I know who he is. Now, Nick, do the Heather Charles rules permit rowing with an oxygen hookup?
Only before racing and after racing.
Oh, okay. So
not
you can't
during
have it while
racing.
you're racing. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I haven't seen that specifically in the rules, but I'm guessing that's how it works.
I'm curious to check the rules about that.
So many of the competitors in this event are long-time head of the Charles veterans. Many have national team experience, world medals, Olympic medals. They just like to go out there and battle in this race. The course record, this is a fast one, it's set by Fruit Loops in 2017. 2017 was a good year. They did the course in 14 minutes, 39 seconds.
Oh, my God. That's really fast.
And you know who's in that Fruit Loop squad, right?
No.
That's the Greg Benning quad.
Oh, of course.
Greg Benning, Russ Cohn, Dan Grorian, and Brian Jameson this year.
Yeah, they crushed, and Greg Benning, we know, crushed the race course yesterday.
Yeah, he took 9 seconds off the record in his single yesterday.
He
just gets faster as he gets older.
And for those of you who don't know, when a boat wins the race by a large margin, what they do is they eliminate any guaranteed entries. So if you come in the top 5%, Nick? Right. If you come in the top 5% time-wise, you're guaranteed an entry for the following year. So they absolutely hate it when you have these superstars that come out and crush everybody, and then nobody's guaranteed that you go into the lottery for the following year.
Yeah. So, but the Fruit Loops crew, they set the record in 2017, but this year they're starting off at bow number 5, because last year they took the year off. So they're in a little further down the pack this year, so chasing some of the other experienced crews.
And they call themselves Fruit Loops as a result of the sugar high they partake in before they race, I imagine.
Exactly. They do have it's a bit of a different crew this year. Brian Jameson is new in that crew. He's the stroke man in the crew this year, but the other 3 members are regular members of Fruit Loops.
Indeed. Wow.
But starting off, so bow number 1, that's a combo crew. So you often see that in these events.
Yeah, this is an east-west battle I'm seeing.
Right,
East-west combination.
Narragansett from Rhode Island combining with Seattle Scullers from Washington. They've got multiple national team members in bow number 1. They've raced the Charles 20 times in total. Got multiple head of the Charles medals and wins between them. And actually, bow number 2 is interesting as well. They row as Club Nautico de San Juan from Puerto Rico, but that's a cover story, really.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're generally national teamers. You'll see this in the mixed eights as well.
Yes.
The same club.
Oh.
they often wear fancy dress. So last race of the day, mixed eights. There's a crew. I think they're starting off bow number 1 in mixed eights at the end of the day, rowing as Club Nordico de San Juan from Puerto Rico.
I've been to San Juan. I'm not sure if they row in San Juan. They might do ocean rowing. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm not sure how much any of these folks have visited San Juan.
Okay. I'll do a Concept 2 plug here. Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles. Erg on the real-time loop on Concept 2's free erg data app to race on a course that's never closed. Stop by the Concept 2 booth to check it out. For those people who don't know, an erg, an ergometer, are those rowing machines you see people practicing on. And Concept 2 is probably the lead producer in the world of those rowing machines. You'll see them here even in the boat club, people warming up beforehand. DCR. Thank you to the Department of Conservation and Recreation, the DCR. You'll see that painted on some of the orange trucks riding around the regatta, who manages the parklands that today's races take place in. The Head of the Charles has been in partnership with the DCR since 1965 and could not pull off the race without the incredible support received from their organization and hardworking staff. Thank you, DCR. It's true, Nick. We had an issue only some days ago of a tree that had fallen in the river that was an extreme hazard. It was here on the Bents, and what I understand, the DCR was instrumental in having that tree removed so that people didn't collide.
Right. The head partners closely with the DCR on simple things like getting, the whole rowing community and getting trees removed. But also, the head's been working with the DCR on looking after the riverbank as well, right, from an environmental point of view.
Also environmental. Down in my hometown of Philadelphia, we're dredging the river. And in Philadelphia, from the result of dredging, the count so far is they have found 3,000 car tires in the bottom of the Schuylkill River that now make up a mountain along the dredging site. So I think the Charles River has done a little bit better. There used to be tanning factories. I think years ago there was a concern about mercury, but they've cleaned that up, and it's doing better than the Schuylkill. The quads are coming.
Do you want to... All right, we've got the first quad just coming around the corner here. This is Director's Challenge Men's Quads, and this is bow number 1. This is the combo Narragansett boat and Seattle Scullers.
Well, they put a lot of ground on everybody.
This is the 4 that multiple national team members in, or ex-national team members, current national team members in this boat. Raced the Charles many times. They got a lot of medals from the head. And they really have opened up a gap. They're storming down the course. But remember, this is an age-handicapped event.
Right. So, in theory, boat number 2 is in a different time zone. But after time adjusting, who knows? But
yeah,
they're rowing alone. There's no other boat.
Yeah, and they are younger guys in this bow number 1. So if you look at the ages, we've got the ages in front of us here. Bows number 2, 3, 4. 5 are all quite a bit older, so we'll have an age handicap when the final results get put together.
And again, the man in the back is steering the boat with his toe, so we call that towing. And there's cables that run from his foot up to the rudder. So it's quite a skill.
So, and who's this we've got coming around the corner? They're going a little wide.
Yeah, it's difficult, and some of them don't want to risk putting the buoys under the riggers like we saw the youth coxswains do, because they feel it's just not worth it. So here's number 2.
This is bow 2 in the white boat, just going past Cambridge Boat Clubs, sculling really nicely. This is the Club Nordico de San Juan.
Okay, here we go.
They're back for more.
5's going to be upset about that. My microphone's off.
So bow 3, this is 612, this is another combo. 612 Endurance, Main Coast Rowing, and Upper Valley Rowing.
And 5 was communicating with them.
So bow number 3 in the white boat. Bow number 5, that's the Fruit Loops. These are the record holders in the yellow boat. That's the Fruit Loops. Including, they're picking a line so that they get the inside line on the next bend. Those guys have done this before. Bow number 4, this is the Cambridge Boat Club crew. Jay Manson, Jim Pierce, Tom Darling, and Greg Stone. The CBC boat going past CBC at the moment. Bow number 12 is on the inside. Oh, this is the Coven Training Center, bow number 12, with Jamie Coven.
So they're on fire.
Yeah, well, bow number 12, they've all rowed at the Olympics in various crews, 96, 2000, 2008, and 2016 Olympians, bow number 12. And then bow number 7, that's Station L from Portland, Oregon. So bow 10 approaching the boat club. That's the white boat, dark tops approaching the boat club. Bow 10 is Rocky Mountain. And they have passed Long Beach at bow number 8, who are hugging the buoy line.
And here comes bow number 9. Take an interesting line.
That's Long Beach approaching the Elliott Bridge at the moment. Bow number 9, that's another combo. Cambridge Boat Club, Los Gatos, and San Diego. Patrice Roux and Russ Murphy.
So 11 on the inside and 6 on the outside. 11.
All right, bow number 11, that's Commencement Bay from Tacoma, Washington. This is their debut performance in the quad at the head of the Charles. Welcome, gentlemen. And then bow number 6, that's Conshohocken from Pennsylvania. They're fast guys from the 90s. Kevin here is giving the Conshohocken crew an oh yeah.
They row above the Twin Stone Bridge. There are 2 places on the Schuylkill to row, above and below the Twin Stones. Shaw Hawkins above.
All right, crew 13 coming up. This is CRI, our good friends up the river. CRI in the red boat. That's John Senna, Michael Richardson Bach, Kevin Dutt, and Piotr Sosbiesic.
Then number 16.
Number 16 in the white boat. This is another Conshohocken crew. They're also saying they're fast guys some time ago.
And then number 14.
All right, crew number 16 approaching the boat club here, Conshohocken. Saying they're fast guys from some time ago, but they're having a fast race today as well.
14 getting chased. And then red is 21.
14, this is the Fat Cats up from New York. These guys were all Princeton lightweights in the '93 crew for Princeton. This is their third consecutive year at the head of the Charles. So the Princeton Fat Cats passing CBC now. They are being followed by 21, which is San Diego Rowing Club. Welcome to the Charles, San Diego.
And then 17 being chased by
17. That's Dartmouth. The Dartmouth class of 1979 teammates. They are being chased by 19, which is Detroit Boat Club. Oh, this has got Greg Walker, Roman Lesnow, Jim Monty, and Richard Anderson.
Wow.
Nice going, Detroit.
Greg Walker, a former U.S. singles champion.
Former U.S. singles sculler at the Barcelona Olympics.
Oh, that Mr. Bowie. I know I can't say it on the microphone.
Crew 20, that's Belmont Hill. Mark Findice, Tim Fulham, Dan Schley.
Followed by 18.
They are followed by Crew 18 from Mohawk River in Amsterdam, New York. So Belmont Hill passing Cambridge Boat Club.
And by the way, that's Dr. Mark Findice.
Oh, Dr. Mark Findice.
And then
number 15 in the maroon tops here, approaching the boat club. This is Rio Salado from Tempe, Arizona. Now this is
watch this black boat. This black boat is going really hot on the buoys. This is
they are. They're
see.
steering a nice course.
They are steering almost as well as I would have steered, Nick.
Almost.
Look at the black boat. They're going hot.
They are. They're steering a nice course.
Oh, too hot.
All right, 25 in the black boat. That's Narragansett from Providence.
And then
they've not raced this the head of the Charles before.
Followed by 22.
So it's Narragansett just passing the boat club now in the black boat, followed by 22, which is the another CRI crew from upriver.
23 is next, followed by 26.
All right, 22, the CRI crew. They're all 50-year-olds. James Hadley, Lawrence Stock, Steve Kovacs, and Firas Rauf. 23, that's a second CRI crew. So the first one was the 50-year-olds. This crew 23 is all the 60-year-olds from CRI.
And then inside 24, outside
24, a Long Pond from Plymouth, Mass.
And then 29.
That's Long Pond just going under the LA Bridge. 29 passing the boat club right now.
They're hot. They're going. They're smoking.
29 is Potomac.
They passed 28. 28 is next.
20 Potomac say they drink tea with our pinkies up.
Yes, good. And they passed 28.
28, that's Litchfield from Litchfield Hills from Connecticut. And
being chased, hunted down by 33.
all right, coming up, 31 with in the white boat approaching the boat club. This is Upper Valley Rowing. They row up in Hanover, New Hampshire.
Being hunted by 33 with the skull and crossbones.
33 is the Crimson Death Barge, group of former Harvard lightweights.
And then 35 in white boat.
And 35, this is Beaver from Zurich. Team from Switzerland, all the way over from Switzerland to row the quad in the head of the Charles. Welcome, gentlemen.
So we've seen some quads going really hot on these buoys, Nick. And as announcers, we're not allowed to say if we see a buoy violation. But watch this, folks, when these quads come around. Some of them go very close. And it's very interesting to see what they do and how they react.
It's a tough call as a steersperson, though. If you're towing that boat and you're rowing, you're steering, and you want to get a tight line, but you don't want to get it overly tight. You want the blades over the buoys, but you don't want the hull the wrong side of the buoys, and that's a tough call.
Yes, and I suspect another factor is, you know, a lot, not all of them, but a lot of these guys like myself, they use a sculling mirror. And the sun gets in your mirror, and you often can't see the next buoy until you're right on top of it. So it gets a bit wild.
And from what I was hearing from the folks who've been rowing the last couple of days, we've got new buoys this year on the course. So in prior years, they've been polystyrene, so you hit them and they're soft. This year, they're hard. So you know if you hit those buoys this year.
Right, so the last, they were styrofoam cylinders, if you will. And now this year they are these plastic spheres, and they are harder. I know these because in the course I row in Munich has these type of buoys, and it's a good whack when you hit it with your oar.
You feel it. It can knock the blade out of your hand when they're hard.
The old buoys were much softer when you hit them. Now we have the youth Coxed quads. This is what we were talking about before, folks. We really feel that this is the future of American rowing and American. Oh, this is the finish? No, we don't have the youth. This is the finish of the director's quad race. So who do we have? This is 34, Bainbridge Island from Bainbridge, Washington. These are 60 and 70 years old. So basically Seattle area generally, Bainbridge, Washington, state of Washington, Pacific Northwest. That's 34 going in the white boat. Then we got a close 30. Harvard Once Lightweights is number 30. They're all in their 70s. Septuagenarians. And 32 is New Haven, Oxford, Connecticut. They're in their 80s. So we got the 70s guys going against the 80 guys. There is some navigation reassessment happening.
And as they navigate the bridge, we do have the first men's youth Cox fours coming into view.
Oh, here we go.
The record here was set in 2017, another 2017 fast year record by New Canaan in 15 minutes 21 seconds.
So this is 18 and under, men's Cox quad, which again, this is a much more developed activity in Europe, and we're hoping to do this more in the United States, this activity of Cox quads for the youth. This is bound number 2, who has passed bound number 1. This is the Windsor Boys School. They've got a very strong sculling program. Windsor, Berkshire. Oh, they're from England. Oh, this is the British Windsor. Oh, near Windsor Castle? Oh. I have performed at the chapel at Windsor Castle, but that's unrelated to this regatta, so we'll move on. Bound number 3 has passed bound number 1. So then the white boat, that's Row America Rye on the far side. And then bound number 1 closer to CBC is Los Gatos from the Los Angeles, the San Francisco, San Jose area, Los Gatos. Well, no, more, yes. And bow 4 is the yellow boat. That's Maritime Rowing Club, East Norwalk, Connecticut, bow 4. Again, these are Coxed quads. You don't see it at all really in adult competition, but this is an emerging activity in the youth rowing. Here's to encourage you throwing. Here's taking a really hot line on the buoys. Look at that. There's a sharp coxswain on bow 7. Look at bow 7, folks. Look at the line 7. One of the best lines we've seen so far. That's Long Beach Junior Crew. Wow, impressive. And bow 5, though, has probably gained some. This is Newport Beach, so we got 2 California crews. They probably know each other, battling it out. Bow 5 is most likely gained on 7. Oh, bow 7 is gained on number 5. I'm sorry, bow 7 is gained on number 5. Bow 6 is Potomac, Washington. Sorry about that. Bow 8 is the next boat, and the Blue Tops, Camp Rendell, Madison, Wisconsin. Yeah, the bridge has a fan club for the Wisconsin crew. Or Wisconsin, as I think some say. Oh, here's another Cox that's really hot on the buoy line. Look at that. The red boat coming up. Coxswain putting the buoys under the rigger. Oh, that's the local. Okay, so they know this river. Yeah. CRI is coming up. What number is that?
Crew 11.
That's Crew 11. CRI from Brighton, Mass. And on the outside is? Crew number 9. Redwood Scullers. Again, San Francisco Bay. Redwood Scullers next to Stanford Boathouse. So 11 is past 9. 11 looks very strong with the youth program. Crew 14, White Marsh. Once again, Conshohocken, the upper Schuylkill, doing very well. 14 has gained a lot of ground on the other boats in the green shirts there. 15. Nereid from Rutherford, New Jersey. I've rowed there. It's Nereid Boat Club youth program, right outside of Jersey City. There, one of the clubs that serves the New York City area. Nereid, number 15. Oh, here's another coxswain going hot on the buoys.
Yeah, that's 17 in the white top.
There's number 17. That's St. Catharines from Ontario. St. Catharines Club, the home of the famous Canadian Henley that takes place. Massive regatta in August. That's the last regatta of the 2,000-meter racing season. So St. Catharines, Ontario.
12 in the dark boat, black boat.
And then number 12, California Yacht Club. Again, Marina Del Rey, one of my former boat clubs. From Los Angeles is number 12.
16, white boat, red blades.
And then number 16, Three Rivers from Pittsburgh, has gained ground on number 12. Again, these boats start about 10 seconds apart. Number 16 looking strong from Pittsburgh.
18 in the white boat and the gold top.
Number 18, White Boat Gold Tops, Norwalk River, Norwalk, Connecticut.
Is that Niagara,
18, sorry. NRS Canada is 18. Vinland, Ontario, Canada, NRS. Niagara Rowing School. Sorry about that. 20 is Miami Rowing Club, Miami, Florida, 20.
And then 19 in the white boat,
And-
black tops.
They have passed, 20 has passed 19. Norwalk River, Connecticut, 19. And 19 is being chased.
21, blue.
Chased by 21. Vero Beach Rowing Club, Vero Beach, Florida, where they watch the spaceships take off. Some impressive steering by these young coxswains. This is all 18 and under, men's cox quad. This is crew number 13, Unity Boat Club from Washington, D.C. Number 13, Unity Boat Club from Washington, D.C., showing a mighty effort. So the boats are allowed to take both of those two arches, which 13 is elected to do. Number 22 in the blue boat, Manhasset High School, New York. And then we got a whole bunch coming right up here, going hard. 28 in the green tops. That's from Great Britain, Windsor Boys School, from outside of Windsor Castle. Looking very strong, 28 from Great Britain. 23, oh, we have a battle of the Commonwealth. 23 is from Canada. So we got Great Britain and Canada battling it out. That's Don Rowing from Mississauga, Ontario.
25,
And then BB&N, 25 BB&N. You can hear the cheering. That's the BB&N boathouse next to us. BB&N going hard. You see the coxswain waving to the crowd.
and 24.
Then 24, Nobles and Greeno.
Another local crew.
Nobles and Greeno going after BB&N.
Right here in front of us,
26, Beaver Creek Sculling from Charlottesville, Virginia. University of Virginia area. Beaver Creek Sculling from Charlottesville.
Crew 30 in the white boat, and
The white boat is crew number 30. Lake Fallon rowing from St. Paul, Minnesota. Men's quad, 18 years old and younger. Youth quad with coxswain.
32 white boat with orange blade.
32 white boat with orange blade, GFS, Germantown Friends School from Philadelphia.
Followed by 34 white boat yellow blades.
Followed by 34 yellow boat white blades. White boat yellow blades, sorry. Haverford School, Haverford, Philadelphia also.
And this is 27 white boat and red and blue.
Red and blue blades is the Amoskeag, number 27, Amoskeag, Hooksett, New Hampshire. Amoskeag youth rowing.
In the silver boat.
Here's another Great Britain, British school, Tideway Scullers from London on the Thames River. Tideway Scullers, welcome. Looking very strong, the Tideway Scullers.
35 in the blue boat.
Number 35, the University School from Davie, Florida. Now we got a whole bunch coming up close. The rowers are absolutely exhausted by this point. It's a 2.5 mile mark. There's only a half mile to go in this race.
31 in the red boat.
The American School of London, another British boat. American School of London, London, England. 31.
39 white boat.
Wow, and 39 has gained quite a bit on them. That's the Canadians again. Another Commonwealth competition here. Ridley St. Ontario's number 39.
And 36 in front of us, our side.
And then 36 on the outside here is Riverfront Recapture Hartford.
Motoring along.
And then 41 has gained a lot of ground on them on the inside of the turn there. That's 41. That is First Coast from Jacksonville, Florida. And then this white boat,
This white
number 40,
blue is 40.
from Vashon Island, Vashon, Washington, number 40 in the blue blades.
Being chased by 42.
Being chased by 42. Waterford, Sandy, Utah. Waterford crew.
38 in the dark boat in front of us. Belmont
And-
Hill.
And 38 is Belmont Hill. Following them, going through the bridge right now, is Belmont Hill.
Feels like the wind is picking up a bit,
I
Kevin.
think it is,
It'll
yeah.
be getting bouncy in the basin in
Yeah, the
the
big
marshalling area.
Right. I'm glad the youth singles went early.
Yeah.
Because the water would have been calm, and the basin probably is getting a little spiky by now with this wind. Then the blue tops is number 33, Gordon Rowing from Wenham, Mass. White Bow Red Blades is number 44. Bromfield Acton Boxbury from Harvard, Massachusetts. It's a public high school. They've combined 3 students from 2 high schools to make up a rowing program.
Overall, it is a nice day. The wind will be
beautiful.
Causing some chaos down in
Yes.
the marshalling area.
Yes.
But it's, you know, compared to how it was yesterday.
Although it makes it more for an interesting race for the rowers, I think.
Yeah.
When it's dead calm, it's good for rowing, but it's also can be a real grind. And you have something to blame it on if you don't do well.
All right, 45.
Number 45, Long Island, Northport, New York. Long Island Rowing Club, number 45. We're coming to the end of the men's youth quad with Coxed. 47 is the next boat in the red boat, Charlotte youth rowing from Charlotte, North Carolina. 43 is the white boat, another Bromfield Acton Boxbury boat from Massachusetts, Harvard, Massachusetts, 43. That may be it. Yeah, I think they came already. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. It looks like we got one more quad coming up here. Okay, coming up is 46 Long Island, or no, Greenwich Country Day School, number 46. I think it's the last one. Number 46, Greenwich Country Day.
'46. Greenwich, welcome to the head of the Charles. Have a great row, gentlemen.
Gentle Giant Moving Company. Thank you to our partner, Gentle Giant Moving Company, the official logistics partner of the head of the Charles. Gentle Giant is the force behind regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands pounds of gear each year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring. Stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more. Hyatt Regency in Boston. Thank you to the Hyatt Regency, Boston, Cambridge, the official hotel of the head of the Charles Regatta. From views of the Boston skyline to a stroll along the Charles River, immerse yourself in New England charm during your stay at the newly renovated Hyatt Regency Boston, Cambridge. Visit the nearby tech hub of MIT in Kendall Square, as well as Harvard University. Embrace the best of Beantown. That is the hotel that looks like an Aztec pyramid down by the starting line. Good, how are you? La Crema Winery. Savor the moments at the head of the Charles with La Crema. Join La Crema Tasting Room for the finest wine experience, exclusive tasting, and elevate your weekend with La Crema's exceptional wines. Visit La Crema, the official wine of the Head of the Charles, at the Falls Bar next to the awards tent down by the finish line.
All right, so, oh, we've got one more. Last quad is coming down the course. This is crew 29 in men's youth Coxed quads. This is the Dublin school crew from Dublin, New Hampshire. This is Dublin School passing the Cambridge Boat Club right now. Dublin is an independent school of just 170 students from the Monadnock region in New Hampshire. Has a small, enthusiastic group of athletes who just enjoy their rowing. Dublin, welcome to the Charles. Great to see you.
Welcome,
Last
Dublin.
half mile. Push it hard, gentlemen. This is that Dublin school crew is 14, 15, and 16-year-olds. Great to see them out here.
La Croix Sparkling Water is the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to the Attager Row. Attager is the word regatta spelled backwards. And Fitness Expo to try one of the many zero-calorie naturally flavored waters. La Croix Sparkling Water. Meet Boston. Thank you to Meet Boston for the continued support of the Head of the Charles. The Meet Boston mission is to elevate Boston's, amplifying their stories and sharing them locally and across the globe. Be sure to stop by the Weld exhibition and visit the Meet Boston truck. Meet Boston, that's down by the Longfellow Bridge in the Harvard Boathouse.
All right, so Kevin, our next event that's coming up is event 52. This is the men's youth eights.
I'm shaking with anticipation, Nick.
You should be, because this is always an exciting event, particularly from this this particular venue, as the men's youth eights in particular navigate this bend, navigate the bridge, navigate the competition of just racing into the sun now. The sun's moving around. Creates a challenge. The wind creates a challenge. It's eights. They're going fast. It adds to an interesting race when you put all that together.
Right, and so Nick is talking code for the fact that in this race with young coxswains and very fast, very large boats, there could be occasional affectionate interactions between the oars. Hopefully no invective. They're too young for that. Some of the crusty old guys we see getting out of the quad right now, they're much better at the invective part. Unfortunately, it comes with age.
But another interesting part about the men's youth eights is that there are 90 competitors. It's a full field. It's a popular event. I mean, all the schools, a lot of the schools race in eights, so it's, you know, the big race for the high schools. The crews come from all over the country, all over the world. The record was set, again, another 2017 record. Just shows you what a year 2017 was, what the conditions were like. It was set, St. Paul's School set the record, 14 minutes, 12 seconds.
Wow. And then, and once again, everybody, for those of you that are newer to rowing, you have very tiny countries, for example, New Zealand, Romania, Netherlands, put out top crew teams in the world, and we've been struggling in this country in more recent years. The men's eight is not qualified for the Olympics. They're going to try in a later regatta, and there's a big discussion in the rowing world about it right now. What do these smaller countries do that a much larger country like us is not doing? And it's testament. You see this huge eight regatta. We have this enormous pool of potential talent, and how do we manage and promote this talent?
Well, part of that equation, Kevin, is just money. let's be frank about it. It really is money.
I've heard that. I've
And
heard
U.S. Rowing has now set up a foundation and is raising money to. So if you want to see the national team well and you have some money to spare, there's
Yes.
a foundation that helps support
Tax
the national
deductible.
team.
Yes. Yes, and I think we need to do more of that. Support them.
But anyway, back to the men's youth eights. As we say, 90 competitors in this field. They're racing from the John Romain Trophy. This was a new trophy last year. John Romain is a long-time starter after the head of Charles.
Right.
That's who the trophy's named
Cambridge
after.
Boat Club member, yeah.
Yep. So there's the John Romain Trophy for the winners. There are 5 medals. There's also a special medal for rowers average age under 17.
Wow.
So a lot to go for as well as just bragging rights.
Oh, and here comes the first one.
Here we go.
Like we said, this is going to be very interesting once we get thick into these eights. And number 1.
Powering down the course, this is the Greenwich crew. Up from Connecticut.
Look at that.
They've opened up a good lead here.
And the Coxswain's getting the buoys under the riggers. Look at that.
Yeah, steering a nice
That is a
course
sharp
and
Coxswain.
powering down. They started off first. They're defending their title, and they're certainly out putting down a statement as they go past Cambridge Boat Club here. They're looking to defend their title, but it's youth 8, so anything can happen. Who knows what individual programs have done.
3 on the inside, 2 on the outside, 3 passing 2.
3 is the next crew. This is Row America Rye, another strong program from Rye, New York.
Passing 2, that was a great pass. That was very well handled.
Yeah. So this is bow number 3 passing Cambridge Boat Club now, followed by St. Joseph's Prep, bow number 2.
And then 4. 4's
And
going hot.
chasing both of them is bow number 4. This is Saugatuck up from Westport, Connecticut. Saugatuck in the dog tops passing Cambridge Boat Club right now. Saugatuck about to hit the last half mile going under Elliott Bridge.
Oh my God. Oh my God. My microphone's off, just so you know. Oh my God. 6. Wait, no, in front is 5.
Blue Blades is crew number 5.
6 wants to pass 5, and it's getting contentious.
That's Nutria from Northfield, Illinois.
6 is trying to pass 5. 6 is not pleased.
Crew number 5 holding off crew number 6. 6 is Marin Rowing Association from across the country. They're having a really good battle between them.
And then 7.
And crew number 7 in the white boat is PNRA Mercer from Princeton.
You got 9 passing 8. This is another big race. 9 on the inside, passing 8.
Next coming into view, this is crews 9 and 8. 9 on the inside in the white boat is the Oakland Strokes 8. And in the red boat, that's Community Rowing.
Wow, we've already seen 2 fierce battles of boats
Yep.
passing right on this turn. It's difficult to pass on this turn, but we've already seen it twice early in this race.
Oakland and Community Rowing going past Cambridge Boat Club. Oakland in the white boat, CRI in the red boat going past us now, having a really good battle.
11.
Coming next into view,
10. Why did I say 11? 10.
coming around the corner, that's bow number 10, Gonzaga College from Washington.
And they've passed, no, 11's chasing them. I'm sorry. So 11's next after 10. 10, then 11.
So Gonzaga College High School going past Cambridge Boat Club right now. They are being followed by bow number 11, Pelham Community Rowing Association.
Then 12 on the inside, 13 on the outside, trying to pass 12.
Bow number 12 in the dark boat, that's Milwaukee Rowing Club.
13's
But
going to pass them.
they are being chased hard by King's College School from London.
Watch this, watch
Crew
this.
number 13 in the yellow boat.
13's going to probably try to pass 12 at the bridge. So again, maybe a strategic decision to take the outside so they get the inside. On the next turn. Look at that. There you go. That's a battle there.
Crew 14 coming into view. This is San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego passing Cambridge Boat Club now in the red boat in front of us. San Diego, welcome to the Charles. Last half mile, gentlemen. All right, 18 and 19 having a good battle here. So this is Greenwich and Sarasota.
And then coming up on them.
So
fast.
that's
And 15 passing them. Or no, 16. No, 16 on the white boat.
16 is Hawk Rowing Club. 15, that's Atlanta Junior Rowing Association in the dark boat. And 17 in the orange boat, that's Row, New Jersey.
And then here comes 18.
Crew 18 going past Cambridge Boat Club right now in the dark boat. That's the Greenwich crew. This is the B boat from Greenwich.
And then 21.
"19 Sarasota crew going past the boat club.
21 yellow.
And in the yellow boat, that's the St. Ignatius Wildcat from Cleveland.
It was just past 20. 20's coming up in the white boat.
And crew 20 in the white boat, that's the NorCal crew from Redwood City, California. In their notes here, NorCal just say they're looking forward to this regatta and we're pleased to have you here. So crew 23 is the Green Lake crew from Seattle, Washington in the white boat.
They just passed 22.
And that's,
This next one.
so 23 in the white boat is Green Lake crew from Seattle, and 22 in the red is another CRI boat. CRI have a really strong, deep junior program.
24 is the next one.
Just coming into view around the corner, that's crew 24, the Texas Rowing Center. This is Texas Rowing Center approaching Cambridge Boat Club, just going past Cambridge Boat Club.
25 after them.
They are being chased by Saugatuck. Crew 25 in the dark boat is Saugatuck, up from Westport, Connecticut. All right, and coming into view now around the Big Bend. This is St. Peter's Prep School from Jersey City, New Jersey.
And then 27 chasing them down.
And they are being chased by Crew 27 in the white tops. That's Port Rowing from Port Washington, New York. So a New York, New Jersey battle here. St. Peter's Prep going past Cambridge Boat Club. And Port Rowing just going past Cambridge Boat Club in the dark boat and the white and dark tops. That's Port Rowing from Port Washington, New York. Just about to go under the bridge.
And the outside is 30.
Right, coming into view now, we have Crew 28, the Upper Arlington crew from Upper Arlington, Ohio. They're on the inside of the bend, and outside of them is St. Benedict's College.
And then 20, after those two is 29.
St. Benedict's are from South Africa. St. Benedict's, welcome to the Charles. Welcome to Boston.
29 black boat.
In the black boat, that's 29, the Walt Whitman crew.
32 with black blades, 32.
Next interview here, coming past Cambridge Boat Club, is Central Catholic crew from Pittsburgh. That's Central Catholic, just going past the boat club now. 31 is in the blue boats and the white and blue tops. That's Dallas United crew up from Texas.
Yellow blades, 30.
It's Dallas's 20th year as a competitive youth team.
Yellow blades.
34 approaching us. This is the Bellin Jesuit Prep School from Miami, Florida.
Blue and white blades, 30.
In the stroke seat of the Bellin crew is the U17 single and youth nationals. Always good to have a great stroke person. Another battle coming into view. This is 35 Annapolis Juniors from Maryland. They are being chased hard by Rose City Rowing Club from Portland, Oregon.
And 36 is passing 33. 36 outside, passing 33. They might collide.
36 has just overtaken 33.
Really tight.
36 is the BCC High School crew. And 33 on the inside on the buoys is Pittsburgh crew.
Yeah, 33 passing 36.
38 going right past the boat club now. White boats and black and white tops. That's Saratoga from Saratoga Springs.
Caught a crab. 2C caught a crab.
Saratoga going under the Elliott Bridge. Coming into view, this is Crew 40, the Montclair High School up from New Jersey.
And they have passed 39.
So Crew 40, Montclair, going past Cambridge Boat Club right now. Last half mile, guys. 39 in the maroon tops. This is St. Joseph's College Institute from Buffalo, New York. Kevin informs me that Crew 41 here, the Los Gatos Rowing Club. The Cox has a GoPro on his hat. We see quite a bit of this. If you go on YouTube after the race, you'll see a variety of views.
Okay, all right.
People have done it over numerous years, yeah.
Right.
So this is Los Gatos going past us now. 45 approaching us now. This is Canisius High School from Buffalo, New York.
And then 40.
Then 43 in the maroon tops. That's Fairfield Prep from Fairfield, Connecticut.
47, Orange Blades 47.
With the Orange Blades, 47. They're having a great race. That's Pacific Rowing Club from San Francisco.
46 is 42 blue.
46 with the green blades. That's Jackson Reed High School from Washington, D.C. 46 with the green blades. And then 42, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough.
And then 44 with the pink tops.
Coming around the bend, this is 44. This is Maritime Rowing Club.
And 49, red blades.
So in the pink tops, Maritime. All right, and in the red tops, red blades, yellow boat, that's Chaminade High School from Mineola, New York. In the yellow boat with the orange stripes, that's 51, Wayland Weston.
And then 48.
Wayland Weston having a good row.
And 48.
48 in the white boat, that's Pinecrest School Crew from Fort Lauderdale.
And then
54 on the inside
50,
on the buoy line.
50 in the middle. 52 on the outside.
All right, 54, Erie Canal Athletic Club in the blue-green tops. 50 on the inside is Hingham High School, and 52, closest to us, is TBC Racing.
And then 53 in the multicolored.
53, Boston College High School, going past the boat club right now. Boston College High School just going under the bridge.
So, Nick, if you know the Wayland Weston crew had a yellow tip on their boat.
I missed that.
Yeah, and the rest of the boat was gray. I suspect that's because of a terrible accident where their boats were all destroyed in a trailer by a vehicle that was racing. It happened only 2 weeks ago, and they had to put their program back together and find boats. And my suspicion is that boat was one of the repaired boats from the accident. It's a terrible accident. That was in Lowell, the race. Here we go.
All right, coming around the corner next, we have 56, boat number 56. This is the Radnor High School crew in men's youth eights.
And 55.
56 have passed. Crew 55, who is next behind them. 55 coming around the corner is Belmont Hill.
And 59.
But it's Radnor going past Cambridge Boat Club right now in the white boat.
And 55. And then 59.
And approaching Cambridge Boat Club. 55.
striped shirt, 59.
And in the striped shirt, that's LaSalle College High School up from Pennsylvania. LaSalle College High School in the striped shirts going past us now, approaching Elliott Bridge.
The white blades,
Coming around the corner, this is bow number 57, Old Dominion Boat Club from Alexandria, Virginia.
and then blue and white is 58.
Whoa.
Also a GoPro.
58, Greater Lawrence Rowing. Hold, 58. 57. Who is that?
We already called them.
63, Brentwood College School in the white boat, white blades. 57, nicely recovered. Good to see you all safe. Very happy about that. Good job.
62.
62, St. John's High School in the red boat.
Past 61.
And in the white boat, that's 61, Great Bay Rowing from Dover, New Hampshire. All right, coming around the corner now, 65, St. Benedict's College.
And they've passed 64 at green on the outside. Oh, then 69.
65 is another crew from South
Whoa.
Africa.
74 and 69 are the next pair. They're both.
The yellow boat is St. Benedict's, 65. 74 in the white tops and yellow boat. 74 are cruising. Oh, that's the St. Paul's School from London.
Yeah, they're smoking. 64 and 69.
64 and 69 right in front of us. Syracuse Chargers and Nurid.
Look at that St. Paul's cruise, folks. They
Yeah,
are
that
on
St.
fire.
Paul's are really
They are on
motoring. They've
fire.
made up a lot of places.
Yeah, they've passed, I don't know, 10 boats or something.
St. Paul's Row on the Thames in London on the Tideway.
Was that St. Paul's, England?
Yeah.
That's St. Paul's, England, not St. Paul's School in Concord, New Hampshire. 68.
Cruise 68, St. Ignatius from Chicago.
And then 67.
67 in the white boat, white tops. That's 1 Arlington Rowing.
Look at the coxswain dragging the arm in the water to help steer the boat. This you see it. This first time you've seen it today, but they do that sometimes as a last resort. They'll drag their arm in the water to steer the boat.
Crew 71 passing the boat club right now, Stonington. From Stonington, Connecticut, Stonington Community Rowing in the white boat, right tops.
Red top 70, outside 60 in the light blue.
70, Niskayuna Rowing.
70, then 60 on the outside, and then stripe is 76.
60, white boat, blue tops. That's Middletown High School, Middletown, Connecticut. 76 having a good row. That's Christian Brothers Academy from Lincroft, New Jersey.
Look, watch this
Lincroft
for
in the stripes.
So 76 has got to try to get to the inside of the next turn And they're passing everybody.
Who have we got here?
75.
75, that's Pelham Community Rowing Association going past.
73, they've lost their bow number. And then 72.
73 in the dark boat, that's Moorestown High School. And in the yellow boat, that's East Grand Rapids, 72.
And then orange is 66.
In the orange tops is Wilmington Youth Rowing from Wilmington, Delaware.
And then 77 in the blue top.
77, Resilient Rowing Club. They're from Fairfax Station, Virginia. In the blue tops with the bright green.
So we saw the one boat lost their bow number, and that's often not the fault of the boat. It can often mean that they had a little bit of friendly contact with the oars of another boat that knocked their bow number off at an earlier turn or bridge.
Coming round the turn, this is Davenport Rowing Club from New Rochelle, New York.
And then 81.
Crew 78, red tops, yellow boat, Davenport.
81 in blue top.
Next coming into view is 81, St. John's Jesuit High School from Toledo, Ohio.
And then 80 in the...
Oh, sorry, 81, that was St. Ignatius College Prep from San Francisco. 81 in front of us, St. Ignatius from San Francisco.
and then 80.
All right, coming around the corner now, St. John's Jesuit High School, Crew 80 from Toledo.
And then 83 in the maroon top.
83 is a crew from Ireland. I'm not going to be able to do this great. Coxed from Galway. Crew from Galway, Ireland.
80 on the inside after that in the dark blue, 85 in the inside and 79 on the outside.
Crew 85 is Seton Hall. And Crew 79, that's Hudson River Rowing Association.
And then white,
Seton Hall and Hudson River
white shaft,
having a bit of a battle.
white shaft oars are 82.
The next crew with the white shafted oars, you don't normally see that, is Monmouth Junior Rowing Club from Red Bank, New Jersey. That's Monmouth Juniors. Crew 82 with the white shafted blades.
And then black top is
Next, coming around the corner, Swan Creek Rowing Club from Lambertville, New Jersey, is Crew 84. Just approaching Cambridge Boat Club.
oh wow, here comes
Crew 90 do have a good course. That's Row America Rye. They have a great program down there
wow.
in Rye,
Look
New
at
York.
90 passing the buoys into the rigger. 90 is on fire. They've passed a lot of boats.
This is Row America Rye with the white blades going past the Boat Club. And then Crew 86 with the red tops and one black top in there. That's Friends of Concord Crew from Concord, New Hampshire.
87 inside, 83 outside, 88 outside.
87, this is the CRLS crew who are boat just downstairs.
88 checkers is passing.
88, oh, it's a local battle. Boston Latin School and Cambridge Ringen Latin School
this is a battle.
battling each
Look at
other
this.
down the course.
Oh my gosh. So 88's going to get the inside of that next turn.
Hometown duel.
88's probably going to pull a Big 10 going through this bridge to try to pass. Yeah, that is an absolute duel.
This is our last crew here, St. Anthony's High School crew. from South Huntington, New York. Gentlemen, welcome to the Charles. Last half mile to go. Let's see you put your best strokes in for that last half mile, St. Anthony's. Here we go.
So the way this race often feels like is that you're going absolutely hard into you're almost delirious until the Harvard Boathouse. Then you have this big bend, and it's not that it's a rest, but you often have to get in line with these other boats passing this big. So it's a little bit of a different. It's hard to describe. But then once these boats come out of the turn, get through the bridge, everybody, it's a race to get to that next bend. And you see these crews, you can visibly see them raising their stroke rate and calling power 10s and 20s to get to that other bend for the final 500 meters of the race. And the wind's picking up even more, Nick.
Yeah, and our next race coming down the course, which you should see in a few minutes, this is the men's youth doubles. 50 entries in this event, Kevin. The record was set in 2022, just last year. So 2022 was a pretty good year for record setting as well. Good conditions.
There must have been flat water and overall tailwind, even though the wind is never the same direction on the whole course.
And why Quad Cities have a great youth sculling program. They won last year. They're back to defend their title this year. They're always a good program to watch in both men's and women's youth doubles.
Excellent. So, yeah, I'm looking at the trees. I guess it's a headwind here at the bridge. Nielsen Kellerman is the global leader in rowing performance electronics. Visit NK's Head of the Charles booth to experience our latest offerings. NK Link Logbook Team, Coxbox GPS, Coxbox Core, and the rest of our connected ecosystem of products and services. NK Nielsen Kellerman, which all the crews racing this weekend, good luck. So, this is the company that makes those electronic little devices that go in the boat so people can see their stroke ratings and their time and how fast they're going. Rival Kit is delighted to be the official kit partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Come and visit their pop-up shop, technical garments, and club kit at the Adager Row venue. That's the finish line, right? Adager Row?
It is, yeah, where all the vendor tents are.
Where all the vendor tents are.
And the bar.
And the bar, yes.
And the medal presentation area.
Yes.
Well, they all go together.
Absolutely.
Especially by the end of the day today.
Yes. I'm on an airplane to Italy at the end of the day.
You'll miss out on the bar and the medals.
Yeah, I'll wave to you from the sky.
Thank you.
Speak to Rival Kit about supplying your club's technical kit, or visit rivalkitusa.com to see the full range. Teddy Peanut Butter, the Head of the Charles, is pleased to announce again, have Teddy Peanut Butter as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. Here comes a boat. Teddy Peanut Butter is all natural and the perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes. Have you had your Teddy today? And that's the owner is a CBC member.
All right, so we've got the men's youth doubles coming up here, Kevin.
Okay. This is bout number one. They won Youth Nationals. Y Quad Cities, Moline, Illinois. Eamon Matlock, Fielding, Stalin. 18 and 17, and they have gained ground for sure on the next boat. The steering, yeah, these boats go relatively fast, and they're steering an excellent course. He's looking behind. Yeah, so the younger people tend not to use the mirrors. I'm personally a big fan of the mirror. He keeps looking to double check his course, which you have to do in the big turn. So they've gone way out. It's interesting when you're the first boat and you're way out like that because you don't have the competition. So it's sort of you're rowing in vacuum. It's a bit of a it's a mixed blessing. And now bow 3 is coming up. That's NRS, Vineland, Ontario, Canada. Not to be confused with Vineland, Newfoundland. That's Vineland, Ontario. So these are the Canadian double coming up. And now we have bow 2 Redwood Scullers from in the black tops from San Francisco Bay Area, rowing we're next to Stanford University. Number 2 is being chased by bow 5. That's California Yacht Club, Marina del Rey to Los Angeles. My old boat club. You see the bow person looking around. The bow person is always responsible for steering, so they turn their heads and check where they are every couple strokes here. On the inside here is Rivanna, Charlottesville, 6, number 6. And on the outside, 7, passing 6, Concord crew from Concord, New Hampshire. Again, this is youth doubles, youth men's doubles, 18 and under. So bow 10 is Cambridge Boat Club, CBC. On the inside, here's Cambridge Boat Club. They're having a very good race. Cameron Dunn, Nate Arsenault. And then bow 8 here on the outside is Miami Rowing Club, Miami, Florida. These people are often exhausted by the time they pass here. Number 4, Miami Beach Rowing Club, Miami. In the blue double. Youth men's doubles, 18 and under. Yeah. We often get surprises in the youth events. 14, number 14, Potomac. Wow, they've come up a lot. Number 14 is the next boat, Potomac. Behind Potomac is 9 is Row Boston. CRI. Row, yeah. Number 13 in the blue-black boat is number 13. That is Oak Neck Rowing Academy, Bayville, New York. Light blue is number 12. Gordon Rowing from Wenham, Massachusetts, on the north shore of Boston. Number 11, Resilient Rowing Club, Fairfax Station, Virginia. The white boat, number 16, they've come up. Port Jefferson Rowing Club, Long Island. Number 17 is chasing them, Beaver Creek Sculling, Charlottesville, Virginia. On the inside is number 20, Episcopal School of Dallas. Episcopal School of Dallas, number 20, in the white boat. Oops. And then number 15 on the outside here is Germantown Friends, GFS from Philadelphia. The red tops is number 18. Number 18, Star Rowing, Derby, Connecticut. 21, Oak Neck Rowing Academy, Bayville, New York. And we got a race here on 22 is the white boat, Malvern Prep. And they're passing 19 St. Mark's of Texas. So coming up in the yellow boat is 24, Maritime Rowing Club, East Norwalk, Connecticut, number 24. 29, Green Blades, Green Tops, White March Boat Club, Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. That's Philadelphia. They've overtaken 28, Norwalk River, Norwalk, Connecticut. 29 looking very strong from Philadelphia. So, and the red boat is 23 from Great Britain, the American School of London. They have a strong representation here. Red boat is from London. 26 Orange Top Orange Blades. That's Manhasset High School, New York. 25 and then 25 is the white boat. Port Jefferson Rowing Club on Long Island is number 25. Then number 30, St. Paul's School, Concord, New Hampshire. Number 30 coming up in the maroon tops. And we got a big gap before the next group.
So as in the other youth events, there are 5 medals for the top 5 places, as well as a U17 medal.
I heard that last night. I didn't know that. I always thought it was top 3.
Yeah.
But I heard last night that there was a medal for 5.
Depends on the number of entries. Bigger fields have more medals.
Yes. And we can't make specific comments on individuals rowing, but in general, you notice you see some of the people rowing this sort of newer style of technique of being very vertical at the front when you put your blade in the water, what we call the catch, and others the more traditional style. This is 33 in the blue boat rowing in front of us. This is Narragansett, Providence, Rhode Island. On the inside, 35 is on the inside in the green hats. That's Sora, Orlando, Florida. South Orlando Rowing Association. And then 27 in the green tops, that is Minneapolis Rowing Club. So 35 is past a number of boats to get to where they are. Everybody's having a good race here. It's very difficult with these young people to steer this course in what is for them a relatively fast boat. 37 is V Skulls. Blue is the yellow is Old Greenwich, Connecticut, V Skulls, and they're being pushed by 38. So they've had a duel all the way up this river from Switzerland. So the Swiss have been chasing the Americans all the way up the river. They've had a duel for 2.5 miles. Switzerland is Kusnacht, and then in front of us is 36. Rockland, Nyack, New York. And then we have another group coming up. So I suspect some of these deliberately take the turn wide to get a better line on the bridge, which you see happening here. That's the risk of taking a tight line on these buoys, that you end up really struggling to get around for the bridge. Here's 31 in the stripe blade. That's Riverside Boat Club. And they are being pushed by number 40. 40 is the Lincoln Park Boat Club, Chicago, Illinois. Lincoln Park, Chicago, Illinois. 40 is having a very strong race. There's 34 in the light blue. That's the Shipley School from Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania. The Shipley School. And in the black boat passing us is 43 Tideway Scullers, Thames from Great Britain. And then in the red boat is number 32, Bergen County, Ridgefield Park, New Jersey. 39 on our side, Lake Quinsigamon, Worcester. And then on the inside is 42. That has gained a lot of ground on 39. 42 is Cal Yacht Club again, Los Angeles. Nice to know the Cal Yacht Club is doing so well rowing there in Marina del Rey. They're looking at each other to maintain good distance and having a nice battle for the bridge there. 42 is trying to get the ahead for the turn. Next is 48. We're at the inside? On the inside, 48 Deerfield Academy, Deerfield, Mass. And then 41 on the outside. So 48's gained a lot of ground. 41 is the Kent School. So there you have Deerfield and Kent. 48's getting a lot of ground. And 45 in the red tops, that's Potomac Boat Club, Washington, D.C. With the white stars on the blades. Around the corner is number 50, Canada, Peterborough Rowing Club in Canada. Green tops, white boat. And Peterborough, I know, has a big rowing program. I've been there. Step back non-believers. we 47 green tops right by is Putney, Vermont. Chasing them are 49 in the blacktops. That's Brewster from Wolfboro, New Hampshire. So New Hampshire and Vermont are in competition here. Rowing a wooden boat, 47, that you don't see as much these days. Yeah, probably a King boat. And King now has this partnership with Wintech, one of our sponsors. 44 on the inside, crossing to the outside is Groton School, Groton, Mass. And then in the blue boat is 46. That's Oyster Bay Community Rowing. So 46 has gained on 44. Jockeying for position. Who's your sub? I think we're almost done. And I think I've gotten through all the announcements, Nick.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. I did all the announcements.
You did, I know.
We think that's the end of the race.
We do the next race.
We do the next race?
Yeah.
Oh, we do the next race? Okay, we do one more race, Nick and I. You'll have our saucy banter and spicy repartee. Nick and I love rusticating until the cows come home and rendering general asides about the world.
Kevin always loves rusticating.
I do. I rusticate a lot.
He's a rusticator.
We have a women's quad launching of some very famous people. They're so famous they've asked me to not identify them individually for fear of the fan crush for autographs.
All right, coming up next, we've got enough rusticating, Kevin. Let's get back to the racing.
Okay.
Too much rusticating.
But
the next race.
I just want to remind this women's quad, I'm sure they'll steer well, but they'll never steer as well as I do.
All right, back to the racing. Men's
Yes.
under 17 fours. We've
Wow.
the regatta's separated out U17s.
Yeah.
There's so much demand to get youth into the boats that we now have a U17 category
And
for the
effectively,
fours.
the other is effectively U19 because it's 18 and under.
Right.
Which is different from the spring racing, which is under 18.
Right.
So it's a slight different category.
Yeah. So yeah, U17 fours, 26 competitors we're expecting to see come down the course. This was just made into a separate event last year, and prior to last year, the U17 crews raced with the rest of the youth crews. So it's a way to make space in the timetable for U17 crews, and obviously there's demand. There's 26 crews racing in this category.
That's fantastic. It's really great that we're getting so many youth rowing. Hopefully we'll be able to row as well as the British someday, Nick.
Maybe one day.
Yeah.
So Miami Rowing Club, obviously new event last year. Miami Rowing Club set the record, 16 minutes 47 seconds. They're back this year to defend their championship. They were state champs, regional champs, youth national champs in men's U17. Oh, in the does that say in the double in our notes, Kevin? I think it does. So they've got some good quality rowers back this year. So it'll be interesting to see if they can defend their title. It's youth rowing, so it's all in the mix here.
Yes. Miami, obviously a very beautiful place to row. And some say to live. My wife keeps telling me she wants to live in Miami.
All right, and there's going to be 3 medals awarded. So it's a smaller field, 26 boats, so 3 medals in U17 fours.
Is it your turn to spot? I think you're spotting. Did I spot?
I spotted the last one.
Okay.
So yeah, Miami leads off the field. Their average age is 16, and they'll be chased down the field by Row America Rye, TriStar from Knoxville, Tennessee. I don't think we've seen a Tennessee crew yet this morning. Then bow number 4 is Friends of Brookline. And then Northfield Mount Herman at bow number 5. But yeah, our notes here say last year TriStar, who are starting bow 3 this year, they started at bow 19 last year and finished at bow 3. That just shows you.
That's impressive.
Yeah, how much the field changes year to year in these youth programs.
Now, are these are Coxed? No, these are straight. No, these are Coxed.
These are Cox fours. Cox fours.
Okay.
Yeah, Cox on board for all the youth boats for sweep boats have Coxes on board. It's let the kids focus on their technique, get good technique.
Right.
So all you parents, coaches, cousins, aunts, grandparents on the bridge, are you having fun yet? Are you having a good time? Awesome.
We're responsible for the sunny skies. We ordered them for you.
Kevin has influence in that direction.
Yeah, we are. Okay, here's a boat coming upstream now.
Bow number 2
Yeah.
coming into view. This is Row America Rye coming round the corner, steering a pretty nice course. This is why they have Coxes on board for these youth events. Get a really tight course. That's a really nice course.
Yeah.
And they've got a lot of space here as well. They're having a good race. They're out to make a statement here.
The next one is number 1. Wait.
So yeah,
number 3.
Row America Rye going past the boat club, going under the Elliott Bridge with half a mile to go, pushing hard for the finish. Go Row America Rye.
Pink Hat's number 3, and then number 1.
Next, coming around the corner and into view, we've got bow number 3. This is TriStar from Knoxville, Tennessee. This crew competed at Youth Nationals in July. They're excited for another round down the Charles after their 3rd place finish last year. Knoxville, welcome to the Charles. TriStar, welcome to the Charles. And then Bow number 1 in the white tops, blue boat. That's Miami Rowing Club.
Okay, we got, wow, number 5, passing number 4. There's maybe some close quarters there.
3-4s coming line abreast here as they approach the boat club.
And then number 7, passing all of them on the inside in the orange, is number 7.
On the inside, it's crew number 7 in the orange.
5 is passing 4, 7 is passing 5. 7 on inside, 5 middle, 4 outside.
5 in the middle of this sandwich. Crew number is Northfield Mount Herman.
That's an excellent job by the Coxed.
That is.
That is very difficult.
Nice coxing there to get all 3 boats through that bridge.
3 boats under the bridge. Excellent job. 7 racing for that next turn.
That was some good steering there by those young junior coxes.
I heard some voices under the arch, Nick. I'm sure that was all friendly banter.
Absolutely. I would expect nothing less.
Yes. Number 8.
Coming into view, we've got crew number 8. This is White Rock Rowing from Dallas. White Rock, welcome to Boston. Welcome to the Charles. You've got half a mile to go, boys. Let's push it hard. White Rock, now's your time. Let's see it happen.
Don't mess with Texas. Hi, Jonathan. I'm Kevin. I don't think I ever met you before.
I think so.
Where are you from?
Here, basically.
Oh, okay. It's my wife, Francisca.
Francisco, nice to meet
All right, a hole. We have a gap, which that can only mean a big bunch coming up next, generally, when there's a big gap.
Number 9 is yellow.
Yellow boat coming into view is East Grand Rapids from East Grand Rapids, Michigan. In this crew, they're all 15 and 16-year-olds in the yellow boat coming around the corner, East Grand Rapids.
I'm having a hard time. 12 is the white boat with the white shirt. White boat that's coming up next.
Crew 12 on the outside is Row, New Jersey, in the white boat, white shirts.
11 orange shirt is 11.
In the orange shirts, that's 11, Triangle Rowing from Raleigh, North Carolina.
15 is smoking on the inside, blue boat. 15.
And in 15 in the blue boat, hugging the buoy line, that's Greenwich Crew up from Connecticut.
But then 17 is getting
Some
on 15.
tight racing.
17 is getting on 15. Yeah, the blue, dark blue. 17.
And passing the boat club now, that's bow 17, Canisius from Buffalo, New York. The crew finished first at the New York State Championships.
Green boat 13.
And 13, it's Pittsford Crew from Pittsford, New York. They practice on the Erie Canal in western New York.
Next, boat number 10.
Crew 10 in the red tops at St. John's High School from Shrewsbury, Mass.
And 18 running them down.
Right behind them, Crew 18, Texas Rowing Center from Austin, Texas.
Wow. Okay, 14 on the outside, 22 on the inside. Smoking.
Another big gap here. So 22, it's the white boat, white shirts just coming into view around the corner. That's 22, who are Row America Rye, as we said before a few times. They have a great program for juniors, for kids, for youth.
Notice
So Row America Rye in the white boat.
14.
And 14, Manhasset High School from Manhasset, New York.
And 22, the coxswain was sitting up. And by the way, the men's boats are allowed to have women's coxswains. So we've seen that in this case. Some of these boats have women's coxswains. That's permitted. The women's boats are also allowed to have men's coxswains. You see it less often, but sometimes you do. Where did you coach? Where did you coach? Oh yeah. So 24 on the inside.
Crew 24 having a good race here.
Then 20 is
This
the black
is
boat.
OKC Riversport from Oklahoma City.
Black boat is 20.
And in the black boat, that's crew 20, which is SA Rowing Club from Roswell, Georgia.
And then 21 is passing 20.
And crew 21, Shrewsbury High School from Shrewsbury, Mass. in the white boat.
And then 19.
Crew 19 in the dark boat. That's St. John's College High School from Washington, D.C. St. John's, welcome to the Charles. Let's take it home, boys.
And then number 6 is the blue boat.
Crew 6, Glastonbury from Glastonbury, Connecticut.
And then 25 in the light blue.
And in the light blue tops, that's Oyster Bay Community Rowing. Oyster Bay and the light blue tops going past Cambridge Boat Club right now.
'16 coming up.
Coming around the corner in the white boat, this is Crew 16. This is Port Washington, New York. The Port Washington Freshman 8 won the New York State Championships this year. So this is Port Washington, New York crew, bow 16 in the white boat, going past Cambridge Boat Club at the moment.
First red boat, 26.
And in the red boat, 26, Holy Ghost Prep
From Philadelphia.
from Philadelphia.
My city.
Holy Ghost Prep going past Cambridge Boat Club now in the red boat.
23 is the second red boat.
23 is Medford, Mass. Medford High School started their rowing program in 2008. They're part of the Massachusetts Public High School League. They just recently started a sculling program too, and prior to that, sweep. Great to have them here at the head of the Charles. Welcome, gentlemen. All right, so we think that was all the men's under 17 youth fours. Next event will be women's youth fours. The women's youth fours are racing for the Tom Tiffany Trophy. Tom's back here. He was here yesterday, and yeah, he was here down in the boathouse yesterday, and I think he's going to be here today too.
I'd love to see
Tom was a long-time Cox at Cambridge Boat Club.
He had that coxswain's gruff voice. Gentlemen, it's time to row. Is he?
Tom Tiffany, I hear you're in the director's tent.
Hi, Tom.
Everyone up here on the balcony knows you, Tom. I'm glad to see you here at the head.
Well-known, legendary coxswain, Tom Tiffany. So are we signing off? Okay, everybody, we're passing the mics to Tom Pounds and Matt Costello. This is Kevin Gallier.
Jonathan Costello.
Jonathan Costello.
There might be a Matt song.
Oh, there was a Matt. Yeah, I'm confusing with Matt Costello and Elvis.
Elvis Costello? No, he's not here.
Nick Copley, thank you.
Kevin Gailey, thank you.
And until next year.
Until next year, indeed. All right, another crack team about to start their announcing. Here we go.
That was fun.
Hello, folks. Jonathan Costello returning to the mic. We have women's youth fours coming down the course any second now. They started at 10:43, so we should see them In about 2 minutes or so. As we get situated here, I will return to announcing in a second. Your pen or the pen for the book? It's actually a little bit warm with the sweater and the jacket. All right, folks. So again, the record-setting time for this course in this event was set in 2010. The Tom Tiffany Trophy, named after the coxswain we were just discussing, that was set by South Niagara Rowing Club with a time of 17:58, so just shy of 18 minutes.
All right. I've got a pronunciation for you. Event 58 out 75. It's an Irish crew with a really long name.
You know, the Gaelic ones, I'm either spot on or
Yeah.
Are they the guys who were downstairs yesterday?
Oh, probably. Yeah, I saw them.
I overheard some of that conversation. All right, folks, while we have a second here, I'd like to take a second to thank some of our sponsors. I think, first and foremost, I'd like to thank the Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation. Without them, this event would not be possible. So thank you to the DCR who manages the parklands that today's race takes place in. The head of the Charles has been in partnership with the DCR since 1965 and could not pull off the race without the incredible support we receive from their organization and hardworking staff. Thank you, DCR. I will say most of those were written like Friday at 10 p.m., so they're a little...
So read ahead a little bit.
Yeah, just make sure they're good before you actually read it live.
Good morning, CBC. Can't tell.
Give it a... yep.
So coming up the course shortly will be the women's youth fours. There will be 90 competitors in this race. The quality of the women's youth four event continues to rise and has attracted a strong, full competitive field. Greenwich crew from Connecticut won the event by 13 seconds last year, a pretty dominant showing. But it's hard to keep that dominance in youth rowing when the kids move on to college and new members join the program. With a large field, there are always surprises as crews move up from the back of the pack. This year's bow number 3, Newport, started at bow 73 last year and moved up to the 3rd place spot. Expect some tight racing. There are medals for the top 5 places. And the first crew is coming into view around the turn.
All right, folks, that is bow number 1 coming up the course.
Steering a terrific course, hanging those blades over the buoys.
And bow number 1, of course, that is awarded to the crew that came in first. So that is Greenwich Crew joining us from Coxed, Connecticut.
They have the benefit of perfectly clear water coming up the course, as long as nobody gets by them.
Then bow number 4.
It looks like the second crew coming into view is bow number 4, which is from Connecticut. 2 athletes from this crew raced in the straight pair in the 2023 Under-19 World Championships in Paris. They were 9th, and they're showing that talent here today, having moved past crews 2 and 3.
And we still haven't seen crew number 2, but coming around the corner having a battle right now is crew number 5 and crew number 3. Out in front is Phillips Exeter in the red hull with the red and black unis. That is Phillips Exeter from Exeter, New Hampshire, and they have overtaken Newport, joining us from Newport Beach, California. The Phillips Exeter boat, this is part of their club fall training program. Those of you who are locally involved with the youth sports rowing here in New England are familiar with the varsity spring programs, but many of these varsity spring programs also have fall club programs for off-season training and events like the Head of the Charles. And that's bow number 2 out in front.
And now in the white boat we see bow number 2 from NorCal. And 6 is approaching them fast from behind. And crew 6 is from Row America Rye, a strong program from upstate New York.
Yes, I can confidently say those people who have been watching the races this morning, you've seen a lot of strong performances from Row America Rye. They're a competitive program and a deep program as well. It's like 7, 8, 9 coming in order.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take it. And approaching the dock right now with the blue blades, black hull, that's bow number 7, Northfield Mount Herman, joining us from Mount Herman, Massachusetts. They've been rowing at the Head of the Charles for over 50 years. They've been a long-time institution here at the Charles. And behind them is bow number 8 in the yellow Empacher hull. That is Windsor, local favorite here, our neighbors just across the bridge. You're going to hear a lot of noise and fans for the Windsor crew as they approach Elliott Bridge. And right behind them, trying to hang on with the black unis and white hull, is bow number 9, Saugatuck. You can always spot the Saugatuck team because they have the very intimidating black unis, black blades, black hulls, black hats, everything. It's a very intimidating look to see them coming down the course. And in front of CBC now is bow number 11 with the orange. That's Triangle Rowing, joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina, named after the Research Triangle of North Carolina. And these crews have put a bit of a gap between them and the crews coming around the corner now. We have 2 crews coming up the course side by side.
See 12 in the white hull and 13 in the black.
And we have a battle coming up on the Boston side with the orange blades. Bow number 12. Bow number 12 is Pacific from San Francisco. On the Cambridge side is Cambridge, Ringe, and Latin rowing out of the CBC boathouse. They are fighting right now. Let's see how they come up. Let's make some noise for the local crew.
CRLS has taken some time back from number 12, and they have a beautiful line. They're lined up to take the inside of the turn around Belmont Hill. Well done, CRLS.
Yes, for those of you on this side of the bridge, the course takes a hard right-hand turn on the other side of the bridge. So CRLS will have an advantageous line for the next corner. And coming up now is bow number 17. 17 has moved up the pack. That is Culver from Culver, Indiana. They're returning to the head of Charles with an automatic qualifier after placing 18th out of 90 in last year's head of the Charles. They have overtaken and are leading bow number 10 in the blue hull, Ransom Everglades crew, joining us from Florida. It's a little nice to have this more Florida-esque weather today versus yesterday's weather. I'm sure the Floridians are enjoying it.
Oh boy, 3 across. Okay. There we go. 16.
And coming up to Cambridge Boat Club in the blue hull is bow number 16, OKC River Sport, joining us from Oklahoma City.
And 14 is next.
And right behind them, black hulls, bow number 14, Moorestown High School / Moorestown Rowing, joining us from Moorestown, New Jersey. And we have a large pack of 5 crews coming up the course, including 2 crews going pretty wide. So that quad on the dock, please be aware of the crews coming down the course.
20 is clear on the inside.
Out in front is bow number 20, rowing with the blue oars with the white tips. That's Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, joining us from Harvard, Massachusetts. And then having a battle, taking the course wide in the green hull, middle of the river, bow number 15, River City from Sacramento, California. With the crosshatch blades, but is bow number 19 on the Cambridge side. That is Nobles, as in Nobles and Greeno, joining us from Dedham, Massachusetts.
18 is on the white.
The other battle going on is bow number 18 in the Whitehall. Nareed joining us from New Jersey, being overtaken by bow number 21, Three Rivers from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Okay, so on the inside of this turn, on the inside we have 23, and on the outside we have 22.
And approaching us now on the Boston side, right by the orange buoys, is bow number 23, Gainesville area rowing, joining us from Gainesville, Florida. And they are overtaking bow number 22 with the red blades, Greenwich Academy from Greenwich, Connecticut. And they are side by side. It looks like Greenwich Academy is not giving up this battle, though. They are going back and forth by about 1 seat every other stroke. And approaching the Cambridge Boat Club now is bow number 25, Unionville, joining us from Pennsylvania. This is largely an intact crew from last year's performance. They only lost 1 athlete, so they should have another strong performance this year. And
They've passed number 24.
they've overtaken bow number 24 from Holy Names of Seattle, Wisconsin. Excuse me, Seattle, Washington.
26 is next in the white hull with the yellow shirts.
And with the yellow tops and white hull, leading the next pack of crews is bow number 26, Havergal, our first international crew of this event, joining us from Toronto. It's an all-girls school based out of Toronto, and this is their 40th year of having a rowing program.
27 is pushing them.
And right behind them, white shirts, white blades, is bow number 27, Milwaukee, from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The Milwaukee Rowing Club youth program practices on the Milwaukee River.
That's St. Catharines.
And bow number 30 is St. Catharines. Excuse me, Prince William crew. They are out of Woodbridge, Virginia. They are rowing with St. Catharines blades, though. It is easy to mistake crews when they are using borrowed equipment.
29 is next.
Approaching us now, bow number 29. I think I can say without looking at my notes that based on the Texas flag blade and Texas shirts,
That was screwed up.
that is Texas Rowing Center.
Oh, these were mistakes, right?
Yeah, that's got to be mixed up.
So this is 28.
And approaching us now is bow number 28 with the blue blades, blue shirts, white tops.
Honestly, I think that one's Milwaukee because I thought it said MKE.
Does it have anything on the blades?
No, they're just blue blades.
They've put a bit of a gap between themselves and the next cruise.
Which is 31.
Just a reminder for the spectators on the bridge and the shoreline, this is a 90 crew event, so we're only about a third of the way through the competitors. Approaching us now is bow number 31 with the blue blades. That is Port Rowing out of Port Washington, New York. Yeah, so we're sheltered here. Yeah.
Okay, we've got 32 followed by 34.
And approaching us now, out in front with the dark unis and black and white blades, is bow number 32. This would be Nashville from Nashville, Tennessee. They're trying to hold off bow number 34, White Rock Rowing from Dallas, Texas, in the red shirts, red hull, rowing with the blue and white blades.
It is 35 is going wide. 37's on the inside.
And approaching us now, going wide around the corner on the Cambridge side, is bow number 35, Norwalk River, from Norwalk, Connecticut. And on the inside of the turn, on the Boston side, is bow number 37, St. Ignatius, Chicago, from Chicago, Illinois. This is the first appearance in the Head of the Charles with this lineup. They successfully raced at the 2023 SRAA Nationals with this lineup. And we have another large pack of crews coming up the course. Currently we have 3 across. Out in the front of the pack is bow number 36, Via Maria Rowing from Pennsylvania. And we have a battle. Oh, it looks like we might have a little bit of stroke seat on bow deck conflict here. Out in front on the buoy line is bow number 41. They've moved up the pack. That's Glastonbury from Glastonbury, Connecticut with the blue and white blades.
40 inside them.
They've overtaken bow number 40 in the middle of the pack. That's Friends of Brookline from Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts.
33
Right by the Cambridge dock, bow number 33 with the blue hull is bow number 33, Blood Street Skulls.
and 38 is pushing by.
And pushing past them on the Boston side with the yellow and maroon blades. Bow number 38, the Twin Cities Youth Rowing Program from Eden Prairie, Minnesota.
and 39.
And in the back of the pack, approaching the bridge now, bow number 39, TriStar from Knoxville, Tennessee. This is their second time competing in the Women's Youth 4 event.
Okay, another good battle on the buoy line. 49 on the inside. 45 on the inside. 45 passing 42.
Approaching us now, we have a battle. We have bow number 45 overtaking bow number 42. Bow number 45, Cambridge Ridge and Latin. We're going to hear some noise from them as they are a local Cambridge crew. They're overtaking bow number 42, South Jersey Rowing Club.
Way to go, CRLS.
That is CRLS in the yellow M-Pocker with a nice, long, smooth, controlled stroke.
Good for them. All right.
This wasn't even their top boat in this event, right? Didn't they have one earlier?
I think they might have. 44 coming.
And approaching the Cambridge dock now is another local favorite, the Buckingham Brown and Nichols crew, bow number 44. That's BB&N with the crosshatch blades and the dark hull.
Only, I don't think that's right. I don't think that Those aren't BB&N unis. I think it might be. This is wrong.
Yeah.
The notebook is wrong.
All right.
So 46 is. I think 46 is that BB&N?
46 Cambridge wouldn't allow.
So we have some errors in our bookkeeping here. Number 46 passing into the Elliott Bridge now is CRLS. Give them a big cheer.
I apologize for any confusion earlier. We seem to have a misprint in some of our material.
We have 48.
In front of us now is Leander, joining us from Hamilton, Canada.
You got 2 pages there, I think. Oh, no, there. Okay.
Looks like they're all off by one.
This is 43. 43.
And in front of us now is bout number 43, South Jersey Rowing Club.
Yeah, they screwed this up. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
This part of this book is directly sourced from this material. So I have no idea how that's even possible.
49 is in the blue hall.
And joining us now in the front of the pack, bout number 49, Newton Country Day in the front.
Challenged by 54 on the buoy.
Being challenged by bout number 54 on the orange buoy line, Green Lake Crew from Seattle, Washington. On the Cambridge side, right by our dock, Academy of Notre Dame from Pennsylvania. And in the rear of the pack, Frederick Gun School from Warren, Connecticut.
And 53.
And in the turquoise boat, leading the back of the pack, bow number 53, Bedford Crew from Bedford, New Hampshire. Yeah, so like this grid is sourced directly from the spreadsheet that is used to produce
Yeah,
this.
I wonder how
Like it's a hyperlinked smart Google Doc. You know, like this should be impossible for this to be off.
And yet.
And it was printed Friday. Yeah, we got this.
Yeah.
Sure, we got it.
Coming towards CBC along the buoy line. We have number 51. They're being passed by number 57.
Bow number 51, that is Hudson River Rowing Association. And bow number 57 is Orchard Lake St. Mary's Crew, joining us from Michigan. And in front of Cambridge Boat Club right now, bow number 59, that is the Princeton National Teams Rowing Association slash Mercer program.
Okay, here comes it.
And we have a large pack of crews coming around the corner now, so I'm just going to announce them as we identify them.
58 is in yellow.
In yellow is bow number 58, the Huron Rowing Association out of Ann Arbor.
And they've moved past number 47.
They are
Black Hull
moving
on the
past
outside.
number 47 in the Black Hull. That's Kearney High School from Kearney, New Jersey.
55 in the white hull.
As well as bow number 55 right on the buoy line. That's bow number 55, Fairpoint Crew Club.
56 is in the white hull with the blue. crew.
With the white hull standing alone, bow number 56, Lincoln Park Boat Club. They are
61 fishing up.
right behind them, making a big move, is bow number 61, Narragansett Boat Club out of Narragansett, Rhode Island, in the black hull with the blue striped unis. Behind them, bow number 60, Covenant of the Sacred Heart. They join us from Greenwich, Connecticut. So, as you can see, with youth events, often this happens where the crews tend to get clumped together, and then we have large gaps. So many things can happen with youth crews. There's such a variety of skill and talent levels, as well as athletes can graduate from year to year, changing the anticipated speeds of the crews.
I think we're back on track. These all look good lines. 60 New Indianapolis. Yes, we're back. These are good now. Down to St. Mary, spot checks.
Especially for people who are more novice
Wilmington. Yeah.
coaches or rowers or announcers.
Okay.
It'd be very helpful if you're like, oh, there it is.
Okay, we're good from here. We're back. We're back on. This'll work.
And folks, we have a few more crews approaching us, coming around the corner. I will identify them as they come closer.
Its first crew is 63. Duxbury.
Out in front, bow number 63, the Duxbury Bay Maritime School, joining us from the South Shore of Massachusetts. They join us from Duxbury, Massachusetts. They are leading the pack of, looks like 5 crews coming around the corner.
So it's 66 on the inside.
In the first clump of boats on the Boston side, right by the buoy line, is bow number 66. Bow number 66 is Northampton Community Rowing from Northampton, Massachusetts.
That's 62.
In the middle of the pack, in the black boat, is bow number 62. St. John's College High School from our nation's capital, Washington, D.C.
That's 64.
And they have moved ahead, or not really ahead of, they're more just moving to get a more superior race line ahead of bow number 64 in the red hull. That is Arlington Belmont Crew.
That's 70 holding off.
Now we have bow number 70 holding off bow number 71. Out in front, Connecticut Boat Club holding off Annapolis Junior Rowing Association in the white hull with the blue and yellow blades.
All right. Now we've got in the black on the outside is 68.
Approaching us now, bow number 68 in the black hull. That's Lawrenceville from Princeton Junction, New Jersey.
And they've just gone by 65.
They've overtaken bow number 65 of Rowe, New Jersey.
And
That's
67 is pushing up on 65.
And in the middle of the pack there, it looks like bow number 67 with the yellow tipped boat is trying to overtake bow number 65. So that's Central Ohio. Central Ohio is based out of Columbus, and they represent over 20 different schools in the Columbus area.
This is number 69. CCHS.
Any idea what that stands for?
No.
I got it here. And approaching us now with the white hull is CCHS, Cathedral Catholic High School, joining us from San Diego, California. Average age of this crew is 16 years old.
Okay, we have 72 with 76 close behind them.
And approaching Cambridge Boat Club now, out in front of this pack of crews, is one Arlington Rowing of Arlington, Virginia, bow number 72, ahead of
76?
71?
76.
Ahead of bow number 76, which is Row LA, joining us from Marina Del Rey, California.
And then 74 just behind.
And behind them, with the light blue unis and blades,
74.
bow number 74, Philadelphia City Rowing.
And 73 just behind them.
And right behind them, with the blue hull, is bow number 73, Pinecrest from Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
So then we're going to have 77 all by themselves in the green, with the green blades.
And then all by themselves approaching Cambridge Boat Club now with the very distinctive green blades, green hull, green unis. That is East Bay Rowing from Barrington, Rhode Island.
And then with the yellow blades, we have number 75.
With the yellow blades, that would be St. Mary's approaching Cambridge Boat Club now. St. Mary's Bayview, joining us from East Providence, Rhode Island. They have what appears to be some sort of cross on their blades. It's a very distinctive blade design. St. Mary's Bayview will celebrate its 150th anniversary and their crew team's 25th anniversary this year. Welcome to the Charles. Glad you could celebrate it with us here on this beautiful afternoon.
81 with 71 behind. 81.
And coming towards us now, approaching Elliott Bridge with the black, yellow, and burgundy blades is Pittsford crew, bow number 81. And trailing them with the blue blades, Dark Hull, bow number 79, Oyster Bay Community Rowing.
And they've gotten by 78 just behind them.
They have passed Bishop Ireton High School out of Alexandria, Virginia. That is the crew with the dark hull and the red blades who seem to have a bit of a syncopation issue going on now as bow number, is that 80 on them? Whoops. Oh, they've stopped rowing. Looks like they may have caught a crab as,
Hit a buoy, probably.
oh, they may have hit a buoy. Yes, I can see one of the buoys is out of alignment now. As bow number 82, so Stonington Rowing is overtaking them. That's Stonington, Connecticut.
83.
Oh, and just crossed out of the buoy line, unfortunately. That might be a penalty. Bow number 83 is Archbishop Carroll from Pennsylvania.
And 80 behind them.
And behind them with the yellow and black blades, St. Anthony's joining us from New York. So for those spectators, as we were discussing earlier, it's a common strategy to try to put your riggers over the buoys. As long as your hull stays inside the buoys, that's part of the course. However, by doing that, you run the risk of having your blades getting tangled within the cable that anchors the buoys in place. And I'm afraid that's what we may have just witnessed happen to that youth crew.
84 is in the white hull.
Approaching us here at CBC now in the white hull, that would be Radnor Girls High School crew from Wayne, Pennsylvania.
And 85 on the inside in the white hull, white and 80
On the
outside.
Boston side, right by the buoy line, that is Gentle Giant. Gentle Giant rowing program out of Somerville, Massachusetts. They row on the Mystic, and Gentle Giant, the corporation, is one of our official sponsors here at the Charles. They are trying to hold off Concord crew of Concord, New Hampshire in the middle of the river as they enter the bridge. Right, looks like blade over blade. It should be a good battle on the other side entering the Belmont Hill dock corner.
89.
Approaching us now with the blue and high-vis yellow unis is bow number 89, Resilient Rowing Club from Fairfax Station, Virginia.
90 is behind them, but they're not quite the last boat up the course. It looks like 80. I think that's. Hold on, that's 90 first and 86 behind them, I think.
And approaching us now, I believe I can hear some fans on the bridge identifying which crew is approaching us. This is bow number 90, Westford Community from Westford, Massachusetts. It's a high school rowing team from the Westford Academy.
Oh, 87. So 86.
Approaching us now in front of Cambridge Boat Club is bow number 86. That's Greenwich Country Day from Greenwich, Connecticut.
St. Mark's, a local favorite, is behind them.
And trailing behind them with the white blades appears to be bow number 87, St. Mark's. That's of Southborough, Massachusetts. This is the first time St. Mark's has sent a crew for this event in many years. It's comprised mostly of seniors who are looking forward to rowing down the Charles this year.
Oh, yeah, there it is, yeah. What is this? It doesn't have a...
All right, folks, so that was the conclusion of event number 55, the Women's Youth Fours event. The next event is the Director Challenge Women's Quad. We have 36 competitors, start time of 11:20, with a course record of 16:54, set in 2017. This boat crossing in front of us might be part of the competition. We're not sure. They do not have an identifying bow marker. So this event is always a fun event to watch with quick boats coming down the course, and athletes are out to make a statement and obviously to gain bragging rights. Also watch out for costumes. This being a Director's Challenge event, it's a little more fun, and people like to embrace the Halloween spirit. Bout number 1, the rampaging bridge crashers from Riverside Boat Club had the fastest raw time last year. And then the CBC bout number 3 were overall winners after adjusting for age handicaps. So let's have some fun with this next event, and we will take a moment to thank one of our sponsors while we have some time between our events. Let's find a good one. Here's a product I am personally a big fan of: Teddy Peanut Butter. The head of the Charles is pleased to once again have Teddy Peanut Butter as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. Teddy Peanut Butter is all natural and perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes. Have you had your Teddy today?
Stir and enjoy.
They roast their peanuts right off the Mystic River. So if you're ever up there for a row and want to get very hungry mid-practice, you can thank Teddy Peanut Butter.
Owned by rowers, making peanut butter for rowers. Just getting ready to leave the Cambridge dock is the CBC Junior, the CBC Youth Double. You'll see when they shove off, they have the number 1 bow marker, and this is a crew that'll be fun to watch as they come up the course. It's a new combination this year, but I understand that they're at least as fast as last year's entry.
Yes, and those watching at home who may not know the specific rules of Head of the Charles, your number 1 seeded bow marker is awarded to the crew who won the previous year. So anyone in the top 3 or 4, it's always a good bet that they will have a strong performance year over year. I'll take another moment here to thank WBUR. WBUR is the official radio partner of the Head of the Charles. Be sure to stop at the booth at the Weld exhibition venue. That is towards the Harvard boathouses for everyone on land. To enjoy and thank WBUR. And be sure to tune in to 90.9 FM, Boston's NPR news station.
Let's give our CBC Youth Double a cheer as they shove off the dock and head down to the starting line. Go CBC!
Yeah, let's make some noise on the bridge.
Actually, the stroke of that boat is she's a current student at Exeter.
Oh, really?
And she's rowing down here.
Yeah.
Yeah. She rowed here for the summer and had a lot of success, so she decided to stick around.
Really turned the programs around there since they got the new boat out. So I'm so happy for what they're doing now.
Up at Exeter?
Dexter and Southfield.
Oh, no, Exeter.
Exeter,
Yeah.
yeah. Wow.
Yeah, so she's coming all the way down from Exeter to row.
Yeah, I was going to say that's
It's a commitment, but she's fast.
I was wondering if that quad, the double boat, no, the quad that went by, if that was from an earlier event and they just missed their start.
Sometimes they do sort of ceremonial road crews, just commemorative or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if they're doing that, you think
They'd spell it, yeah.
tell
did the Four Horsemen a couple years ago, they made a big deal of it.
Yeah, and like the Great Eight was another one where I think we had a whole page written about them.
Exactly right.
So, folks, those of you up on the bridge, I'm sure you can feel it just as well as we can. The announcing booth is up here on the roof of Cambridge Boat Club. The wind is starting to swirl around a little bit. It used to be a pretty steady breeze coming from the west going towards the east, which is helpful for the coxswains, not fun for the rowers, but it's helpful to have a consistent direction for the wind. Swirling wind is going to be a challenge, especially for some of the youth events we have coming up. We're always hoping that there will never be any sort of blade on blade or blade on deck action or collisions or you know, God forbid, any collisions with the land or docks, but it's always possible once the wind is a unknown variable. We do see our first competitor of this event coming down the course now. So for those of you watching, again, the reminder, event 56, Directors Challenge Women's Quads, and we have 36 competitors in this event. Course record set by Shimano in 2017, just shy of 17 minutes with a time of 16:54. And
these are the rampaging bridge crashers approaching Elliott Bridge now. This would appear to be their last chance to live up to their name. Let's see how they do. Go RBC, go Stripes. Now they've put a big margin on the field, but remember this event is age handicapped. So they may have a lot of time to make up with some crews behind them who have some more years in the crew.
And I will say, just from observation here, they do have a very good line entering and exiting Elliott Bridge. For those new to quad rowing, there is no coxswain. The bow man or woman has a lever attached to their footplate, and that's the only way they can control any sort of rudder. But on a course like the Charles, much more important than any rudder is the strength being applied by the rowers. In front of us now is bow number 4. They are a combination lightweight alumni crew from the Arco Training Center.
And they've gotten by bow number 2, which is a combo crew, College Club of Seattle, Potomac, and Sarasota.
Yes, that is in the high-vis pink.
And then bow number 3, a local favorite. This is a Cambridge Boat Club crew made up of CB Sands Boer, Jennifer Sachek Ward, Bethany Grant, and Christine Collins. All of them with a distinguished rowing career. Oh shit! It's my mic's off.
So it seems like we are having a little bit of technical problem with one of the microphones.
Am I back in action?
All right, folks, I think we have 2 announcers back now, so apologize if you lost any of the information being shared.
That's number 5.
In front of us now is bow number 5, a combination crew from Cambridge and Riverside. You know, we're all family here on the Charles. We have Mary Mazio, Cynthia Mathis, Tina Vandersteel, and Alexis Sneff-Belikovsky.
And number 7 in all black is Dolphin from West Coast crew from San Francisco, Marin, and North Bay. They are the Bay Area division of the Arrogant Sculler Society.
Yes, which does have an abbreviation there that we're not going to spell out for you because we are being recorded for the live broadcast.
Number 8 in the white hull is a Greenwich crew. This also looks like a combo crew, Greenwich, unaffiliated, plus Upper Valley Rowing.
Two of the athletes actually rowed together in the 80s at Mount Holyoke College. In the high-vis yellow shirts, we have bow number 6. This is an unaffiliated crew, but they represented the United States at the Sydney Olympics. That is the year 2000 Olympics, finishing in 5th. They haven't rowed together since their final in Australia.
But they look like they've never missed a stroke.
Yes, there's something about riding a bike, rowing a quad. You just fall back into it. And coming in front of the boathouse now is bow number 9, all black. This is another combination crew and an international crew. We have rowers from Atlanta, Ottawa, and Toronto coming together. And as we were discussing how this is a age-weighted event, the average age of this crew is 58 years old. They're not the oldest nor the youngest, but we've also had crews where the average age is 30 years old. So it does come into play when you are calculating the finish line times.
Coming into view now with an absolutely perfect course is Cambridge Boat Club. This is Molly Watkins, Lisa Pierce, Lorea Wetton, and Kristen Miller.
With looks like pink and what would you call that? Teal rainbow unis. It's a very distinctive look.
Well steered Cambridge, well rowed.
And in the high visibility yellow with the white hull, that is bow number 10, a combination crew from Riverside, Independence Rowing of Nashua, New Hampshire, and from Hooksett, New Hampshire.
And number 12. Another local favorite, these are the Lucky Charms. They compete
yes.
around the world. It's Tracy Glover, Karen Reynolds, Ann Boucher, and Margarita Zeza.
We also saw them compete yesterday in the 8. It's always a distinctive look when you have rowers wearing different colored unis and kits, but it's all on a consistent theme.
Go Lucky Charms.
And easily identifiable, we have CRI unis, CRI blades, and CRI hull. I'm willing to bet bow number 13 is Community Rowing, Inc. Yes, they are. They've been rowing together since 2016.
In pink is 16.
17, and 24. And coming down the course now in pink, we have Lake Washington. This quad won the San Diego Crew Classic. And chasing them, bow number 17.
Is Station L from Portland, Oregon. They have a big group out here this year. They row on the Willamette.
And they're named after where their original boathouse used to be, Station L, owned by General Electric. It was a power plant.
Next up the course, having moved by many crews, is the Duxbury Bay Maritime School.
They're motoring.
They have passed a lot of crews. Is it 14 or 24? I apologize. We're looking at 14. Also Duxbury Bay.
This one's 15.
And following them is the College Club Seattle. College Club has put in an impressive showing with a number of victories in yesterday's events. Maybe they were enjoying the rainy weather.
It looks like 22 Riverside.
This is 22. Yes.
And approaching us now with the always identifiable horizontal striped unis, striped blades. That's Riverside, our neighbors downriver. This is a mix of European and U.S. rowers who row out of Riverside.
They take great pride in their steering, and they're putting on a good show today. Passing us now is number 19 in a black hull with white oars. We understand that this is Marin, but that's not Marin's traditional colors.
On the Charles, sometimes crews will borrow equipment that is not traditionally associated with their club. So this may be a situation where they're borrowing blades.
A fine-looking crew in any case.
And in front of us now, bow number 21.
Another entry from Station L. Take it home, Station L. Number 20 is coming into view. This, I believe, is the second entry in this event from Duxbury Bay Maritime School. And number 27 is Founders Rowing from Dallas, Texas, and they've made up a lot of ground on the field. When you
24, and then it's CRI flying up on the inside. 31.
When you see a number 27 behind a number 20, it means they've made up a lot of ground.
Then on the outside of the turn, we have bow number 24, Duxbury Maritime Rowing, and they are being overtaken by bow number 31, San Diego Rowing Club, on the Boston side. Oh, looks like we're very close to having a little bit of blade-on-blade contact as San Diego overtakes.
Very nice course by San Diego. You see they cut into the inside for the next turn. They're steering that like locals.
23. And in the bright pink hats, bow number 23. This is a combination Sarasota, Chinook, CRI crew. They're identifying themselves as the Cotton Candy crew. That makes more sense.
And in the Dayglow green is number 18. This is Maguntacook from Camden, Maine. Welcome to the head, Maguntacook.
We have two crews approaching us now. The bowman has lost their number on the crew in front. The bright pink crew is Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover, New Hampshire. And they are trailing bow number 32 with the yellow and black unis. That is Newport Aquatic Center joining us from Newport Beach, California, not to be confused with Newport, Rhode Island. And the crew approaching us now, who has made some progress working their way through the pack. Bow number 35. It's a combination crew from BIAC and Maguntacook.
Go Bayak.
Approaching our dock now, again, those distinctive Charles River icons, the CRI rowers in the red hull, red blades, red unis. That is bow number 26, CRI, right by the buoy line. And also CRI right on their tail. Closer to the Cambridge side is CRI, bow number 33, 29 and 33.
28 in blue behind.
In the blue unis trailing behind them. Bow number 28, that's a Duxbury Bay Maritime School crew.
And 26, another CRI crew.
And chasing Duxbury is yet again another CRI crew.
34 is the yellow crew.
And those of you here on the shore or on the bridge can actually see the gusts of wind crossing the Charles as it hits these rowers. Approaching Cambridge Boat Club now in the high-vis unis with the yellow and blue blades. That is bow number 34, a combination crew from Independence Rowing Club and Great Bay Rowing Club. They are the Live Free or Die crew, or spelled OAR. And that is, of course, Great Bay from Dover, New Hampshire, and Independence Rowing from Nashua, New Hampshire. Our friends to the north who love to live free or die.
36. And approaching CBC now are the Delta Days from Delta, British Columbia. Two of this crew have attended the regatta before in person, and they all participated in the virtual regatta, something easier to do from British Columbia. But welcome back to you all. Yeah.
All right, again, thank you for joining us here on the Charles. We always like to see international crews join us. Our next event is the Women's Youth Coxed Force. So again, these are Women's Youth Coxed Quads. So these are crews that have 4 scullers each and a coxswain. However, we do have to make a short announcement regarding race operations. Those folks on the Boston shoreline, can you hear us? Boston shoreline, folks. We can see several of you who are standing in front of a orange and black pillar. We need you to move back from that. That is one of our official timing posts. So the team here on the roof of CBC has to have a direct line of sight to that to be able to make sure we get the times correct. So if you folks wouldn't mind just moving back behind the tape, we would deeply appreciate that. Thank you.
Returning to the dock now, we have a CRLS crew back from the race. Well done. So time for another word from our sponsors. Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Erg on the real-time loop on Concept 2's free erg data app to race on a course that's never closed. Stop by the Concept 2 booth to check it out. Concept 2 has revolutionized the sport of rowing with its ergometers and its oars. It's hard to overestimate, the impact that Concept 2 has had on our sport. So we are all in their debt.
Yes, I, as well as most people here, I think can speak personally to the fact that I have spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours using Concept 2 equipment. So again, folks, next event is event number 57. Start time was 11:38. The course record was set in 2019 by Danske Students Root Club. So that's a German rowing club, and that time is just over 18 minutes with a time of 18:09. We have 50 competitors who are joining us almost immediately. We can see the first 2 crews coming around the course. The crew out in front has a fantastic racing line, putting oars over buoys.
That is Nereid from Rutherford, New Jersey. And they have held off number 2, the Redwood Scullers. Both of these programs are very, very strong youth programs. And Nereid has done a nice job in being able to hold that buoy line and to keep bow number 2 from pushing them wide. Well done.
Yes, that's an excellent course. An experienced coxswain on this course can easily cut off more than 100 meters of the total length. And we have a dense pack of crews coming around the corner now. We will announce them as they get closer to CBC and the Elliott Bridge.
Coming up next, there's a good bit of space between number 1 and number 2 and the rest of the field, but the next bow up the course is number 7.
Wow.
This is the Notre Dame Rowing Club from Welland, Ontario. So they've made a big push into the field. They've passed a number of crews up at this point, and they have free sailing to the finish line.
The initial results coming out on Regatta Central do not have the CBC times recorded yet. However, the initial results through Riverside and Weld seem to show Redwood Scullers in first, Nereid in second, and Notre Dame Rowing Club in third. So these crews are all in a great fight to see who gets on top.
So we have crews 3, 4, and 5 passing CBC now. Number 3 is Row America Rye. They've been passed by number 4, St. Catharines, which is on the Boston shore, and they're being pushed by Los Gatos Rowing Club, an old club of mine. Well done, Los Gatos.
Yes, Los Gatos looks to have a great angle for the next turn right past the Belmont Hill dock. Approaching us now is bow number 6. That's a Long Beach Junior crew. This includes members of the 4 from the Southwest Regionals who placed third at Regionals and raced in Nationals. So that's an experienced racing crew coming down the Charles. And they've put a sizable amount of space between them and the next pack of boats. Approaching us now.
Number 9 is the Kent School from Kent, Connecticut. Kent has a long, long tradition of rowing on both the men's and the women's side. And that's a fine-looking Kent crew passing us now.
It does look like, with the results coming out now, it looks like that Notre Dame crew, the bow number 7, through CBC, they put on a strong push so that they have the favored time entering the last stretch of the river.
Approaching us now is White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. Is that right?
And approaching us with the red hull now, right in front of CBC,
Hockaday from Dallas.
is Hockaday from Dallas, Texas. That's an all-girls school located in Dallas. And it looks like we have a battle coming around the corner. We have 2 crews side by side. As we can see their bow numbers, we will identify them for you.
We have Miami Beach, number 13, passing on the inside, and they've moved by Camp Randall. You'll notice that the passing crew has the right of way to take the inside of that long, long turn that they're just completing here.
Yes,
and it looks like bow 13 has taken full advantage.
The rules of the head of the Charles require that the faster crew has the right of way. So if a crew has a slower pace and they're in front, they must yield to the faster crew and allow the faster crew to have the race line. Now, that can result in some impolite communications between coxswains, particularly, and things can get tense around some of the corners of the head of the Charles.
Enjoying some clear water here is Maritime Rowing Club from East Norwalk, Connecticut.
Yes, when you are spread out from the other crews, it's actually a much easier row, and you can result in having a faster time. If you're struggling by fighting with other crews for race lines, or right behind another fast crew, you can actually end up putting your blades inside what's called a puddle. A puddle is the small wake and vortex created by another crew's oars. As we look upriver, we can see there are 3 crews having a fight right by the buoy line.
So
out in front, that looks to be
Texas Rowing Center is in the front, and,
yes,
and
always
number
easy to
15
spot.
behind them is Oak Neck Rowing Academy, trying to squeeze between these crews. And if they can pull that off, they will have a brilliant line. But they will have a challenge trying to avoid interference here.
And we also have Minneapolis Rowing Club here on the Cambridge side with the green and white blades. It looks like the Coxons have taken the slightly safer route to spread out a little bit, entering the bridge. I think that's the wiser decision rather than risking your race for a fraction of a second. And then in front of CBC right now is bow number 18. That is Argonaut Rowing Club.
From Toronto, Ontario.
They have a very large junior program up in Argonaut. They come down, I think, every year for the Heather Charles, and you'll often see them at other international competitions. We have, it appears to be 4 crews coming around the course. Unless that one's docking. I think, is that a Nobles crew docking?
Oh, it might be. 26 is on the inside, 20 is on the outside.
Excuse me, we have 3 crews coming around. There does appear to be a 4th crew that is coming up docking. Crews on the outside of the green buoys, they are entering docks. Out in front is bow number
26.
Bow number 26.
That's Tideway, I think.
Tideway Scullers joining us from London. They row on the Thames. It looks like they're having a very good row. I really like the look of their form.
They've passed a number of crews. This crew contains members who've won at national level regattas in the UK. Well done, Tideway.
And right behind them is bow number 20 from New York, and they've overtaken bow number 19, Maritime Rowing Club from East Norwalk, Connecticut.
20.
With the orange blades right in front of Cambridge Boat Club. That's Germantown friends joining us from Philadelphia.
24 CRI, they've passed.
On the Boston side, right by the buoys in the red, that's bow number 24, CRI. They have overtaken a Narragansett crew joining us from Providence. The CRI crew is the CRI's varsity girls quad, so they are an experienced competitive group. With the white hull and the coxswain in the high-vis orange, that's bow number 17. Bow number 17 is Ridley College. So that is Ridley College of St. Catharines, Ontario.
Go Ridley.
And coming across right now in front of Cambridge Boat Club is bow number 22 with the red hull. That is Holy Names from Seattle, Washington. Holy Names is a private, all-girls Catholic school. They have a rowing team of about 100, so that's almost 20% of their total student bodies on their rowing program.
And right behind them is number 25. That's from Row Boston. That Row Boston is a program that rows out of CRI, and it's built a great tradition here in Boston. Well done, Row Boston.
Yes, Row Boston's a fantastic program for outreach to the Boston public school system. And in front of us now is bow number 28. That is Riverside, another Cambridge local favorite. Go Stripes.
And 31 has pushed into the field. This is a crew from Connecticut. This is an experienced crew, 3 rowed at the Youth National Championships last spring. Looking very sharp here this afternoon. Just this afternoon.
Barely, I know. I've been saying afternoon all morning. And we have 2 crews coming down in front of us now. Looks like they may have competing race lines, but they're staggered enough that it shouldn't be a problem. Out in front is bow number 27. That is Petty from Princeton Junction.
But they are being pushed hard by number 32 that's made up 5 spots in the field.
NorCal crew from Redwood City, California. They look like they're putting on a move as they enter the bridge here to try to overtake so that they can have the best line going into the finish. And as we look up course, we have about three crews bunched together coming around the corner.
36 on the inside in the lead. 35 just behind them in the blue boat on the outside. And 30 on the way outside north.
On the inside of the turn, right by the buoy line, we have bow number 36. So that's Great Bay Rowing from Dover, New Hampshire. So they are wearing the black unis with the white and red diagonal sash. They have overtaken bow number 35 in the middle of the pack there, who is South Jersey Rowing Club from New Jersey. And they are right in front of bow number 30, Manhasset High School from Manhasset, New York, in the orange unis with the orange blades, with the, I guess you'd call that a brown hull. These crews are all right in front of another pack. We have two crews right together out in front with the high-vis hats and blue unis, white hull.
That's Riverfront Recapture number 29, but
Yes.
they are being pushed very hard by number 39 on the buoy line, and that's Norwalk River from Norwalk, Connecticut. They are going to have some navigation choices to make as they go through that Elliott Bridge.
Now, Norwalk, all of the girls in this boat competed in Youth Nationals this year. So I think we're going to have a Connecticut showdown as they exit the bridge here. It looks like Riverfront Recapture may have better positioning for the next turn, but can they hold off that Youth National boat? And with the red unis approaching CBC, trying to hold off two other crews, that's bow number 33. They are Bergen County Rowing Club. This is a U-17 quad that raced at Youth Nationals in Sarasota this year.
And they're being followed by number 38.
They also have a freshman in their bow.
Number 38 is Gordon Rowing from Wenham, Mass. And 38 has the opportunity to take a great line to the Belmont Hill Boathouse at this point if they take it right.
And in the rear there with the blue and white blades, that is Shipley from Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania. And right in front of us now is Burton Beach Rowing from Vashon, Washington. They are with the maroon blades in the white hull, making a move as they enter the bridge.
And TriStar Rowing from Knoxville, Tennessee. The relatively new program, just 4 years old, but they've grown to over 100 members this fall, and here they are at the head. Well done, TriStar.
Yes, wonderful to see new programs being able to qualify and make it to the head of the Charles. And in front of us now, bow number 42. That's Potomac. You can always identify them with the large white star on their blades and unis. Joining us from the nation's capital, they were founded in 1869, and they're the oldest rowing club in the D.C. area.
And number 43 along the buoy lines on the Boston side
That's
is
Nobles. Nobles joining us from Dedham, Massachusetts. And they are trying to hold off Oyster Bay Community Rowing with the blue and black unis. I think I can hear some Nobles fans up on the bridge there. And coming in front of CBC now is bow number 37. That is Detroit Boat Club, joining us from Detroit, Michigan, with the blue unis, with the white blades and white hull. They are trying to hold off bow number 46, who looks to be making a move on them. That's Vero Beach Rowing from Vero Beach, Florida. They placed second in the Florida State Championships, and they qualified for the Youth Nationals in the double. So that's a fast crew moving up on them. Coming into our view here with the green hull and the yellow blades. Bow number 44, Greenwich Academy, joining us from Greenwich, Connecticut. They are the Gators.
And the Thunder Crew from Richmond, British Columbia is chasing them. They've made up some time, making their trip here worthwhile.
Yes, Thunder Crew is comprised of athletes who have all competed at Canadian Henley over the summer and had strong performances there. They base their training out of UBC's Boathouse in Richmond. And approaching CBC now is bout number 47, Newport Rowing Club from Newport, Delaware. The majority of this boat raced in the Navy Day Regatta of 2022 and actually placed on the podium in third there. And with the red and white blades and burgundy hull, that is Mile High, joining us from Parker, Colorado.
And coming into view now, with the final entry in this event, is Cambridge Ridge and Latin High School.
As you can hear, we have Cambridge Ridge and Latin rows out of the CBC dock here. Let's make some noise for CRLS. All right, folks, that's all she wrote for that event. Next up, event 58. Start time, 12:03. This is Women's Youth 8s. This is another one of our exciting events of the day. The course record was set last year by Row America Rye with a time of 16:21. There's 90 competitors in this event. And
so let's take advantage of the break here and hear from one of our sponsors. In the spirit of some of the southern crews we saw in that race, let's hear from Visit Savannah. The head of the Charles Regatta, sponsor of Visit Savannah, invites you to their surprisingly Savannah pop-up experience in the Weld exhibition area. Immerse yourself in Savannah's lush landscapes, iconic oak trees, and lush florals. Enjoy southern delights, feed-worthy photo ops, local artwork, and interactive fun. It's free for all ages. Stop by to experience the charm of Savannah firsthand. (776BC). Take your performance to the next level at 776BC, your performance destination at the head of the Charles Regatta. Shop their exclusive Head of the Charles collection featuring unisuit, tech shirt, and vest, and be the first to access their exclusive The Boys in the Boat collection, developed in partnership with MGM Pictures to celebrate the upcoming release of the motion picture in theaters Christmas Day.
so while we do have downtime between the events, those of you who, as we saw earlier, one of the crews got caught up on one of the buoys. You can see now that we have some of our Head of the Charles officials resetting that buoy. You have to do this to make sure that all races are fair and consistent. So once that buoy is reset, hopefully we won't have any more collisions for the rest of the day.
I can report firsthand from having been on the course a couple times this weekend that those are new buoys this year, and they have a slightly higher profile than the old ones, and they will take an oar out of your hand if you hit it just wrong.
And I can also speak from personal experience. Anyone who's hit a buoy, it is a very memorable experience and not for the right reasons.
Let's see.
They should be here. Let me pull up the...
It'll be a little while then.
yeah, not much time. Probably 3 minutes.
Let me do one more sponsor.
Row America, they're not at Weld yet, so we got time.
The head of the Charles would like to salute the United States Marine Corps. To get more information about the Marines and to see how they build our nation's leaders and try your hand at the pull-up challenge, please stop by their booth at the Weld exhibition.
And so again, if you have the Head of the Charles app or the Regatta Central app, you can check results as they happen. The previous event, the Women's Youth Coxed Quad event, the unofficial results as we see them. Notre Dame Rowing Club, that was that bow number 7 crew that was smoking down the course, appears to have won the event by almost 20 seconds over the next crew. And the Women's Youth 4 event that we saw earlier as well, it appears Connecticut may have come away with the gold there. That was bow number 4 over Greenwich crew at bow number 1.
So the next event down the course is one of the premier events here at the head of the Charles. It's the Women's Youth 8. This is the Title IX trophy, well named. This is a absolutely full field of 90 competitors. It always attracts a deep field of top crews, and this year is no exception. Bow number 1, Row America Rye from Rye, New York, are back to defend their title, which they won with an under 2-second margin over bow 2 Greenwich of Coxed, Connecticut. So there's some scores to settle here. Both of these crews will be chased by bow 3, the second Row America Rye, showing the depth of their program with 2 of the top 3 boats. The top 30 crews are all returning entries. There's always some close racing, and a powerful push or taking a tight line on the course can make all the difference. Bow 5, Marin from California, could be a crew to watch out for, as they were the 2023 Youth National Championships. And there is always the possibility that a dark horse will storm from the back of the field to surprise everybody. Should be a fun one to watch.
Second, third, and fourth are all within half a second of each other right now.
On this race?
So we have the initial results coming out. So we have live timers set up at the Riverside Boathouse and the Weld Boathouse. So that is one of Harvard's boathouses. And the initial times show that the bows number 3, bow number 2, and bow number 4, which is one of Row America Rye's boats, Greenwich Crew's boat, and Saugatuck's boat, are all within 1/2 of a second of each other. This is going to be a very close and competitive race, I suspect, when they reach us and then eventually the finish line. That being said, we should be seeing our first crews within a minute here. They are fast crews, and they will be smoking down the course here as we see them come around the wide corner. The Row America Rye crews, I especially expect them to be right on that buoy line. And this is one of our deeper fields as well. There are 90 competitors in this event, so this will be going on for quite some time. And as my announcing partner here just mentioned, you never know what might happen. There could be somebody from the bottom of the pack, a lottery pick entry, who is just very qualified and had a very good day and just crushes the competition. You see it happen every year at the head of the Charles. And we can see our first crew coming around the corner. This is bow number 1, Row America Rye. As we predicted, they are putting oars over buoys, riggers over buoys too. So it's a nice tight turn around the wide turn here, straightening out a little bit so they can get the best line entering Elliott Bridge. Strategically, you want to be on the center left-hand side of the center arch and exit the center right-hand side of the center arch of the Elliott Bridge.
Row America Rye putting on a show.
They look good. They have a very relaxed but strong stroke, and you can tell that they're putting on a power 10 move as they enter the bridge.
Number 2 coming up next is the Greenwich crew. And number 3 behind them is the second Row America Rye boat. It's possible that those boats are going to be very close in time. That's approximately the spacing that they give them at the starting line between crews. I would guess perhaps that Greenwich might have put a little distance on that second Row America Rye boat, but that first Row America Rye boat was way out, had put big distance on both of these crews.
Yes, these are the 3 crews I was discussing earlier who are all placing within half a second of each other, and it looks like that spacing has been maintained all the way through here to CBC.
Saugatuck is next with bow 4. holding their own in this very, very tough field, holding their place.
Marin with the red blades.
And Marin is behind them, pushing up along the buoy line. The front of the field has spaced out a good bit here. These are some very, very fast youth 8s. Marin enjoying clear water here, and perhaps for one of the first places on the course, they've gotten out of a very strong headwind. Six is first?
Yeah, New Trier.
So New Trier from Northfield, Illinois, is taking a very nice line along the buoys, holding their position in the field behind number 5. Coming in order is Saugatuck, number 7, starting to pull over toward the Cambridge side, and number 9, SA Rowing Club from Roswell, Georgia. They've made a good push into number 7 and perhaps number 6 ahead of them.
That St. Andrews crew is really making a push on the Saugatuck Rowing Club. It looks like Saugatuck was able to hold them off around the corner, though.
With the white blades, we have Newport from Newport Beach, California. And they have pushed by on the inside. They've pushed by CRI, a local favorite. And the second Greenwich crew, number 8, now on the buoy line with the white blades. That Newport crew is making a fine showing here, having passed these 2 boats behind them. Who's the stripe blade? Oh, that's Chevron. So Saratoga is number 13, and they have avoided interference with Holy Names, number 11. They've worked it out around this turn. And it looks like they're going to come into Elliott all straight and true.
It looked like there might have been a little clashing as they were coming around the corner, but both coxswains have adequately navigated their way away from each other.
Getting a little freshening breeze there to take them through Elliott.
15 in purple.
In purple, we have number 15, Mount St. Joseph from Flowertown, Pennsylvania.
14 in blue on the buoy line.
They've pushed past number 14. That's Milwaukee on the buoy line.
They just overtook 16 off 16 in orange hats.
And they are holding off the Oakland Strokes, number 16. Oakland Strokes took the long way around the turn, but now they'll have the inside of the Belmont Hill turn. We'll see if they can get by.
Their coaches are trying to get out too.
Are they?
Crab. Oh, it looks like the stroke seat there may have caught a crab.
They might have caught a buoy at that coming out of that turn. We'll hope that oarswoman's okay.
Yes, if she's hurt, we do have medical teams that can check on her. She's still down.
Her bow 6 is going to try to take her up and over the line.
I didn't even see what happened.
I didn't either. This is.
You guys see what happened to that crab?
Who do we have? This is PNR. This is 17.
17.
Coming to CBC now is number 17. That's PNRA Mercer. Princeton National Rowing Association has a very strong program down in Mercer, New Jersey. It's the location of many national championships.
18, pink hats with the S blade.
Number 18 is the Sarasota crew from Osprey, Florida.
Black and white is 19.
And number 19 right behind them is SAC from Gold River, California. I expect that's the Sacramento Aquatic Center.
So I've noticed this book has the full names where that just
Yeah.
has the abbreviations.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, teal, green, whatever it is, 21.
In the Green Blades, we have White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. They're working this year to see if they can break into the top 10.
Coming around the corner is 20. Row, New Jersey.
And rowing by themselves here around the big turn is Row, New Jersey from Mount Arlington, New Jersey. That Row American boat win.
Yeah, went in order, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, well. 34-9, 35-3, and then Saugatuck dropped down. I guess they just couldn't hold it around the corner.
Here we have another good cluster of crews coming, enjoying some competition.
Red and white stripes is 23 out in front.
The leading crew is number 23 from San Diego.
Green and white, Coxed is gesturing, 22.
And they are leading number 22. That's Green Lake from Seattle, Washington.
Orange and red stripes, 24.
Here we go, Green Lake.
24, orange and red.
And that's Waylon Weston with the orange blades on the Boston shore. Go Waylon Weston.
26, red and blue blades behind them.
Number 26 is TBC Racing from Washington, D.C.
7 behind them, NorCal.
And NorCal behind them, number 27. Those crews roughly in order, but enjoying some good head-to-head competition.
Bringing up the rear, it looks like.
This is number 25, an international crew joining us from St. Paul's Girls' School in London. Welcome, St. Paul's.
Side by side, we have 28, 29. 28 is on our side.
Next two crews up the course are Rose City from Portland, Oregon, and Pittsford crew from Pittsford, New York. It looks like they're having a fine duel. The faster crew took the inside line, and they're pushing by. We'll see if they can get all the way by the Elliott turn here. That's some great head-to-head racing. Take it home.
And that's a big gap they've put between them and the next cruise.
We are a third of the way through this 90-boat field.
Yes. And as we were saying, anything can happen. It could be one of these boats in the next 60 that comes out on top. The unofficial results so far seem to show 1, 2, 3. The top-seeded boats came in 1, 2, 3, but it's a head race. Anything can happen. Any competitor can come in first.
Oh.
31, black. Has overtaken 30.
No,
Port rowing is over.
coming up in black is Port Rowing from Port Washington, New York.
They got a scary Viking skull on their blade.
They row with a Viking motif on their blades. Go.
Overtaken 30 with the Empire.
Following them in the yellow Empacher is Long Beach Junior Crew from Long Beach, California. Generally a very strong program. They were the third at Southwest Regionals and raced at Nationals last year. Go Long Beach. The next crew up with the white blades is Branksome from Toronto, Ontario.
Followed by 33 with the Blue Blades.
And they're being pushed by number 33, Montclair, from Montclair, New Jersey. That's a good race between those two crews. They're within seconds of each other. We have on the buoy line the Atlanta Junior crew from Roswell, Georgia. Looking to push into those crews ahead and hold those crews behind. They're enjoying some clear water here.
A little bit of a fight going on. 36 ahead of 35. 36 is out in front with an M on the yellow blades.
And 36, Mount St. Joseph, is pushed by number 35, Marion Mercy Academy. Looks like they might have taken the long route, but they got by them. And they've got a straight shot almost to the finish line.
Light blue unit is coming around next. DC National.
Okay, coming up wide on the turn is the DC National crew from Poolesville, Maryland. Last year was their first guaranteed bid for the Charles. Their varsity 8 was 18th at Youth Nationals last year. That's a fine looking lineup. And they have, the next crew up is number 37 is Pacific. They're all the way out from California. We're the head of the Charles. Way to go, Pacific. The next three crews are coming up in order, but they have compressed for sure. Number 39 is Detroit Boat Club. This is one of the oldest boat clubs in the country. They were founded in 1839. Behind them is Mount St. Joseph from Flourtown, Pennsylvania. We've seen several entries from them this year. And behind them is Los Gatos Rowing Club from Los Gatos, California. They row on the Lexington Reservoir. I know it well. And in checkerboard blades, we have the Whitman crew from Glen Echo, Maryland. So these crews have had each other in sight all the way up the course, and they're just trying to squeeze out a few seconds to make up a margin. Erie Canal is coming now. They're from Alpleas, New York. They might be finding this to be a twistier course than the Erie Canal.
It's a twistier course than most any racing. And those of you on the shore and the bridge, you can hear that Erie Canal coxswain getting her rowers fired up for the last, it's about 750, 800 meters remaining.
This 40. We have Gwynedd Mercy Academy High School from Gwynedd Valley, Pennsylvania is passing by in the red boat. This is a young program. This program's just been in business for several years. You contrast that to the Detroit Boat Club, which is hundreds of years old, and you get the sense of the dynamism of the rowing scene here in the U.S. In black with the checkerboard blades, local favorite, Boston Latin High School. Give them a cheer.
47, 45, so Philip Exeter, Bedford.
Number 47 coming by is Phillips Exeter Academy from Exeter, New Hampshire, stroked by Evie Gaylord. Way to go, Exeter!
That's Bedford.
And,
Teal.
and in the teal boat, we have Bedford from Bedford, New Hampshire.
49 and 50 coming up. City Island of Dallas.
Coming here, this next crew is from Bronx, New York. This is the City Island High School. They're happy to have an entry this year. They just missed automatic qualification last year. They're going for to make it certain this year. Go City Island.
Dallas United crew right in front of us.
And Dallas United looking sharp in the blue boat with the pink unis. This program is 20 years old. They've got many regional titles behind them, and they're looking sharp here today.
With a nasty crosswind coming out of the corner.
Yeah.
They look good. They just overtook
51, okay.
Sorry.
Radnor Girls is number 52 in the white hull, passing by us here. They've gotten by Duxbury from Duxbury, Mass. And we'll see if Duxbury can rein them in a little bit on their way to the finish. Those crews are charging hard.
48 in Windsor equipment, so Windsor.
Number 48, a local favorite, Windsor School. Coming up to the bridge with the red hull and the red blades with the W. Go Windsor.
Hingham High School. We got a Massachusetts showdown.
And number 54, chasing them hard, is Hingham High School, also in red. Having a little struggle with the turn. We'll see if they can make it. Get it around Duxbury. 53 is Glastonbury from Glastonbury, Connecticut. Enjoying a straight shot.
Green and white right on the buoy line. Great Coxed. 55.
Do you have a name, WJ?
55. Walter Johnson.
This is the Walter Johnson Crew Club from Bethesda, Maryland.
And an even more aggressive line is 58 right behind them.
And number 58 behind them is
Jackson Reed High School.
the Jackson Reed High School crew from Washington, D.C. Looks like they may have made a little progress versus the crew ahead.
Yes, the Jackson Reed crew is having a very aggressive turn. They weren't just putting blades over buoys, they were putting riggers over buoys.
And they've gotten by number 56, which is Lower Merion. Lower Merion from Ardmore, Pennsylvania. Part of that crew won a city championship in Philly and placed in the top 12 for the SRAA regatta.
Going wide, 57 on the better line. 61.
The Concord crew on the outside of the turn here with the white blades, from Concord, New Hampshire, has moved out to give room for BCC crew from Chevy Chase, Maryland. BCC needs to make that turn to prevent interference here. And they're working it out. Well done, Coxon.
Yes, it looks like the two-seat dropped out so that they have more power on the starboard side to make a faster turn.
That is an aggressive hull, number 57. That is some sharp paint on that Resolute. This is the East Lyme Rowing Association from East Lyme, Connecticut.
And looks like we have another gap here between these three crews and the rest of the pack.
The East Lyme crew rows out of a famous boathouse in Rhode Island, the Blood Street Sculls in Old Lyme, that dates from 1982.
Again, we're only about two-thirds of the way through this pack. We have another 30 boats to go in this event. Those of you on the bridge who are watching, if you actually look at the water when it's calm, you can see when these gusts of wind come from the Cambridge side and cause ripples across the river. So this can actually create some challenges for the rowers and coxswains as they come around the corner.
Number 60 coming into view here is Greater Lawrence Rowing from Lawrence, Mass. Not all the rowing here in Massachusetts happens on the Charles. There are great programs all across the Commonwealth.
64, 65.
Behind them we have number 64, Aquinas Rowing from Hollywood, Florida. And in order, Simsbury from Simsbury, Connecticut. This is Simsbury's first time back at the Charles since 2015. Welcome back. And passing by here with the red blades, heading into the Elliott Bridge, is Blair Academy of Silver Spring, Maryland. They're working hard to bring them back. I'm not sure if that's what you want red. That's Blair's first ever appearance at the head of the Charles. Well done.
65 coming up next. I think that's actually Simsbury, because that looks like Simsbury colors.
65, okay. Which one? Which? The black crew?
The blue and yellow blades.
Is Simsbury?
Yeah, 65.
The crew here with the blue and yellow blades, we believe is number 65, Simsbury from Simsbury, Connecticut.
62 on the outside. 66 is overtaking them on the inside. But it looks like
60.
blade over blade.
The Notre Dame Academy Rowing Club is on the inside in pink. They're trying to push past number 62, which is the Arlington Belmont crew, another local favorite. Go Arlington Belmont. Well steered, both crews.
White unis with white blue tip blades. 69.
Number 69 coming into view now is PCRA from Pelham. It's Pelham Community Rowing out of New Rochelle, New York. It looks like they've made up some ground on the field ahead of them, perhaps.
Now we have 73 coming at us.
And here's a crew all the way from Mill Bay, British Columbia, the Brentwood crew. Brentwood is a storied program in Western Canada. They put out many of the Canadian Olympic team members. And you can see that's a very sharp crew that's moved well into the field. That's number 73. Watch where they turn up in the results.
70 up front.
Passing by us now in the green hull is Nardin Academy crew from Buffalo, New York. They've been racing since 1978, and they row out of the famous West Side Rowing Club.
Buoy line is 71. With the blue unis, white shirts underneath.
On the buoy line is the Holy Names High School out of Tampa, Florida.
68 with the black unis.
And they have pushed by, there's the West Side Rowing Club, the aforementioned. Go Buffalo West Side.
76 is coming up next. Old Dominion.
Number 76 pulling into view with the white hull, that's Old Dominion from Alexandria, Virginia. Probably not the freight lines. This is the first time back to the head of the Charles since COVID. Welcome back.
All blacked out with the yellow blades. 74, but we have 79 flying up on them.
Number 74 from Upper Arlington. This is a suburb of Columbus, Ohio.
And our side, 79, is coming up fast.
They're black, but they're being overtaken quickly by number 79. Those are the Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes is one of the premier programs in the country. They've had a lot of success at national championships, and they're showing it today. They've passed a number of crews to get into their position here, just approaching number 74.
St. Ignatius, Chicago is the one right in front of us now.
St. Ignatius, Chicago,
Yellow blades.
as the orange-yellow blades with the stripe. This is their first return to this event since 2017. Welcome back.
81 on the buoys.
Victoria City from Victoria City, British Columbia is passing by on the buoys, making a fine run of it.
78 on the buoy line with blue blades.
On the blue blades near the buoys are the Mounties from Montclair, New Jersey.
Overtaking 75.
And they are pushing by an Irish crew.
Coxed Ignod, the Jazz. The Jazz. It's a Jesuit school joining us from Ireland.
From Galway, Ireland. Well done. Looking sharp. Number 77 is another Wayland Weston crew. Go Wayland Weston. Take it home. Number 82 in the white hull with white blades is One Arlington Rowing from Arlington, Virginia. This is their first season of competition. Way to kick it off. Well done, One Arlington. Number 85 is Resilient Rowing Club from Fairfax Station, Virginia. They're in the blue jerseys with the black hull, setting a fine cadence. And they're being chased by Niskayuna from Niskayuna, New York. There are some New York State champions in that crew. Looking sharp.
And we're not done yet, folks. We still have a few more crews in this event coming down the river.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Wow. So this is SK CrossFit from Washington, D.C. It's primarily a pairs program that expanded to youth eights out of the goodness of the heart of its benefactor, King Sofa. This lineup stroke seat invented the question mark.
So, it's Sofa King CrossFit, and their oars actually has a sofa on it. And then 88 Grand Rapids, East Grand Rapids.
And following in the yellow hull is East Grand Rapids from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Next up is the Swan Creek Rowing Club out of Lambertville, New Jersey. They're small but mighty. They pull from schools in Lower Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and Mercer County, New Jersey. Welcome, Swan Creek. The white blades, we have the Academy of Notre Dame approaching CBC.
And Coxed is sitting on the stern deck, so I wonder if they're taking on some water.
Are they, or are they just... It's just a short, weird haul.
Maybe. Actually, those are some tall girls in the stern. I bet she's not tall enough to see over.
Maybe, yeah.
That's 89 in front of us.
And number 89 is St. Anthony's from South Huntington, New York. This is just its second high school racing season after a successful spring. They raced in the New York State Championships. But this appears to be their first head of the Charles. Welcome to the head of the Charles, and well done.
You are overtaking 83. 83 on the Boston side. I think that's going to be everybody.
And we believe the last two crews are coming up. That's Brewster from Wolfboro, New Hampshire, and St. Anthony's from South Huntington, New York. We have a Cambridge Ringe and Latin crew pulling their boat now. We should give them a cheer. Well done, Ringe and Latin. Bravo. So here's the Brewster crew coming by. And then we have Middletown from Middletown, Connecticut. They are the oldest continuous running public high school program in the state of Connecticut, and they're happy to be racing here at the head this year. We're happy to have you.
Now let's make some noise on the bridge for these two crews. And folks, I believe that is the end of the Women's Youth 8s event. Next up, event number 59, Women's Youth Doubles. Start time of 12:37, 54 competitors, with a course record set in 2017 with a time of 17:47. So from the previous event, the initial results seem to show that Row America Rye, bout number 1, came in the fastest time with a time of 17:14. So they get to maintain their bound number 1 honors.
Another message from our sponsors. Wintech Racing and King Racing are the official boat partner and supplier of the 2023 Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit their compound and learn why so many teams trust, win, and break course records in their shells. Thank you, Wintech and King Racing. A quick note about a King Racing boat you might see later today. A University of Washington crew will be racing in a very state-of-the-art, modern carbon fiber shell that's kitted out to look as if it's wood. It has a beautiful wood covering over its entire deck in commemoration of the famous University of Washington 1936 crew. So King and the University of Washington collaborated on that, and that'll be a striking sight when you see it in the Champ 8.
Which, for those of you who may not be aware, that Washington 36 crew, that is the crew featured in the Boys in the Boat, which I believe I saw some officially sponsored Boys in the Boat gear being listed for sale over by Adager Row.
BNY Mellon Investment Management, our presenting sponsor for a number of years now, is one of the world's leading investment management organizations encompassing BNY Mellon's affiliated investment management firms and global distribution companies. Thank you, BNY Investment Management, for over a decade of valued partnership. The regatta owes BNY Mellon a great debt of gratitude. It's been terrific having them as our lead sponsor for these many years. Cenegenics is proud to be a premier sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. As the leader in performance, health, age management, Cenegenics applauds the athleticism, skill, and determination of all the competitors here. At work, at play, at life, achieve your best self with Cenegenics. For more information, visit cenegenics.com.
Well, while we have a couple of minutes here, I will thank another one of our sponsors, DoorDash. You all know them. You all love them. Visit DoorDash Food Village at the Weld Exhibition. and be treated to options including Flower Bakery, El Jefe's Taqueria, Blackbird Donuts, Blue Ribbon Barbecue, Tony C's Pizza Bar, and Lily P's. I can personally speak to having eaten, I think, all of those, and they're all fantastic. Come visit the DoorDash Food Village and enjoy these Boston favorites. And as I look upriver, our first racers are coming down the course.
And coming into view is the women's youth double, and this is a impressive move by New York Athletic Club. With bound number 2, they have pushed by bound number 1, and bound number 5 is in the mix here as well. That's Dawn Rowing from Mississauga, Ontario.
Yes, that is Lillian Auth and Tegan Farley from New York AC, and Elizabeth Najjar and Mariana Jankowski from Dawn Rowing.
And coming into view here is Cambridge Boat Club. This is PJ Balazi and Jamie Reedy, a strong combination from CBC. Looking sharp. PJ Balazi represented the U.S. at the Under-19 World Championships in the double last year. Go CBC! Take it home! And those first 3 boats have put a lot of space between them and the rest of the field.
Yeah, they looked fantastic coming around the corner, all 3 of them.
Those are 3 strong youth crews. Here, I got it from here. 3 on the outside.
And approaching us now on the Cambridge side, we have bound number 3. That's Notre Dame Rowing Club from Welland, Ontario. Another international crew joining us.
8 on the inside.
And jumping up the course is bound number 8 right on the buoy line. That's Y Quad Cities joining us from Illinois. That's Lily Collins and Madeline Fincham. They won gold at U.S. Summer Nationals in the women's double event.
Y Quad Cities, one of the strongest youth sculling programs in the country, and they are showing it today.
Yes, you don't jump up the starting 10 bound numbers like that if you are not qualified.
This is Tideway from London, number 4.
And approaching the CBC dock now is bound number 4, Tideway. That is the Tideway Scullers from London.
7 behind them.
And following them in the Navy hull, that's Narragansett, Rhode Island's Maud Smith Montress and Armandita Gateskill.
Number 6 in orange. Number 11.
In the orange hull, we have Litchfield Hills, Jolie McTamney, and Julia Dean. But they are trying to hold off. They may have to yield to bound number 11 from Founders Rowing, who is really flying up the course. In black and pink, approaching the CBC dock is Oak Neck Rowing Academy. Gabrielle Pastiglione and Sophia Sitar-Rice.
Oak Neck has a very, very strong sculling program established. They put down some very impressive results here at the head of the Q Regatta, another Charles River tradition.
And approaching our dock now is Potomac Rowing. You can always identify them. They have the bright red plane with the large, bold, white 5-point star.
13 has probably made up some ground.
And approaching us now with the, let's say, light blue blades and white hull. That's Gordon Rowing, joining us from Wenham, Massachusetts. Lillian Hopkins and Anna Venditti. They came 3rd at the Summer Nationals this year in the youth double event. So this is a showdown again between her and the Y Quad Cities crew.
16 is Niagara Falls.
In front of us now is Niagara Falls from Niagara Falls, Ontario. Mackenzie Murray and Sabrina Kottringer. They're 2 of the top female scullers from their program.
And that's 14 and 15 in order.
We have another small clump of crews who came together out in front. Approaching us now is a Narragansett double. I do not have their names in front of me, but they are trying to hold off Thunder Crew, another Canadian crew. It's comprised of young women who are pushing for this regatta and training for the 2024 season. They're based out of Richmond, British Columbia.
12. Next, that's California
And
Yacht Club.
approaching us now, to our left is California Yacht Club. Joining us from L.A., Coco Morgan and Sofia Milic. They row out of Marina del Rey. And it looks like they've put some space between them and the rest of the competition as well, because we have another large gap here. They wouldn't leave this much of a gap at the start line.
17, 19, and 20 coming in order. Yeah, the second cruise at the tennis cruise.
Approaching us now in the White Hull is Redwood Scullers. That's Anya Naveen and Taj Delet Jurgsen. They took 17th in this event last year. And on the Boston side, right by the buoys, with the red blades, they've centered now behind the Redwood Scullers, is a Potomac boat. And right behind them in the black hull, black unis, is bow number 20, the South Jersey Rowing Club double. That's Piper Russo and Scarlet Steele. So far, they've been the youngest average age crew in this event with an average age of 15 years old. We have a large pack coming up now on the buoy side.
21 is on the buoy line.
Is Burton Beach Rowing, Ella Odegaard and Alexandra Thompson.
22 is trying to push in tight to them.
22 is trying to push in tight. That's Albany Rowing Club, Sophia Ritchie and Isabella Liu. They look like they tried to make a move around the wide corner and just couldn't quite make enough distance to get that full reach ahead. So it looks like they're both going to angle for a superior racing line through the Elliott Bridge so they can make another move by the Belmont Hill dock.
18 is getting squeezed in the yellow hats.
It looks like Resilient Rowing Club in the yellow hats is getting squeezed right now,
Passed by 24. And
while being passed by Maritime Rowing Club's double out here right by the Cambridge Boat Club. And right behind Resilient is Kent School, joining us from Kent, Connecticut.
wide on the turn is 23.
And coming wide on the turn, right off the CBC dock, is Row House from Miami, Florida. That's Eleanor Alfie and Sabrina Fernandez.
This is 27 and 31. 31's made up some time.
And now joining us right off of CBC with the yellow hat, that is Hockaday. That's Emery Stehel and Alyssa Cuban. And they're trying to hold off Norwalk River. That's Maya Angelik and Ella Trudeau. So they've made up some good time and walked their way through the pack, since we see a nice large gap between 27, so 28, 29, 30, and 26 are behind them in the pack somewhere.
All by themselves are 29.
And approaching us now, all by themselves, taking a wider approach to the turn, is bow number 29 with the, looks like black unis, white hull. That's Brewster, joining us from Wolfboro, New Hampshire. I believe they train on Lake Winnipesaukee. And approaching is now taking the wider turn on the Cambridge side. Looks like black T-shirts underneath the white unis. That's Brooks School. That's bow number 28. That's Catherine Casey and Geshwan Liu. That's Brooks School out of North Andover, Massachusetts. And right on their tail in the red unis with the red blades is bow number 34, Hayden Township High School. So that's Brooks Bazulis and Margaret Dunn. They're two athletes who placed well in the youth quad at Youth Nationals last year.
35.
And approaching us now with the blue and white unis, that's Fairmount from Philly. The Fairmount Rowing Association double came in second at Canadian Henley, and their quad came in. Their quad got gold at Henley, Canadian Henley to be accurate. Right in front of us now is Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club from Springfield, Mass. That's Ella Plosky and Gianna Reed.
38.
Taking the wide turn, white hull, white blades. That is Ridley from Ridley College of St. Catharines, Ontario. And approaching us now. Oh, it looks like we have a capsized hull upriver, so some of the crews have to navigate around that. Let's hope those athletes are okay. Approaching CBC right now in the red hull is Bergen County from Ridgefield, New Jersey. There is a capsized hull that it is drifting. I can see one of the athletes. Unfortunately, with strong gusting wind on the Charles, it just sometimes happens. We can see both athletes are safe and they have attached themselves to the hull.
41 on the inside.
Approaching us now with the blue blades, that is Founders Rowing from Dallas, Texas. The more brown hull on the Cambridge side out in front, that is Gordon Rowing from Wenham, Massachusetts. Violet Jakes and Julia Chirio. 46 has made up a ton of room. That's the white blades on the Boston side on the buoy line. That's Waterford joining us from Utah. Jillian Ann McLean and Isabel Ramish.
42 on the inside.
We then have on the far side, First Coast Jacksonville's Eva Daniels and Malia Burt. And then right behind them, Great Britain's American School, joining us from London, Carolina Berry and Dasha Rahman.
45.
In front of us now with the white hull, that is Rochester Rowing Club. That is Rochester, Minnesota. Annika Bartz and Abby Holm.
39.
And in front of us now with the black shirts, white hull, that is Greenwich County Day School, Bridget Day and Shepherd Penelope.
36.
Entering in front of CBC now is Middleton from Middleton, Connecticut, Sarah Gray and Scarlett Sahalis.
And 43 in a boat called Meatloaf.
And in
The
the bow 43 in the blue hull, this boat is named the Meatloaf. That is Mile Highs from Parker, Colorado. That's Olivia Hart and Allegra Banassi. They're Denver athletes who have raced in this combination at Youth Nationals.
44.
And right in front of CBC now is Miami Beach Rowing's Victoria Villani and Sigilia Launder.
48's on the inside of the turn, and 40 is on this side.
On the Cambridge side of the turn, we have Long Island Rowing Club's Clara Masada and Petra Schneider. And then on the Boston side of the turn, right along the buoys, is Groton. That is Groton, Massachusetts, Agatha Roberts and Catherine Knuppel. And we have two doubles side by side coming around the corner.
52.
Edging out the advantage in green from Petersboro, Canada, is Lillian Bleeker and Makina Kubica.
And that's
And then in the blue hull
Miami, 50.
is bow number 50, Miami Rowing's Celia Vega de Revere and Fabiana Audicio.
Go Peterburg, step back non-believers.
And taking a wide turn right by the CBC dock. Joining us from Pittsfield, Massachusetts is Berkshire Sculling. They're very excited to have youth racing competitors this year at Head of the Charles. Welcome, girls. We're glad to have you.
49 is Maine Coast.
And then right behind them in the yellow Empire with the black unis and black and white blades, that is Maine Coast Rowing, joining us from Brunswick, Maine. That's Caitlin Sweeney and Audrey Brogan. It's a competitive girls program in the Maine area, and they're looking to improve upon last year's performance as they prepare for college rowing.
51.
Approaching us now is Mercer City from Rochester, New York. That is Our Lady of Mercy. It's a small all-girls school in the Rochester, New York area.
And that's 51.
And then with the yellow blades
Excuse me, 54.
is bound number 54. Joining us from Canada, that's Orangeville, Canada, Island Lake Rowing, Addison Stenzel and Brianna Price. They've been rowing together as a double for 2 years, and they've competed in multiple regattas in Southern Ontario. Welcome to the Head of the Charles. All right, we just wanted to give you an update on the capsized boat for those of you watching at home or here on the shore. Both girls are safe. The safety launch, health and safety, is over there, and they've been taken out of the water. That they will be provided with blankets and dry clothes, and everything is safe, and racing will continue once their hull has been cleared from the race course. So that does look like we don't have a confirmation yet, but it was Riverside Blades, and just estimating from when the capsize occurred, that was Riverside's Paige Hughes and Alina Kenny. So we're glad to see that they are safe and okay.
And that wraps up the women's youth double.
Now, this year, much like last year, we have separated U17 women's fours from the youth fours. There's so much interest in the event, and there's so much difference in physical ability between freshman and sophomore and juniors in high school. The next event, Event 60, is the women's under 17 fours event. Record was set last year, the first year we held the event, by White Marsh Boat Club, a time of 19 minutes and 14 seconds.
While we're waiting, savor the moments at the Head of the Charles with La Crema. Join La Crema Tasting Room for the finest wine experience, exclusive tasting, and elevate your weekend with La Crema's exceptional wines. Visit La Crema with the official wine of the Head of the Charles at the Falls Bar next to the awards tent. For those of you who can see the boat going downstream across from CBC rowing square blades now, that's the King hull that I mentioned earlier. It's the state-of-the-art hull with a beautiful wood veneer that recalls the 1936 Pocock 8 of Olympic fame. And approaching the dock now is the crew that was rescued from around the turn.
All right, let's make some noise for the safety team here who successfully recovered our athletes. Now, nobody ever likes to capsize, but we want to make sure everybody has a safe day here at the Charles. And I just want to confirm that was bow 30. It was Riverside. So those girls are now here and safe on dock. Our next event, the U17.
One more note about the capsizing. It can happen to anybody. They could have clash blades with another crew. It's a no-fault event.
Yes, and it's also a gusty day. It could have just been a freak blast of wind, hits you the wrong way, and you don't know how to handle. It can happen to anyone at any point in their rowing career.
All right, Riverside. Come back and do it again.
So our next event is the U17 Women's 4. It was separated into a separate event last year. Prior to 2022, the U17 rowers competed at the same time as the Youth 4s. With so much demand for spots ahead of the trials, 4 youth rowers to race down the course. White Marsh Boat Club from Pennsylvania won last year, and they are back to defend their title from bow number 1. They won by an impressive 14 seconds between them and the second-seeded boat. But this year, Austin Rowing from Austin, Texas, Brookline, and Northfield Mount Herman are all looking to chase them down and capture that title.
LaCroix Sparkling Water is the official sparkling water at the head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to the Adager Row Rowing and Fitness Expo to try one of their many zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters.
And the unofficial results from the previous event places Connecticut, bow number 4, on top of the pack with a time of 19:12.
Oh, it was?
Excuse me, that was the wrong event that I just read.
Passing by now is Bishop Ireton High School from Alexandria, Virginia. They have a new program underway, and their program had Resurgent. They're coming up the course all alone. They may have been late getting to the finish line, but it's good to see them making their way. They may have been late to the starting line, but it's good to see them making their way to the finish line.
Yes, anything can happen on the course. You may have a late start, and if the starters allow it, you are allowed to start in between events. Excuse me on the last data point I read. It was actually Dawn Rowing who came in first, the tentative unofficial first place for the women's youth doubles with a time of 20 minutes and 15 seconds. With New York AC, bow number 2, and Y Quad Cities, bow number 8, also joining them on the podium. All right, again, folks, our first crew is coming down the course. This is, again, the women's U17 or under 17 fours event. 1 p.m. start time, event number 60. Joining us here at Cambridge Boat Club is bow number 1, the current record holders, White Marsh Boat Club. And it looks like they have put some good space between them and the next. It appears to be about 6, maybe 7 boat lengths between them and bow number 2. And now that they're straightened out a little bit, it's actually quite a bit more than about 7 boat lengths, probably closer to 12 boat lengths.
That's number 2, that's Austin.
And approaching us now in order is Austin, bow number 2. This is Austin Rowing Club Juniors, rowing with the red and blue tipped white blades. And after they pass us, it looks like the racing is going to be a little more bunched together because we can see, I believe, 4 crews all coming around the corner at once. I can hear some Austin fans up there on the bridge. Make some noise for them.
Number 4 being pressed by number 5. Number 4 with the blue blades.
And approaching us now at CBC, out in front with the light blue blades with the red tips. That is Northfield Mount Herman, joining us from Mount Herman, Massachusetts. They're trying to hold off TBC Racing. TBC Racing is a program out of Washington, D.C. This is their their competitive U17 Girls 4. And they've clearly closed the gap between them and Northfield Mount Herman. I would not be surprised to see them try to make another move on the other side of Elliott Bridge.
6 is ahead of 3 here.
Now approaching us at CBC with the white blades, dark hull. That is Connecticut, bow number 6. And they have overtaken bow number 3, Brookline, local Brookline, Massachusetts. Public high school program, local to the Charles River.
Go Brookline crew!
Let's make some noise for the local Brookline team here. With the black shirts underneath the blue and white unis, blue and white blades. We have bow number 8. That is First Coast of Jacksonville, Florida.
They passed number 7.
They have overtaken Pittsford crew from Pittsford, New York.
And number 9 is in order behind.
And right behind them, rowing with the blue blades with white tips in the white hull. That's Row LA, joining us from Marina Del Rey, California. And on the inside, making a big jump up the order, is Saugatuck. They're charging. That's black blades, black unis, white oars. They're making a big move and currently overtaking Row America Rye on the Cambridge side.
10 behind them.
And that Saugatuck crew is really moving fast as we see them enter Elliott Bridge. Approaching CBC now with the purple hull, white blades, and black thin stripes. That's Buckingham, Brown, and Nichols. And that is a local crew here. The red shack to my right, that is their boathouse. So we have a lot of hometown fans here for BB&N. And looks like BB&N has put a gap between them and the next batch of boats.
13 is with the white blades.
Approaching us now in the front of the pack is Morristown High School and Morristown Rowing, joining us from Morristown, New Jersey. Previously a Scholastic team, they now pull athletes from the entire southern New Jersey and Philadelphia region.
11 is trying to hold off 12.
In the yellow hull, that's East Grand Rapids from East Grand Rapids, Michigan. They are moving well, but they're trying to hold off Row, New Jersey, who's making a move along the buoy line.
17 is in gray hull.
And approaching us now is St. Andrews. St. Andrews Rowing Club from Roswell, Georgia. And approaching now with the blue blades, white tips in the black hull. That is Noble and Greeno from Dedham, Massachusetts.
Go Nobles!
Yeah, Bulldogs.
19 is next.
And with this large gap between Nobles and the next crew, we look to our left, looking up course. In the blue hull, we see Holy Names, bow number 19 of Seattle, Washington. It's a private all-girls Catholic school joining us here on the Charles. This is the core school I talked about earlier. They're a small school, about 500 students, and 100 of them are on the rowing program. I think that's the highest ratio of rowers to non-rowers I've heard of any private or public academic program.
Okay, we have
So-
23 making a pretty strong move on the inside.
We have 3 boats coming up all at once on the inside. On the Boston side of the river, that's Nareed from Rutherford, New Jersey.
They're pushing by number 15 in the red hull.
They are advancing past St. Paul's Girls' School of London. Again, Head of the Trials is an international event. We have athletes from all over the world who come to race at our gorgeous river. So thank you for coming all the way out here, girls. We're glad to see St. Paul's here in Boston on this wonderful fall day. Both of these crews are battling and fighting. In the Whitehall right behind them, that is bow number 20. That's Whitman crew from Glen Echo, Maryland. Oh, I just heard that. It sounded like we had a blade-on-blade collision under the bridge between St. Paul's and the other crew overtaking them. And these 3 crews have put a big gap between themselves and the next 2. As we look up course, we can see 2 crews coming side by side as they come around the corner.
That's on the inside, 25, on the outside, 21.
25 on Boston. It looks like coming up the course is joining us from Nyack, New York. We have Rockland, bow number 25. They placed second at Youth Nationals in the Quad B final this year, and they are overtaking Avon High School from Avon, Connecticut. They're celebrating their 16th fall season as a rowing program this year.
The crews you see proceeding downstream on the Boston shore at a very stately pace are the ones you're going to see passing us at very high speed in the upcoming Championship 8 races. Champ 8s? These are the Champ 8s from universities and other programs, and those will be moving at top speed when you see them coming by us again.
Yes, on the race course right now, crossing in front of CBC, battling through gusty headwind. That is Lower Marion from Ardmore, Pennsylvania. And from our notes here, I believe we have 2 more crews coming down in this U17 event.
Crossing by CBC on the far side of the river right now is bow number 2 in the Champ 8 event. That's Syracuse University. They surprised everybody here last year and were the top college crew in the regatta. We'll see if they can do it again this year. Go Qs.
And coming up now, we have Shrewsbury High School. Our neighbors to the west joining us from Lake Quinsigamon, the Shrewsbury High School U17-4. Make some noise for Shrewsbury. And we do have one more competitor in the women's U17 4s event. We see them coming around the corner now.
This is Watupa Rowing Club from Fall River, Mass. It's a relatively new program. It's taken shape down on a beautiful big lake down in the south part of Massachusetts. A number of Cambridge Boat Club members were among its founders, in particular Tom Darling, who's taken a central role in helping pull it together. And it's fantastic to see this Watuppa crew here at the head of the Charles. Go Watuppa!
Watuppa was awarded the Gold Cup grant in 2021 and 2022. So let's make some noise for Watuppa up there on the bridge. Great to see you guys here in the Charles. All right, folks, next event is going to be a fast one. We have event 61, Men's Championship 4s, 1 p.m. start time. Course record set by the U.S. Rowing Training Center in 2017 with a time of 15 minutes, 7 seconds. This is the Steve Carr Cup. We only have 13 competitors in this event.
Cornell lead off the men's champ 4s, but they were just 1 second ahead of bound number 2, Princeton Tigers, last year. In 2022, just 1 second also separated the next 4 crews in this event. So every stroke counts, and expect some very tight racing. Bound number 12 is Keio University, one of the oldest clubs in Japan. There are medals for the top 2 places in this event, and the winners receive the Steve Carr Cup. Steve Carr, I believe, is a famed old member of Cambridge Boat Club.
I mean, that's probably safe to say about every person named in any of the cups.
Yeah, right.
See if I can give it a quick Google before they come down the course.
What's that? Oh, Steve Carr?
Yeah.
Sponsoring him.
Here's a picture of him and Tom Tiffany looking ornery.
Okay.
No details.
Thank you to Meet Boston for the continued support of the Head of the Charles Regatta. The Meet Boston mission is to elevate Boston's vibrant neighborhoods and diverse people, amplifying their stories and sharing them locally and across the globe. Be sure to stop by the Weld exhibition and visit the Meet Boston truck.
He's a former head of the Charles trustee.
Steve Carr. Yeah. Got it. I'm told that Steve Carr of the Steve Carr Cup is a former head of the Charles trustee. Nielsen Kellerman is the global leader in rowing performance electronics. Visit NK's head of the Charles booth to experience our latest offerings, the NK Link Logbook Team, Coxbox GPS, and Coxbox Core, and the rest of our connected ecosystem of products and services. NK wish all the crews racing this weekend good luck. You'd have to rank Nelson Kellerman right up there with Concept 2 among the innovators in this sport. With all of those products, they've really transformed the way crews track their speed and performance and fitness, and it's been a real addition to the way we all row.
Yes, especially our coxing friends, I would say the Nielsen Kellerman products are invaluable, that they could not be replaced. So, folks, it is. We must be running behind on the start times. This was a 1 o'clock start. Because I was going to, fill the air a little bit there and talk about the event. Oh,
Yeah.
capsize. That's why.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, they wouldn't have started a high performance event with capsized boats still floating around somewhere.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah. Rival Kit USA is delighted to be the official kit partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Come and visit their pop-up to shop technical garments and club kit at the Attacher Row venue. Speak to Rival Kit about supplying your club's technical kit today, or visit rivalkitusa.com to see the full range.
And folks, we can see the first boats coming around the corner. Once they're within our eye line, we will identify them. It looks like
I recognize
eyeball test. That
I
looks
recognize the leading crew here with the orange and black blades. It is Princeton with the number 2 bow marker, and they've gotten by Cornell with the number 1 bow marker. This is a strong showing from this Princeton 4. We'll see if they can put some more space behind him between here and the finish line.
And looking up course, both coxswains are doing an excellent job of giving their rowers a competitive line right around the wide bend as they approach Elliott Bridge.
Go Tigers! Go Big Red!
That's a pretty good space between the Big Red Cornell and Princeton Tigers between them. And it looks like that is Syracuse coming around the corner now. Bow number 3 with the orange unis, orange blades, with the navy triangle on the end of the blades.
And chasing them is Georgetown. And one might guess that Georgetown's taken some time out of the starting space between them and Syracuse ahead of them. That's a strong showing from a Georgetown crew. Well done.
And that is Georgetown at bow number 4. Georgetown has 2 entries in this event. They have bow 4 and bow 5.
And the red is 7.
Looks like another Cornell boat. Is that Cornell?
I would guess 7 and 6.
And approaching us now, we have second boat from Cornell, bow number 7. And they have overtaken bow number 6, Princeton University. So both universities submitted 2 entries into this event, and it looks like Princeton has fallen behind Cornell in this entry between bow number 6 and 7. Chasing them, bow number 8
Oregon State
is Oregon State. The distinctive O design emblazed upon their blades.
And here's the Boston University crew, number 9.
Yes, hometown. They know this course like the back of their hand. There is a certain advantage to having a hometown coxswain.
And they've put some space on number 10, University of Wisconsin-Madison. A long, storied program. Welcome to Boston, Wisconsin. Next up is 11. This is the
Florida Institute of Technology.
Always good to see FIT here at the Charles. Nice job, boys. 13. And next up, coming by CBC in the Whitehall, blue and red. That's the University of Pennsylvania Quakers, I believe. Way to go, Penn. And coming up the buoy line right here is Georgetown University's second entry. This is their bound number 5. The Georgetown Hoyas. Give them a hand.
And this is a short event. There's only 13 competitors in the event, and our last entry is approaching CBC now. That's Kyo University Rowing Club from Japan. So Kyo University Rowing Club is one of the oldest clubs leading the rowing world in Japan. The recent highlights are the 2022 All-Japan Championship, 5th place in the Japanese Collegiate Championship, and 5th place in All-Japan Freshman Regatta. Let's make some noise for our friends here. Welcome to the Charles River. We're glad to have you. Thank you for making the journey out to Boston.
Go Kyo!
And folks, that is the end of Event 61. Next up, Event 62, men's lightweight fours. 17 competitors, course record set by Yale University Bulldogs in 2017. That's the Charles P. Coleman Cup, and that record time is 15 minutes, 42 seconds.
The head of the Charles is pleased to once again have Teddy Peanut Butter as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. Teddy Peanut Butter is all natural and the perfect fuel for your rowers and elite athletes. Have you had your Teddy today? Stir it up and enjoy.
Which, again, most of these products I have used and love personally. Teddy Peanut Butter is definitely one of them. Well, I'd also like to thank Vineyard Vines. Get the good life. We're proud to announce that Vineyard Vines is the official style of the 2023 Head of the Charles Regatta. Stop by their locations at Adager Row and Fitness Expo and the Weld Exhibition area and check out their limited edition gear. Head of the Vineyard Vines provided all of our volunteers this year with those snazzy-looking hats and raincoats.
Here come the lightweight fours. The lightweight rowing is dominated by name by a handful of schools in the U.S., and you'll see them in the lightweight 8 event coming up soon. But these two leading crews in this event show that the lightweight field is broader than just those U.S. college crews. Bound number 1 is British Columbia from Vancouver, BC. And they're putting in a strong showing, holding their position with the number 1 bow ball.
Followed by bound number 2. Looks like they're wearing camo undershirts under blue uniforms.
Bound number 2 is Brock University from Brock Rowing Club from St. Catharines, Ontario. Again, breaking into some very strong U.S. ranks with good showing. The first U.S. entry here is University of Pennsylvania, whose lightweight program has made great strides in the last few years. And this is a strong showing. These 1, 2, and 3 crews probably started just about this far apart. So there are just seconds between these crews you see passing under the Elliott Bridge.
5, Cornell's overtaken Harvard 4.
Number 5, Cornell, with the red shirts, may have held its position among those first 5 crews. And they've gotten by the Harvard crew, which is number 4 in green, rowing with the traditional Harvard blades. Yeah, sure thing. Is this another pen entry?
Yeah, it looks like it's 6. No, we're all set. We'll go.
approaching CBC now is another University of Pennsylvania entry. This is the Penn Crew B entry, also looking good.
We have 7 on the buoy line and 8 is charging up on the outside. So that's
We have Yale taking a nice course along the buoy line with the blue and white blades. And on the outside, Mercyhurst from Erie, Pennsylvania is making a fine showing against what is undoubtedly a fast Yale crew.
that's another Harvard crew coming up behind.
And trailing those crews is a second Harvard entry. Go Mercyhurst, well done.
The Harvard crews you can always recognize if you've spent any time on the Charles River. It's those crimson blades with the white tips. They're always very easy to identify.
Here comes the entry from Dartmouth College, working the buoy line with the characteristic green and white blades. Dartmouth lightweights have fought back from oblivion to be back in business. It's great to see them here at the Charles, charging hard. Take it home green.
Got some Dartmouth fans on the bridge. A little bit upset. We got 14 out in front.
Looks
12, 13.
Looks like there's been some change of order in this next set of crews.
Georgetown.
We have Georgetown, which is for a long time had a strong lightweight program. They're leading this next pack. Undine is a club entry from Philadelphia.
Yep, they're on the buoy.
And on the buoy line, it looks like another entry from Cornell.
That's Cornell. That's Delaware on the outside, not Undine. Delaware
Oh.
is right by us.
Apologies, the crew with the blue blades with the yellow tips, that's Delaware, which is another strong player in the lightweight ranks. Way to go, Blue Hens. Is that right?
I don't know.
I think.
It's Gordon College.
Coming up.
Yeah, black with a teal slash on their blades.
Coming up with the black blades, blue sash is Gordon College from Wenham, Mass.
Fighting Blue Hens. You were right.
The lightweight men's team at Gordon College has doubled in size this fall. Great for a young IRA program, 2 seniors and a junior, but it's stroked by a sophomore. Well done, Gordon.
All right, now we have Undine on Cambridge side, and they're being overtaken by Yale lightweight. Or Yale unspecified.
And the last 2 boats up the course appear to be another entry from Yale, taking the inside of the turn. And they're passing by an entry from Undine Rowing Club in Philadelphia. Looks like the Bulldogs are putting in a good showing. They're passing with bow number 17, passing 13.
That's all true. Women's champ 4 is next.
Oh, cool.
So you're up. You're up.
I'm up.
Excellent.
All right.
And you have a your
Well,
part.
Mary's not here yet, but that's fine.
Oh, Mary Maggio.
I can stick around.
I'm lefty, so is it
Okay.
it's easier if I sit over here because I'm just
Oh,
kind
we have one more.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We have one more coming up. We had one. We had one stay through.
Yeah, we Nick was talking about him.
We had.
down on the balcony right now. Did you see him?
No, not yet.
We had.
Down on the balcony for another 5 or 10 minutes.
Ellen, we did have a page that was completely out of order. Entries in an earlier event. It was probably 2 pages worth, but it was. Yeah.
All random or it looked like you
No,
skipped one
it
and
was.
everybody's off?
It was off by one. Here, let me. I just. This
Youth
is one more
Force.
screw up the course.
Really? Crazy. It took it, that one.
And passing CBC now is the lightweight crew from University of California, Berkeley. Great to see some West Coast lightweights out here. Nice row, boys.
So that's how somebody handles this.
Oh, cool.
Thanks for everybody to come out to enjoy this beautiful afternoon. I'm signing off and handing over the mic to Ellen Minster. Tom Pounds out. Good afternoon.
All right, folks, I'm going to stick around for a couple more events here, but this is the Women's Champ 4s event. We see our first crews coming around the corner. We have 22 competitors. This is event 63, the Hope Barnes Memorial Trophy. Record-setting time last year set by U.S. Rowing, 16 minutes, 48 seconds. Out here, bow number 1, I believe, is crossing the CBC dock. Excuse me, no, that is bow number 3. Joining us from Ukraine, I can see a Ukrainian flag over at the Elliott Bridge. Let's make some noise for our Ukrainian crew joining us here at the head of the Charles. Right on their tail is bow number 1. That is Brown University. You can always tell Brown by their distinctive bare paint job on the bow deck of their hulls. It's very intimidating. This is their 4 that came in 3rd right on the podium at the NCAA Championships earlier this year. We have a pack of 3 crews coming right around the corner. As they approach us, I will announce them so all our friends here at the bridge can identify them. Out in the front of the pack, we have bow number 7, light blue and white blades. That is Columbia University. Columbia University joining us, of course, from New York. Looks like they have overtaken a couple crews. Getting pinned against the buoy line, that's bow number 4. That's Penn. That's the Penn Champ 4, and they are trying to battle it out with Boston College, bow number 5. So it looks like 5 is trying to overtake before Elliott Bridge, but I don't think those women from Penn are going to let them. And standing all alone, coming in front of CBC, that is BU, Boston University, our friends from down the river. The DeWolf Boathouse is where they train. And coming up next, green blades with the white slash. That is Dartmouth University's championship women 4. This crew consists of the 9th and 12th athletes in their selection process. So this is some of their top performing athletes. And we have a large pack of rowers coming around the course now. Bow number 2, they're joining us from Calgary, Canada. Calgary Rowing Club. This 4 finalists came in, this 4 was a finalist at Canadian Henley this year and started with the favorite bow number 2. In front of CBC right now, bow number 8, that's Northeastern University with the black and white. Bow number 16, big jump from the back of the pack, California Rowing Club. telling Northeastern to yield. And then they're an Australian-U.S. hybrid crew where they have 4 Olympic gold medals combined. That is a crew to watch if you're checking the Regatta Central app. And then entering Elliott Bridge right now, bout number 13, that's UVA, University of Virginia Women's Rowing. And in front of CBC right now, that's University of Wisconsin. They have overtaken Cornell University, Big Red, with the inverse of those Harvard blades, white blades with red tips. Yeah, that Cal boat is one to watch. They were flying up the course. In front of CBC now, that is Duke. That's the Duke Women's Rowing Program. You can always tell them because they have the large white B emblazoned on the blue oars. Approaching us now here at CBC with the gray hull and the maroon burgundy colored unis and oars with the OU emblazoned on the oars. That is the University of Oklahoma. And the high visibility unis and high visibility Coxed, University of Washington. They placed 7th this year at the NCAA Championships held earlier. And looks like we have 3, maybe 4 more crews coming down the course. And in front of us at the Cambridge Boat Club right now, rowing in a Brown University hull. That is bow number 21, of course, Brown University. And in front of us right now in the blue hull, that's Georgetown trying to overtake and make space between themselves and Riverside. This is the former lightweight boat from Riverside. And folks, that California boat that came flying up the course earlier currently has the first place title with a time of 17:17. And we have another crew coming down the course in this Champ 4 event. That's bow 18. That's Iona University joining us from New Rochelle, New York. And crossing in front of us now, the yellow hull, that is Merrimack College, bout number 19. Merrimack rowing as a Division I college for the first time in its entire rowing history this year.
Yeah, and they made a great showing at the Dadvale earlier this year. They're coached by former national team member Andy Finch.
All right, folks, I think that was everybody in the Women's Champ 4 event. Next up, event number 64, Women's Lightweight Fours, with a course record set in 2010 by Undine, 17:54. It's a short event, only 11 competitors. Last year's winner, University of British Columbia, they're back at bout number 1 to defend their title. And I think I see them coming around the corner now. So coming around the corner now, as they come into view for the folks on the Elliott Bridge, in front, we have bout number 1. That is the reigning champ, University of British Columbia. But on their tail and putting a lot of pressure on them is bout number 2 and bout number 3. So in the middle of this rower sandwich, that's Princeton, and in the rear, University of Wisconsin, joining us from Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah, and remember that these crews started about 10 seconds apart, but they have all closed the gap on one another. Possibly Princeton or maybe bout number 3 would be having a bit of an advantage here. That's the Wisco crew. So an incredible show of the collegiate talent here in these top 3 bow numbers.
Yes, to this event and most of the events for the rest of the day, they are going to be very fast events. Approaching us now, that appears to be Radcliffe. That is bow number 4. That's Radcliffe joining us, of course, our neighbors up the river here. Does having a veteran hometown favorite coxswain help? I think it might.
Yeah, I mean, look at that line. This is her home course. They don't put the buoys in until earlier this week, but she knows exactly where she wants to be, and putting those buoys under the port side riggers is exactly the right way to go.
In fact, those of you on Elliott Bridge, if you look at the orange buoy second closest to the bridge, it's still actually bobbing a little bit from how the coxswain placed the buoy between the 3-seat and 2-seat puddles. And approaching us here at Cambridge Boat Club, that is Boston University Bulldogs rowing out of DeWolf Boathouse. Another hometown favorite. These girls know this river like the back of their hands. And in a very aggressive line, that is bout number 10, Stanford University. They have walked their way through the pack. That is the most aggressive coxing line I think I've seen all day today. That coxswain is a pro. Approaching the Cambridge Boat Club now, another BU crew with the distinctive bright red hull and red and white blades. That's Boston University's lightweight program. And coming in front of Cambridge Boat Club now with the red, white, and blue unis, white undershirts, and white hull, that is Brock Rowing Club. Brock Rowing Club joins us from St. Catharines, Ontario. And just a constant reminder, the head of the trials is an international competition, having competitors and athletes join us from all over the world. Here comes MIT rounding the corner, but first, right in front of us here is Georgetown University. And I believe that's a Georgetown 4 passing a Georgetown 8. We're getting a little bit of noise, cheer, and chatter out on the water. That was a very aggressive and well-coxed line by that Georgetown 4 as they came around the corner. And I'm a big fan of how they entered the bridge. I am partial to entering the bridge on the Boston side with an angle to exit on the Cambridge side. And with the distinctive T logo on their white blades, that is another hometown favorite. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, their boathouse located right at the heart of the basin downriver from us here at the Cambridge Boat Club. They are the Beavers, if I remember correctly, the engineers of the nature world. And approaching us now, this is bout number 8, Gordon College from Wenham, Massachusetts.
I tell you, for a small college, Gordon has really shown up big at this year's regatta. I've seen them entered in several events over the last couple of days. A small college. I think everybody at that college probably rose with the field, with the athletes that they've been able to field at the head of the Charles this year. So go Gordon College, well rowed.
It is remarkable. I love to see them out here, and it's great to see new crews joining the competition here at the head of the Charles. With that being said, my time here on the microphone is done, so I'm going to hand it off. Thank you, one and all. I've had a great time. Next up is the Men's Championship 8s.
And I'm Ellen Minsner, and I'll be joined by Mary Mazio, and so that means we'll be activating the 5-second delay for the announcing and broadcast team, because you never know what Mary is going to say.
What? Hello, Boston. Thank you to our friends on the Elliott Bridge that are up there cheering today. What beautiful day, Ellen. Quite a headwind at the start with a very, very bumpy basin. So,
and speaking of headwinds, I'd like to thank Vineyard Vines for those amazing jackets. Literally the only thing that kept me dry yesterday at this station. So thank you, Vineyard Vines. They are the official style of the head of the Charles Regatta. They've got locations at Attager Rowing and Fitness Expo and also down at the Weld Exhibition area. So check out their limited edition gear, and it is much appreciated by the thousands of volunteers who are donning those jackets today.
All right, Ellen, should we talk about the Men's Champ 8s? It's going to be led off by Team USA. In that boat, you will see several athletes who competed for the World Championships earlier this summer and who also showed up big time in the men's single. Clark Dean among them, Christopher Carlson. I don't know if Peter Quinton was in the single, but in this bow number 1, we've got James Catalano, Peter Quinton, Alex Karwowski, Nick Mead, Chris Carlson, Peter Chitane, Oliver Bubb from Dartmouth, Clark Dean from right down the river from Harvard, and then Henry Hollingsworth from Brown.
Yeah, it's a combination of the 8 and the 4 from the World Championships earlier this past summer. And they've got the top 10 crews are all returning from last year, and there are several international crews in this event, also from Great Britain, the Netherlands, Ukraine, France, and Canada. They're going to add to a really fantastic field this afternoon.
This is going to be really fun to watch. It's also worth noting that the men's 4 that has jumped into this 8, they won a silver medal earlier this summer at World Championships. So you can, oh, hello. I can see them coming around the corner already. They are humping around that corner, and they're taking it really, really tight. And, Ellen, it looks like they have jacked open a lead.
That's bow number 1.
Wow.
Yeah, you can see very impressive blade work. Jimmy Catalano cutting a line there, really nice along the buoys.
Wow,
it's not as
beautiful.
easy as well, it's never easy on this turn, but especially there's a bit of wind there pushing you wide, but no problem for Jimmy Catalano just driving that ship right in toward the Elliott Bridge.
That's
this is incredible.
A beautiful, beautiful turn. If you look at these guys, they row together, they're swinging together, their catches are super quick. You want that blade to disappear.
And they're going to enjoy that Elliott
Yes.
Bridge all by themselves. They can probably barely see the jerseys
That's
of the next crew
amazing.
that's coming down. And that next crew.
That looks like Syracuse orange, Ellen. Am I right? Followed in hot pursuit by Yale University.
Yes,
Yale is bow number 3.
Bow number 2 is Syracuse.
That's Yale A boat.
Yeah,
they're very, very competitive.
Yeah.
Sitting in the bow seat, Ellen, is Maddie Hansen, who was part of the GB development team.
Yeah, and they're putting a lot of pressure on Syracuse now. Syracuse wants to close the gap on bow number 1, but in order to do that, they've got to deal with the Yale crew behind them. So again, a 10-second gap at the start. Looks like Yale probably closed that on bow number 2, and they've got just a bit more to go in the race.
Yale, coached by Steve Gladstone, who was recently stepped down from full-time coaching duties. And Ellen, I think this looks like BU Blades. Am I correct?
You are wrong.
I am
you
wrong.
Are so wrong. It's
Oh
bow
my
number
God, that's
4.
Harvard. Well, that was a Freudian mistake, and probably intentionally so.
But look at that crew. Again, another
Beautiful.
incredible line. Like buoys right under those port riggers.
That
They've got to
was
be happy with that
gorgeous.
line. Coxed saving them a lot of time
Yeah,
there, and they've got clear water in front of them.
And Ellen, these top 4 crews have opened up quite a gap on Leander. Leander in the UK is sort of the second tier. It's the development team for the British team. The British team has been on a tear, multiple gold medals. So this Leander crew will prove to be maybe 20. They're all going to be gunning for 2028.
Yeah, and bow number 5, that is that Leander crew that Mary just announced. They're using Boston University blades there, so the BU blades, but they are indeed the Leander crew coming around in front of the Cambridge Boat Club. Welcome, Leander, to the head of the Charles.
Yep, and their sartorial splendor, they have a salmon unisuit. There they go. Ellen, Northeastern has just showed up, and they look to be closing the gap on Leander.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here. The Northeastern Huskies in the bow number 6.
They're in the A boat. Oh, boy, they've really opened up on Washington.
Yeah, bow number 7 is the Washington. They've got white jerseys, white blades. Again, these visiting coxswains do an incredible job.
That's a beautiful job by
very
Washington.
limited opportunity to practice on this course, so it takes a lot of nerves of steel to get your boat that close to the buoys and not cross over. So Washington doing a great job, but they've got a lot of work to do in the final bit of this race to make up some time.
They were second at last year's IRA championship. Washington men are typically very, very competitive.
Bow number 8 now approaching in the light blue jerseys.
That would be Brown, Ellen. Bruno's, this is their A boat. The 6th seat in there, you see him just hauling, jumping off those foot stretchers. That's Brown University. But, Ellen, look at Dartmouth.
Yeah, Dartmouth is really going after it.
Coached by Wyatt Allen. He has revitalized this program. It's amazing what these Dartmouth young men are doing, Ellen.
Yeah, incredibly aggressive turn. Look at these coxswains. Princeton the same. Everyone is just nailing this buoy line, staying aggressive on both sides. No letting up on that port side to make this turn. These coxswains are really nailing it. It's great. This is Princeton out here in front of the Cambridge Boat Club right now.
And then bow 12. Is that bow 12, Ellen?
Bow 10.
Bow 10 is the B boat for Harvard.
Yeah.
And you can see the amazing tights displayed by the 4-seat in Harvard's JV8.
Christmas comes early for the Harvard B boat.
Indeed. And then what a big gap, my friend.
Yeah, well, we'll be excited to see a couple of international crews coming around the bend, but still a big gap. We'll wait till they get out in front and give you a proper play-by-play.
Ellen, there is a boat full of Ukrainian athletes, actually, that are here today. We believe they're going to be coming right around, made up of both heavyweight athletes and lightweight athletes.
And they've come out big for the regatta also. They've entered a number of events today. We couldn't be prouder to host them, thanking all the clubs along the river that make this happen. Let's give it up for Ukraine.
Yep, bow number 12 from the Ukraine. All right, fellas, time to pour it on.
Bow 13. Bow 13 trails Ukraine right now by about 2 lengths of open water. Bow 13, that's the Yale
B-boat,
the Yale
second
B-boat.
boat, second varsity. But they're really pushing the Ukrainian 8, Ellen. Another beautiful turn around this corner here.
Bow number 14 now is next. The blue
From Canada.
The blue and red jerseys and the white blades.
From British Columbia, we've got bow number 14. And then we've got coming around the corner Dartmouth's B-boat, their second varsity. Their coxswain's also doing a nice job for a B-boat for a second varsity coxswain. That's a beautiful course. Terrific.
Yeah,
Go
great.
green, big green, big green, big green.
Yeah, great strong program now. We've got look like another Bruno crew coming up. I don't see the bow number just yet, but brown blades and the blue jerseys.
Yep. And this is their second varsity.
16. Bow number 16 are the Bruno.
And it looks like those red blades coming around the corner are going to be the University of Wisconsin. This is their varsity 8. But they are in hot pursuit, Ellen. But it looks like Penn. Those are Penn blades. It looks like Penn, number 19, may have passed bow number 18.
Yep.
This is Penn's varsity 8. And Penn has, in fact, passed
Bow 18.
BU, coached by Tom Bohr, longtime BU coach. This is BU's A boat, their top boat. And Northeastern's second boat is in hot pursuit.
Yeah, making a big charge. He's going to save
That's
himself about
bow 20. Yeah, they're doing a wonderful job.
bow 20. The Huskies a bit closer to that buoy line, saving some time, shaving seconds off. They're trying to chase down the crews in front of them. They've opened up a big gap on the crew right behind them, which looks to be maybe the Naval Academy.
Yeah, for sure. Those classic gold and navy blades. And then, of course, the midshipmen in their classic gray,
Yep.
Ellen.
Bow 21.
Here comes Navy. We got all those. Yep. All right, and now in the distance, it looks like bow number 23, Princeton. This is likely their second varsity, Ellen, because we saw another boat go earlier.
Yeah, and it's getting tougher and tougher to hug that buoy line. The wind is a bit gusty here right around the corner, so it's going to be taking the coxswains by surprise to get pushed away from the buoy line. So
Look at that.
it's
Yeah,
a
there's
really
some wind
difficult
shear.
turn here. So it looks indeed like the Princeton crew. '23.
That's Princeton right here in front of you, bow number 23.
And they've passed 22.
And they've passed our friends from Amsterdam.
The Dutch crew, Minerva, in bow number 22. They are in the blue and gold blades and the green jerseys, Minerva.
Welcome to Boston, Minerva, from Amsterdam.
24 out in front.
All right, this is a French boat, Ellen, from Université de Lyon. They were European University champions in 2022, and they have all raced under the colors
And
of the French
take
team.
a look at the hull going under the bridge now. That is the replica Boys in the Boat hull. That is the 27, the University of Washington. They were second at the IRAs this year.
And bow 25, Ellen, is from Canada, from Western Ontario. This is their varsity men's 8. They finished 6th at the Canadian University Championships last year.
And right behind them are Drexel.
From Philadelphia.
Yeah, but down on Boathouse Row, yellow hull, blue blades of Drexel.
And I think, Ellen, that is our Champ men's 8.
Yep, that was the Boston Globe Challenge Trophy. The course record was set last year in very favorable conditions in a blistering 13:23, but I don't think we'll see records today. It's a bit windy down in the basin, certainly a gusty headwind here. May not see any records fall unless we have a particularly outstanding performance from a crew this afternoon.
Big Gus also coming around well. Big Gus under BU going into the starting chute. Super bumpy out there. All right, Ellen, coming up next, we have the men's lightweight eights. This is always a very, very tough field. Only 14 entrants. Harvard will be out to defend the title they won last year, but Princeton, Yale, Navy, in fact, and Georgetown will be in hot pursuit down this course. While we're waiting for the men's lightweight eights, we'd like to thank our friends at Concept 2. Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. You can erg on a real-time loop on their free app to race on a course that is never closed. You can erg 24/7. You can erg at midnight. You can erg at 2 a.m. Stop by the Concept 2 booth to check it out.
I'm glad you said that, Mary, because sometimes at 2 a.m. I wonder, can I actually erg right now? Is it okay? Will I be allowed? Will there be a 24-hour race I could join?
You know what? And there just may be, Ellen, because
I'm going to do that tonight.
Right? Somebody on the far side of the planet will be erging, and you can join them. We see a boat coming around the bend. I want to say one more thing about Concept 2. Concept 2 is also the partner to the Most Beautiful Thing Inclusion Fund. They have donated both ergs and oars to underserved programs and have been just an extraordinary partner to encourage rowing and diversity in rowing.
And Harvard are here to defend their title, and they look like they're doing a pretty good job from this point of view. This is bout number 1. They're returning champions in the lightweight men's 8. They're doing a great job. They look to have opened up a gap on the Princeton crew behind them, so that's got to be fun for them. Longtime rivals here, but it looks like Harvard may have got the best of Princeton today. Let's get them on the bridge. Let's hear some noise, Elliott Bridge.
Great job.
Bring home your returning champions.
That being said, it looks like the Princeton Coxed may be hugging the buoy line just a little bit tighter. In fact, that is the case. So Princeton will be well served by their coxswain on this very, very tight line, but they still have quite a bit to make up. It looks like Yale is in hot pursuit, Ellen. Coached by longtime Yale coach Andy Card. Yale, look at the coxswain there. You've got the oars over the portside buoy line. Just extraordinary steering by Yale.
But Navy's giving them a run for their money. Bow number 4, the Naval Academy trails by just maybe a little bit of that start line gap. The Naval Academy with the hash of yellow and blue on the blades, gray jerseys and the yellow hull.
And this program has really had a resurgence over the past 5 or 6 years, and so they're very, very competitive, and it's super exciting to see Navy be so competitive with some of these other Ivy League programs.
Trying to hang right with them are the Georgetown crew.
Hoya Saxa, Georgetown University. Ellen, that looks like Cornell, I think, coming right around the buoy
indeed.
line.
That's bow number 6. The Cornell crew.
They got a little bit of ground to make up if they want to chase bow number 5, Georgetown.
And bow 7 looking to reclaim some ground. Looks like Cornell has maybe moved away from the Penn crew. The Penn crew are at bow number 7 in the red and blue blades and the red and blue jerseys.
But they're taking it up, Ellen. You can see they just coming around the bend. They took it up maybe a beat, maybe 2.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to try and sprint to the finish. That's Penn, University of Pennsylvania.
And that rating has helped them move away from the next bow number behind them. That's the MIT crew.
MIT placed 8th at the IRA last year. And in this boat are all members that competed last year. So this is from our friends up the river, Ellen. E to the U to UDX is their cheer, MIT. This looks to be possibly...
We've got a
Princeton's
duel here,
second
bow
boat.
9 and bow 10. Princeton and Dartmouth are duking it out, and Dartmouth getting the best of them for right now. Remember, they start in order with a bit of a gap, so bow number 10 and the green have closed and almost have stern deck overlap with the Princeton crew, who's going to try and hold them off and take the inside of that next corner. So bow number 9 taking a good line here, but they really ought to move over to the Cambridge shore to maintain that
Ellen.
edge.
The Dartmouth Coxswain could have taken advantage and ducked on the inside because the next turn at Belmont Hill is in the opposite direction, and it looks like that didn't quite happen. Oh, bummer.
It's a tough decision. You see the Dartmouth Coxswain was waving the Princeton crew off, trying to take that, but there just was not enough time. So, you know, a calculation there, and hopefully they just have a great final corner of the race here.
And most coxswains know to give way for an oncoming crew, Ellen, and there's a great deal of sportsmanship out here, generally speaking.
Well, in the heat of the moment, everyone's just trying to do the best for their crew. So I think all good sportsmanship here. Everyone's just trying to do the best for their crew. But we've got 3 crews coming up right now.
This looks like Navy's second boat, which is great. It means they've got a very sizable lightweight program, Ellen.
The bow 13 is giving them some pressure. That's the Canadian crew from Brock over in St. Catharines. This is an all-new crew with no history as racing together, but they're very accomplished athletes. Bow 13 making a name for themselves.
And
in
they've
the top.
just passed Penn. This is Penn's second varsity lightweight crew. And it looks like the Canadians are on a tear, Ellen. Look at them. Blades are going right in, particularly bow pair. Nice to see. And then we've got, looks like a Yale boat will be wrapping up this. This has to be, this is the Yale's 2V, their second lightweight 8.
Yeah, and they'll be the final crew in this event.
Yep,
14 competitors. This is indeed bow number 14, so they've got clear water in front of them. Nobody in their way, so they've got do whatever they want to do on this final turn. Good luck, Yale.
Yale University. Yeah, Yale.
And from my vantage point here, we've had a great regatta. No real incident here at the Elliott Bridge, which is a trickier turn than it looks. So the coxswains have been doing an incredible job, and some of these coxswains, even the high school ones, have really done a great job today. This event, though, has 42 entries in it. 42 men's collegiate 8s will be tearing up the river. The course record was set last year by Drexel in 14 minutes and 20 seconds. This is the Larry Gluckman Memorial Trophy that they'll be competing for today. And Drexel will indeed lead the charge from bow number 1, looking to defend their title, which they won by just barely over a second over that Williams crew from last year. Williams also returns, as do Holy Cross and Temple.
And Larry Gluckman, of course, longtime Princeton coach, also coached up at Craftsbury, just sort of an icon in the sport. All right, Ellen, we've got 42 competitors. That means 42 hulls that are going to be charging for this bridge. Looks to be a very exciting race.
And speaking of charging through the race course, I want to really thank the DCR, the Department of Conservation and Recreation here. They manage all the parkland where the racing takes place this whole weekend. The Head of the Charles have been in partnership with the DCR since 1965, and we really could not pull off the race without their incredible support. And we just want to thank all their hardworking staff for helping make this a great regatta.
And a shout out, Ellen, to DoorDash. I heard you on the mic yesterday asking if someone could DoorDash you a hot chocolate. Did that happen?
No, but I was well served by the wonderful volunteer lunches that arrived shortly thereafter, so I'm good.
Very, very good.
I'd like to also thank Gentle Giant Moving Company, their official logistics partner for the Head of the Charles. They move thousands of pounds of gear around for each year at the regatta, so thank you, Gentle Giant. But we're going to turn our attention to the course, and we've already got an upset, Mary. What do we...
Yeah, we got Williams. You mentioned Williams just a minute ago. Drexel had bow number 1. Williams has just pushed Drexel, and good for the Drexel coxswain to give way. The Williams coxswain, Ellen, is hugging that buoy line, and this is going to give them a major advantage positioning themselves into the last sprint. And good for Drexel for giving way.
Yeah,
that is a hard thing to do.
The Drexel tried to defend their crown, but it looks like Williams is going to steal their thunder. Well-rowed Williams trying to move also away from bow number 3, but bow number 3 is in hot pursuit as well.
And Williams is going to have to really kick it up if they want to take advantage of the inside of the turn that's coming up.
But Williams have looked like they moved a little bit away from Holy Cross. Holy Cross might be going with them all the way to the podium, but they won't overtake the first place, because they've got Temple right on their hull.
This is Temple is close.
For themselves in this year's regatta. And this first 4 crews have opened up a very big gap on the rest of the field, but as we said, it's 42 deep.
Bow number 5. Oh, no, this is bow number 6. Tufts University has passed bow number 5. The Jumbos are back. And some of these are graduate students. Bow number 5, Ellen, is from St. Joe's, Philadelphia. They're right in front of us as we speak.
Bow 7 is next. The Collegiate crew in the maroon blades and beautiful yellow M-Pocker.
Yeah, they were 3rd at Dad Vales, 19th at the IRA. Now it looks like we have Virginia, bow number 9, coming through.
Yeah, and you can see now the wind is actually moving that hull around.
It's really pushing these coxswains out, Ellen.
When you see the boat slide a bit rather than being steered from the stern, you know the wind is really affecting them. So they were a bit more wide than some of the earlier crews, but still doing a great job. This is the Virginia Rowing Association.
Yep. And Ellen, who is on them? Is that bow number 8?
With bow number 9. Bow number 9 from Trinity, a great
College.
program.
The Bantams from Hartford, Connecticut. Ellen, these Collegiate 8s that are these D3 programs are really exciting. There goes Trinity.
Speaking of exciting, Mary, look it down at this turn here.
Oh, boy. We got 1, 2, 3,
bow
4,
number
5.
11 in the pink.
Bow number 11, that's Bates College. They finished 3rd at last year's IRA.
Bow 13 charging through. That's the Wesleyan in the red and black blades.
Wow. Wesleyan has had an outstanding past several seasons, and they're in their classic red and black, and they are going to take no prisoners as it relates to this race.
They're having a great regatta.
They're having
really
a great regatta.
Passed through a few
that
crews
stern
already.
pair is looking pretty good. They're getting their oars in.
Bow 10 trails them.
Bow 10, Ellen, is WPI.
And bow 12 is Michigan.
And bow 12 is Michigan.
14 making a charge here. 14 in the white jerseys.
This is LaSalle from Philly. And LaSalle did not get the inside, but they may very well get the inside around this next corner
that
as they
LaSalle
pass.
crew looks very strong.
Yeah,
I mean, Boathouse,
look at them go.
Boathouse Row is well represented at the Head of the Charles this year, Mary.
Yeah, did you see the coxswain raise his fists in the air to his fellows to urge them on? Got a very, very excited all right. Looks like TTT, E to the U to UDX. We got MIT coming through.
I thought it was like
3.14149. Go Tech. All right, Ellen, the first 15 crews have opened up quite a gap.
But we're not even halfway done, Mary.
I know, we're a third. Well, clearly neither one of us went to MIT. But
nope.
All right, Ellen, who do we have here? Is this Hobart College, bow 16? Bow 16 from Hobart College, Geneva, New York. Their motto is iron sharpens iron. All right, a stubborn crew from Hobart College, self-proclaimed. Okay, following on their heels is Ithaca College, known as the Bombers. They moved up 3 places in 2022, and they hope to advance even further this year.
But bow 18 is giving them a lot of pressure. That's the Marietta College crew. Marietta was established back in 1871, and this is their D1 men's rowing program.
Yeah, and they came from Ohio to join us today, Ellen. You got a tall drink of water there in that 4-seat of Marietta.
We've got action again on the buoy line. Let's wait till things get a little bit clearer into view here, but we've got bow 21 is charging up the buoy line.
That's Bucknell from Lewisburg, PA.
And they've pushed bow number 19 right out of their way. Bow number 19 is the Marist crew from Poughkeepsie.
Yep, and good for Marist also to give way.
Bow 23 in the green hull looking to move up. Notre Dame.
Classic. You can see the shamrocks on their oars. That's Notre Dame from South Bend, Indiana. Welcome to Boston.
Bow 20 now trails them in the yellow and blue. That is the Adrian College from Addison, Michigan.
Looks like Notre Dame has a bunch of fans on the Elliott Bridge.
And bow 22, the Hamilton crew from Clinton, New York. This team is returning all but one graduating senior. They were 9th place at the NIRAs last spring.
Oh, I see more T's, Ellen.
Yep, we've got one more MIT crew, and this looks like them here. Yep, bow number 24. This is another MIT crew. MIT having a great regatta here. They've been entered in several events yesterday and today. Yeah, that's right. Let's go, Tech. You've got the Elliott Bridge all to yourself. Have a great rest of the race. And coming up next, we've got bow number 28, the Temple crew, under the leadership of first-year new head coach, Brendan Cunningham. And the Owls have moved past the URI Boat Club, University of Rhode Island, rowing behind them in the blue hull and the white blades. So Temple having a great row today. URI trying to make up a little bit more ground on the crew in front. But bow 29 moving up a little bit further back. That's the Orange Coast crew from Costa Mesa, California. They're just a 2-year community college from Southern California, and they love competing against these 4-year collegiates. So welcome to the head of the Charles, Orange Coast. Bow 25 out in front. That is Connecticut Boat Club from Storrs, Connecticut. And bow 31 making another charge from further back. That's the Delaware. They had a strong season and looking to have a great head of the Charles here. And so far, so good for the Delaware men. Bow 32 is an entry from Williams College. Williams trying to close the gap on that Delaware crew. Williams, as we saw earlier, had a great row in the earlier division. Bow number 33 now. That's another Trinity crew. The Bantams from Hartford, Connecticut.
The Bantams, Ellen. Oh, look at this. We've got a gaggle of 8s now coming around the bend.
Yeah, and again, it's getting windy on this corner. It looks like
Light
bow 26 in the dark. Bow 26 is...
That would be Bowdoin.
That's Bowdoin getting pushed out a bit here by bow 36.
Wow,
36 having a hell of a row. That is the San Diego crew This is their first entry in the Collegiate 8 program, so heck of a
Wow,
job for your
amazing, San Diego. Keep it going.
well-rode San Diego.
They
And
moved 10 places, Ellen.
in the pink jerseys are Bow 35.
Bow 35, Ellen, is
Bates.
Bates College in the pink. This is their second boat, I believe.
And Bow 34, a bit behind them, that's the WPI crew, Worcester Polytech. They qualified for national championships and the IRAs last couple of years there, so a strong crew from WPI, and they're happy to be out of this gap that's coming through now. We're going to go neck and neck.
This
through
looks
the
like a
Elliott Bridge.
Wesleyan crew once again, black and red blades.
Bow-
And their second boat, Ellen, is charging.
Yeah, Bow 39 demanding the inside.
Yep,
Bow
nicely
39,
done.
yellow hull. Bow
Nice.
37 moving out. That's Catholic University. So 37 and 39
Yep.
entering Elliott Bridge.
Yeah,
Right
the
behind them, having a little bit of steering issues, but is back on track.
bow number 30, Ellen.
Bow 30, the Merchant Marine
Merchant
Academy.
Marines from Kings Point. Oh, Wesleyan is taking a 20 over there to get the inside lane. Well done by Wesleyan's 2V.
Bow 40 also moving up, another crew from Oklahoma City. This is their first time they've entered an 8 in the head of the Charles, and they're doing a great job today from the back of the field, led by Stroke Keaton Knopp, who's a sophomore, and his dad was the founder of the program. So welcome to the head of the Charles.
From Oklahoma City.
Oh, and I know these blades because I am an alum of Villanova University. This is bow number 38. Go Wildcats. They returned from the Dad Vales and the Accra Championships last spring. This is a freshman who make up the varsity 8.
5 seats blade is in nice and quick from that Villanova 8. He's hauling on it, Ellen. Love to see that from a collegiate athlete.
That's what we do at Villanova.
I know you do. You haul on it. All right, Ellen. From
42 is the
Fairfield.
Fairfield crew. They are the last bow number, but I don't believe they will be the last ones by. So hopefully they've passed a couple in the field. This is the Fairfield crew. They have it's been a long time since they've tried their hand at the 8s in this event. So welcome back and have a great race, Fairfield.
Wow. You got the 2 seat in that Fairfield crew looking for a little bit of extra reach. I think we're looking for bow 41, Ellen, WPI, RPI.
Rensselaer crew.
Ellen, I see something around the corner. My hunch is this is the RPI crew. And you can tell the wind is whipping up a little bit. Got a little bit of wind shear coming around this corner.
Yep, and that's indeed bow 41, the Rensselaer Crew Club, building back their competitive program and looking to have a good showing here at the head of the Charles. Let's bring home our final competitors in this men's collegiate 8, the RPI crew.
Ellen, we got a barn burner of a race with the women's champ 8s. Bow number 1 is going to be Great Britain's development team, Leander Club. Bow number 2 will be Penn, ably coached by Wes Ning. That crew has, I believe they came in second at last year's NC2As or third. I mean, just an amazing program that he has really been pushing forward. Bow number 3. Oh, sorry, that was 6th at the NC2As. And they went to Henley. Washington, talk about boys in the boat, women in the boat. Washington is a perennial powerhouse at NC2As. Yes, they came in second last year. And then we've got 3 U.S. team boats. The first is our very own women's world championship team that won a silver medal at World Championships earlier this summer, qualifying the boat for the 2024 Olympic Games. They will be in hot pursuit behind them. Bow number 5 will be also athletes from the U.S. rowing team, all scullers. Ellen, you want to talk about who's in that boat?
Sure. It's just like basically an all-star roster of the 2023 World Championships team, but all scullers: Mary Nabel, Michelle Sescher, Kara Kohler, Sophia Vitas, Christy Wagner, Molly Reckford. I think we ran out of there's more people in there, but I don't have them in my notes here.
With Michelle winning the women's as a lightweight athlete who won the Open Champ single yesterday. Just amazing.
All these people raced yesterday, but we have a special allowance for the national team members to come and show their stuff in the head of the Charles as a crew. But yeah, most of these people raced very competitive race yesterday in the women's single. So the Scullers 8 hopping in to see if they can best their sweep teammates. Then we've got another training center crew right behind them.
Women's 4.
The women's 4 and some others from the training center. So it's going to be a real battle among those American crews to see who gets bragging rights for the head of the Charles.
For sure. For sure. It's going to be really fun. And these are just sort of extraordinarily powerful women. And the rest of the field is made up collegiate athletes, equally as exciting. There are over 100 D1 programs in this country, Ellen, and many of them are scholarship-based. And so the athlete pool, both for the U.S. but also abroad, you will see many of the women in the collegiate boats representing their countries both in 2024 and in 2028. So it's a really exciting field.
We've also got some international crews trying to upset and spoil the home race for the U.S. team. We've got the Danish crew.
That's
is
right.
At bow number 9. That's their Danish sweep team. We also have the Canadian crew here from British Columbia. Another student crew from Minerva.
Netherlands.
That's the Dutch student crew. And a Canadian crew from Western Ontario. This is a collegiate 8, but we're really happy to have our international friends here joining us in
Ellen,
this field.
It looks like we got U.S. rowing already coming around the bend. Let me, can we go to bow number 1? Sorry, forgive me. This is this looks like it's Leander.
Yeah.
Can you see the bow number from here?
She doesn't have a bow jersey one on, so I can't see. It is bow number 1. Bow number 1.
This is Leander. What an amazing statement these women are putting out.
Yeah, throwing it down, Leander.
Throwing it down, Leander from Great Britain.
Yeah, there they go.
Wow.
You've got Abigail Troop, Eleanor Brinkoff, Maureen Green, Amelia Standing, Juliet Perry, Phoebe Snowden, Daisy Bellamy, and Philippa Emery. What a row, Leander.
Wow. And then we've got, looks like possibly Penn, and who's coming around the bend?
They don't seem to have bow numbers on the bow seat jersey, so it's hard for me to get a bead on these bow numbers. Looks like a U.S. rowing hull. This is bow number 4. Bow number 4. Bow number 4 from the U.S. Training Center, Christina Castagna, Emily Froelich, Margaret Hedeman, Jessica Taines, Brooke Mooney, Alina Hagstrom, Regina Salmons, Mary
Daisy Mazio-Manson in the 7th seed, and Charlotte Buck. These are your silver medalists from the World Championships going under, and they have clearly passed bow number 3. They are looking to crank on it.
Yeah, the Washington crew there, bow number 3, have to hope to gain a bit of ground now. But what a show from the Great Britain, the Leander crew, and that bow number 4.
And bow number 6 is now coming into with the pink shirts, Ellen. That is Coxed by Rachel Rain. This is Molly Brueggemann, Erin Reelick, Kate Nifton, Claire Collins, Aja, and Allison Baker.
And they've passed the Scullers 8, so the Scullers 8 clearly showing that they spent a lot in that singles race yesterday.
That was a brutal singles race yesterday.
They look beautiful, though, coming through and they've gone through bow number 2. That was that Penn crew.
And Michelle Sesser, you can see her, I believe she's in the bow seat, just hauling on it. Classic.
Bow 7 are the Brown crew in the yellow hull and the brown and white blades.
And they were 4th at the Ivy Championships. Brown is always feisty. They row high, they row hard, and it's a classic trademark for Brown.
Bow number 9 is, in fact, that Danish Rowing Center. These are the best Danish sweep rowers from the national team. Looking good out here in bow number 9.
Bow 8. Although bow number 10, Ellen, is in hot pursuit.
Ooh, that
from
Yale crew.
All right, we've got some U23 Athlete of the Year, I believe, is in this boat. Mia Levy, You've got just a stacked boat in that Yale boat. They're doing really nicely, and they're passing Princeton.
Yeah, bow number 8 is the Princeton crew. They're the open women's crew with Lucy Coven.
Stroked by Lucy Coven. That's amazing. Princeton is coached by Lori Dauphiny. Will Porter coaches Yale women. Long time competitors. That is a barn burner happening between those two crews.
And this is Syracuse coming up now, the bright orange blades, and bow number 11, Syracuse having clear water after those first 8 or 9 crews coming through.
Yeah, this is going to be nice for that Syracuse Coxed, Ellen, because I see 4 boats now coming around the bend, and everybody's going to be jockeying for position here.
But it's bow 13, another Yale crew
That
making
looks
a
like
strong
the Yale
showing.
2V. And they are going to be trying to hold off those bows that are charging on them. But again,
bow 15, that second Brown crew. This crew was 4th at the Ivy League Championship.
Brown
bow
is
15.
in hot pursuit. This is the second Brown varsity, and they are going after the second Yale varsity women. And they have closed the gap already, Ellen.
Yep, but bow 14 on that buoy line in the yellow, in the red and yellow blades. That's the USC women from Los Angeles, California. They look like they're getting the best of the Radcliffe crew today. So being a bit of the visiting team, making a spoiler for the home team. But the Radcliffe crew doing great. They just honored their longtime coach, Liz O'Leary, last evening, who's stepping down after a storied career leading the Radcliffe
herself a member of the 1976 Olympic team in the pair.
That's right. That's right. One of the women who gave their entire career to helping women get their start in collegiate rowing as well as national team.
All right, Ellen, can you see these bow numbers coming around? 17. All right, bow number 17. That's a second Penn boat. Is that the second Penn boat? Yes.
They've passed 16.
They have passed Northeastern. Penn, again, is coached by Wes Ning. They had its best ever finish at the NC2As in 6th place. Bow 16 is from Northeastern, right down the river.
Oh, and she knows she hasn't won this corner, but she's going for the next one. You see that Northeastern
Yep, she's
crew?
angling her bow.
Yeah, she's got that line.
And this looks like the Princeton 2V, Ellen, bow number 18.
That's right. And they've moved out a bit on bow number 19. This is the BU women from right here in Boston. They are the official starting line of the
head of the
Charles, so no excuse being late to the line for any BU women, and they're doing a great job here today at bow number 19.
And it looks like they've really opened up on Syracuse.
Yep.
Syracuse is going to be bow number 20. We can tell already, classic orange blades. But a beautiful course, honestly, by this Collegiate Coxed from Syracuse. She's really hugged that, Ellen. And with these windy conditions, that ain't easy.
And we've got another battle on the buoy line. It's bow number 24. The Stanford women from Redwood City, California, are demanding that line. They are trying to push all the way through. Bow number 21, that is the British Columbia crew from Vancouver.
Stanford, always very, very among the top programs in the United States at the D1 level.
Yeah, they're rowing a nice long stroke rating. It's certainly working for them today.
Yep.
Then we've got another battle on the buoy line. We've got bow number 23.
Ooh, out a little wide, I have to say, Ellen.
Moving up through bow number 22. So bow 23 earns the right for the inside of the turn.
Oklahoma, this is their first time back in at this race in a number of years. They're competing with some U23 members, Ellen.
Bow 22 there, that's another of the student club, the Minerva crew from Amsterdam. They're having a great regatta
this
here.
Looks like another orange-bladed crew. Is that bow 26?
Bow 28. Bow 28 is the Virginia women from Charlottesville. They were second at ACCs and 11th at NC2As this year.
Virginia, coached by longtime coach Kevin Sauer. Ellen coming around the bend now.
Bow number 25. That's another crew from Drexel.
Storied program at Drexel. Bow 25 from Philadelphia.
Bow 26 is trying to.
That's Rhode Island.
Yeah, Rhode Island in the white jerseys and the dark hull. They had to give way a little bit for Bow 29. Bow 29 is the Duke women, coached by Megan Cook.
Yeah.
And Rhode Island look like they're going stroke for stroke now.
And it's Duke. Duke is going to have to take some pretty quick strokes if they want to take advantage and get on the inside here, Ellen.
The Rhode Island crew is coached by Olympic silver medalist Shayla Donahoe.
In fact, indeed.
Bow number 32 now on the buoy line. That's a Michigan women from Ann Arbor. And they are pushed through bow number 30. Bow number
33 is in hot pursuit. Another Stanford, their 2V.
Washington State. So Stanford trying to shove their bow in. That is a gutsy move there.
Boy.
3 crews through the bridge. Michigan tapped the bridge, but no problems there. Amazing job. Blade by blade overlap in that bridge, but no contact. Well done, Coxons.
All right, leaving Cambridge Boat Club, we got Kurt Somerville and his daughter. Kurt was a member of the 1980 team. He's rowing with his daughter.
Kurt, keep going. Cross. Kurt, get across the river. Kurt. Kurt. Well, that was a close one.
All right, collision narrowly averted.
Bow 34, the University of Washington.
Another Washington boat. Amazing. Coached by Yaz Farouk, a member herself of the 1992 Olympic team. She coaches these amazing women from Washington.
And bow 31 now rounds out the field. This is the crew from Western Ontario. Canadian crew, this is their Western's varsity women's 8. They were 4th at the Canadian University Championships last year. The club was founded back in 1957.
Ellen, we have some preliminary unofficial results that our silver medalists from last year's World Championships were first in a time of 16:11, and USA 2 was second in a time of 16:11 point something something. So just amazing. Oh, Ellen, it looks like we do have another entry out on the field.
That might be the lightweight. I think we got everybody.
Okay.
Mary, I think this might be the first of the lightweight 8s, but we'll have to wait and see what the bow number is as we come around. The lightweight 8s are up next. This is the women's division of the lightweight 8s. Course record was set by Stanford University back in 2017. This is the City of Boston Trophy. The course record is 15:46, a blistering time for a lightweight 8. Just 5 competitors, but it's going to be a very tight race here today, or at least we would have anticipated. But what have we got here? Yeah, this is bow 27 from the previous race, bow 27. The Avalon crew from Chincoteague, Virginia. We must have missed them earlier on. That's right, Misty of Chincoteague, a great novel if you haven't read it.
Thank you for that editorial, Ellen. You are a very well-read person. So why those USA 8s were so exciting? And what a barn burner of a race is because the women's 4 was in that second USA 8, and they are returning Olympians, of course, from Tokyo. So we knew this race was going to be close. We did not know it would be within a second. So again, our silver medalists, stroked by Charlotte Buck, Daisy Mazio-Manson, and others in that boat, just cranked on it. But so did Team USA too. Exciting.
Well, it's great to see the U.S. rowing team was here kind of in full force. You know, when you compete overseas, you don't often get to to see your friends and family all everywhere. So it's a great showing for U.S. Rowing to come in so many different events here. They had a great row, but it's also a great way for us to thank our supporters back here at home who may not get to see us race often enough. So really proud to see so many U.S. rowing crews here at the regatta this weekend.
For Team USA. And also the women that did not compete in the women's single, most of them competed in their alumni eights. And so you saw the barn burner yesterday between Washington, Texas, and Stanford. And those were populated with Team USA athletes that you just saw go by. So they're extraordinarily fit and really exciting set of races for all of them. Ellen, it looks like we might have our first lightweight 8 coming around the corner. Would that be right? It looks like Radcliffe Blades.
Yeah, that's Radcliffe. The lightweight program at Radcliffe is always a storied history.
Yeah.
It's a great early season look at what things might be in the spring racing season. But the Radcliffe crew, they started at bow number 1, and they look to have opened up a bit of a gap on the next bow number.
Princeton.
So hopefully that bodes well for the Radcliffe women.
Yeah, that's Princeton. But Ellen, coming up really fast on Princeton with red and white blades would be BU.
Yeah, BU's
Wow,
really come on strong.
that would be really exciting for that BU program.
Yeah, the Radcliffe crew rowing really long here. That's
Yeah.
great to see for lightweights. You've got to do that in the headwind here.
Yep.
And the BU crew really putting pressure on Princeton. Princeton would rather
Yeah.
be focusing on Radcliffe, but they are kind of in that sandwich where they're trying to close the gap on Radcliffe, but they've got to hold off a charging BU. All of them taking fairly conservative line here, but again, those wind gusts making it very difficult for the
get around
Coxons.
that corner.
That's
Yeah.
right.
The 5 seat from that Radcliffe crew, by the way, getting her oar in really quickly. You could see her hauling on it in these windy conditions.
Looks like Georgetown will be
Here
next.
comes
They've got
Princeton.
Sorry. So that's in the red hull right in front of the Cambridge Boat Club dock is bow number 3, the BU women.
BU they can sense it. They're right on Princeton.
And Georgetown is moving up in the field here.
Yeah,
Georgetown is
nicely
about,
done.
4 or 5 boat lengths back. They're at bow number 4.
Goya Saxa.
And no sight yet of the MIT crew, but they've also got a strong lightweight program on both the men's and the women's side. So, yep, here come around the corner. This will be our 5th and final entry in the women's lightweight 8. And it's going to be the MIT crew coming around the corner. You can see the gust now. They're just kind of scooting from Boston to Cambridge Shore at an angle. So
it's a wind shear, Ellen.
yep, it's hard to steer coming around, but MIT doing a great job. They got nice clean blade work, which always helps in a headwind, or any time, quite frankly.
Ellen, just going back to the women's champ 8s, unofficially, of course, the Danish team came in 3rd. The Leander team, bow number 1, who was storming up the course, they were 4th. 5th was Yale. 6th was the Scullers 8 from U.S. Rowing, half of whom were lightweight athletes. And then Stanford was after that.
Let's give a big round of applause. The MIT lightweight crew rounds
Here they
out the
come.
field this afternoon. Come on, Elliott Bridge. There we go. All right, Mary, I'm going to thank La Crema Winery. I savored my moment at the head of the Charles earlier at the director's tent.
With 1 or 2 glasses or 7,
Just
Ellen?
one,
Okay,
2 ice
good.
cubes.
Good. I don't know who drinks wine with ice cubes, but, you be you.
That was great. They're the official wine of the Head of the Charles, and they're at the Falls area bar next to the awards tent, and you can check out their exceptional wines this weekend. If wine is not your thing, you can also check out LaCroix Sparkling Water. They're giving away free samples today. They're awesome. They're down at Adager Row near the Fitness Expo. You can try many of their zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters. And LaCroix Sparkling Water is the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta.
Fantastic. All right, Ellen, what is next for us? Women's Collegiate Eights?
Yeah, we've got 35 competitors, and usually this is a site of many a near miss with coxswains and blades and crews coming through Elliott Bridge, but so far it's been really clean coxing, really clean racing here. So 35 crews. We've got Mercyhurst is going to lead the field, and they are the two-time champions of this event, so they're looking for the three-peat.
They have some athletes that are PG athletes, right, that took a year from COVID for eligibility, so they're back to give it one more college try, if you will.
Yeah, and then you've got the Wellesley crew, who have won the Varsity 8th NC2A Division III championships last spring, and I think a few times over the last couple of years. So the Wellesley crew will be very strong.
Coached by Tessa Spillane,
yeah,
longtime coach Tessa Spillane.
As will the Jumbos, who are starting at bout number 3. The Jumbos are Tufts University. They were third at the NC2As in the team trophy in their division.
And then fourth will be Bates College. They had a fourth team finish at NC2A. So this is going to be really interesting to see how this passage of time treats those top 5 entries. And then, of course, we've got Trinity College in 5th place, starting 5th. So to distinguish the women's champ 8 from the women's collegiate 8, I think you'll see a lot of D3 and some D2 entrants, Ellen, in this race. A lot of the D1 programs compete in the Open Championship race, along with, as you saw, they like to really get on the line with Team USA and other international elite teams, which is really exciting for these collegiate athletes to be able to line up. Sure. Ellen, it looks like we got somebody coming around the corner. Oh, boy. We got two bows coming around the corner. I think that may be, well, we got 3 bows coming around the corner.
Bow 1 leads a tight pack.
All right.
Getting
Wellesley's getting pushed wide. That is tough. Mercyhurst, it looks like, is really hanging on to this buoy line. They're leading the pack, but you've got bows 2 and 3.
The Tufts Jumbos are charging, and they've pushed out their rivals, Wellesley College, a little bit wide, and now the Jumbos are going after Mercyhurst.
Jumbos!
Will they close that gap?
Oh, look at them. They're going to take a 20, which means you increase the rate, you pull a little bit harder, and they're coming. Beautiful job by their coxswain.
So Mercyhurst may have no idea what's going on behind them, but the Jumbos certainly do. They got the Jumbo fans on the bridge. Mercyhurst holding on. Tufts charging. Wellesley trying to climb back into it.
Tufts is charging. Oh, wow. This is a barn burner.
Yeah, it's a big upset.
Amazing performance by Tufts.
Yeah, and the Jumbo are using those.
Yeah, they're in Jumbo fashion.
They're using the comp blades, a different shape there, so certainly working for them today, a larger rounded shape than the traditional square hatchet blade.
And the Jumbo coxswain, Ellen, is going for it. She's cutting across to get the inside lane. This is really exciting.
Yeah, and they've moved away from bound number 4. That's Bates College, who will have to try and work their way onto some type of medal here today.
And they are in hot pursuit by Trinity.
Yes.
The Bantams are going to look to take some names.
Yeah, the Bantams were 4th place at the NIRC Regatta last year. That's Juliana Boris, Whitney Young, Camille Schubert, Alex Paluzik, Valerie Casella, Eleanor Burke, Michaela Rivera, Allie Johnson, and Zoe Tiffin from the Trinity crew.
And as we suspected, these top 5 entrants have opened up a bit of a horizon on the rest of the field. But, Ellen, we got somebody coming around right now with purple blades that we have seen before.
Yeah, that's bound number 7. That's the Williams College from Pittsfield, Mass.
The Fs.
Mm-hmm. They were 3rd place in the 2V at the NESCAC Championship. The 1V was 5th at the NC2A championships.
Their team values are excellence, trust, and love.
There we
Williams
go.
College.
Let's show them the love,
what a
Elliott
set
Bridge.
of values. That's beautiful. Bow number 7, Williams College.
And they've moved way out on the next.
Wellesley 2V, Ellen.
Yeah, the Wellesley 2V. Not able to hang on to Williams right now.
But that was Williams 1V. So this is Wellesley 2V, again coached by longtime Mount Holyoke rower Tessa Spillane.
Bow number 9 is behind them in the maroon jerseys and the maroon and white blades. That's another crew from the Bates College. We've got some action on the buoy line
Is
behind
that Wesleyan?
them.
That's the Wesleyan women.
The Wesleyan crew are
Am
doing
I
a
right?
great- No. Wait, where are we? Where are we?
With the red and black blades?
Bow 11, yes. Bow 11 is Wesleyan. You are correct.
Yes, I was correct. I will take that as a check mark, Ellen. Wesleyan is looking terrific. They are charging. They've passed bow number 10, and they're going to go for bow number 9.
Yep, bow number 10 is a crew from WPI.
Worcester. Wesleyan has taken it up. They have taken it up one beat. They're going to try and win this thing.
And again, another crew, another jumbo crew in this beautiful.
This is the Jumbo 2V.
Yeah, nice light blue hull with those rounded comp
Yeah,
blades.
I really like how Bow is rowing. She's getting her blade right in there really quick. Another set of comp blades, Ellen, as you pointed out earlier.
And the black and white jerseys and blades on the next bow number 13 is Clark University from Worcester.
Another Worcester team. And this crew went to Women's Henley as well as the San Diego Crew Classic earlier this year, and they're very, very young. They graduated 12 of 16 last year, so this is a freshman crew, and what an amazing job by Clark. Young athletes here at the head of the Charles.
In the blue jerseys behind them is bow number 15, the Hamilton crew from New York. They were the second place finishers at the New York State Championship and overall points winner with a 9th place finish at the NIRA Regatta. They have done well to move through the Bryn Mawr crew.
Oh, Bryn Mawr is here. That's great to see.
Yep, they're bow number 14 in the yellow hull with the yellow and black blades.
Yep, they had a second place finish in the D3 8s category at Dad Vales.
And you got this Holstein cow pattern blade. That
Middlebury.
is Middlebury. They have the Middlebury Oarsmen, varsity 8, oarswomen, excuse me.
You got to love those cow blades. Middlebury seems to have some serious fans on that Elliott Bridge.
Bow 18 is moving up nicely in the field. That's the Ithaca crew. They're coming off a 3rd place finish at the NC2A Championship in the varsity.
Home of Megan Musnicki, who at the age of 40 years old is taking a run at Team USA. She was in the women's pair, coming in 4th at World Championships at age 40. Great. Amazing. She will be a 4-time Olympian. She is a gold medalist, and Ithaca was her home. Little known fun fact, Ellen. All right, University of Rochester, Ellen, from Rochester, New York, is in the house. Here they come. Bow 17. Bow 22, Ellen. That's Smith College.
Yeah, they're moving up very well in the field.
Yeah,
They've passed a
fantastic.
few people, and they probably passed this pack behind them.
Smith College, home to Kathy Keeler, gold medalist from 1984, longtime Boston area coach.
They've really moved away from the Coast Guard crew. That's bow number 23 on the buoy line. And bow number 19 has been pushed back. Bow number 19 out of the Colby crew from Sydney, Maine.
Yep. Kathy Keeler was Smith's long time coach. Her true home is Wesleyan. We saw them blowing by.
Yep, so that Smith crew has bested the Williams second crew and Colby, and they're doing very well here today.
Yep. We got bow number 20, Williams, trying to sneak up on the inside, trying to pass Colby right now. Ellen, I'm not sure who is coming around the corner, but it looks like classic Mount Holyoke blades. Home to.
And you should know.
I would know. Proud Mount Holyoke alumni, alumni, alumno. Big like Moose, Mount Holyoke College, if that is in fact Mount Holyoke College. Motto is big like moose, strong like ox. We eat rocks.
Bow 24, Mount Holyoke College.
Indeed. In the house. Big like moose.
This is
strong like ox. MHC, Oars Women, and Cox. Let's go, Mount Holyoke.
Bow number 25 are the WPI crew from Worcester. They were the NC2A championships in the Varsity 8.
Ellen, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 crews that are now crowding the bend. One crew has been pushed out fairly significantly.
Yeah, there's a lot of decision-making going on in the Coxsons' heads
tough.
right now. They're trying to pass. They're also trying to hold the buoy line. They're trying to line up for the bridge. So the Coxsons have a very difficult job even before they get to the Elliott Bridge. They've got a lot of decisions to make. But right now with the clearest line out in front are bow number 30.
I was going to say, Wesleyan once again, their 2V, really hauling on it, looking really nice in their classic black and red blades.
They've moved right through Catholic University, who are in the red jerseys behind them at bow number 28.
The classic crosses, of course, on their oars
and
from Washington, D.C.
And Catholic has rowed through Conn College, who are on the Cambridge shore here in the white blades and the blue and black uni suits.
Yep. But the Conn College coxswain, very in a sportsmanlike way, gave way to the oncoming crew, so cheerio for that.
And bow 27 is another crew from the University of Rhode Island.
Little Rhodey.
Yep, they're perennial ACRA small boat point champions, and they were first in the Women's Novice 4 at ACRA's earlier this year. So a strong club entry from the University of Rhode Island.
All right, Ellen, coming around in bright, bright, bright green would be William Smith from Geneva, New York. Wow, that is just amazingly lime greeny. But they're holding off these other 3 bows that are in really hot pursuit.
Bow 33 is right behind them on the buoy line.
Bow 33 is charging.
Bow 29 is going wide there. Bow 29 are the Jefferson crew from Philadelphia.
Oh, they've corrected, Ellen. No harm, no foul yet.
But in the middle here, in the red jersey,
Bow 33 has gone through a number of they're cooking. Bow
but I'm
33.
I'm looking at bow number 6.
Who's bow 33?
I already called them. Yeah. Bow number 6 in the middle here. This is the Canadian crew of the University of Calgary Rowing Club.
Okay, the Canadian crew. They likely, Ellen, may have been late to the start line.
Yeah, I think so.
Coming around the bend now is bow number 35. This looks like the Trinity 2V, I would suspect. This is a very young crew, mostly 19 and 20 years old. NIRC 9th place finish for this boat, the 2V. They too look like they're rowing with comp blades from our friends at Concept 2, the oar supplier to the head of the Charles.
Yep, and we have a crew coming in, bow number 21. This is the Bowden crew from Brunswick, Maine. Bow 21 now out in front of Cambridge Boat Club with the black and white checkered blades. You've got some fans on the bridge cheering for Bowden. And behind them is a little bit of a battle going on between bow number 34 and bow number 32. Bow 34.
That would be Manhattan.
Yeah, Manhattan is in the green, and they're trying to close the gap on
RPI,
who's bow number 32. So RPI right now has the lead. They're not quite on the buoy line, and here comes bow 34 for the Manhattan crew. They've competed in the head of the Charles for the last 2 years, so excited to be back here and looking to close the gap on the RPI crew.
And in fact, they are closing the gap. You can hear their coxswain screaming for them to pull just a little bit harder. Ellen, who else do we have? Anybody else out on the field here?
I believe this may be the last entry in the women's collegiate eights. We're going to thank Nelson Kellerman for keeping these. Nielsen Kellerman for keeping these coxswains' mics turned on and clear through some pretty crazy weather. And also can be affected by wind. But they are the global leader in rowing performance electronics. They've got a booth down here on the regatta course here. Check out their latest offerings for the NK Link logbook, the Coxbox GPS and Coxbox Core, and the full line of their connected ecosystem of products and services.
And their stroke coaches have bumpers in every color imaginable. They measure your heart rate, your stroke rating, your speed, your average speed, time elapsed. It's everything a
your
person
attitude.
could want. Your attitude, your happiness, your mood. All right, Ellen, take it away.
Yeah, we really couldn't do this regatta at all without the help of BNY Mellon Investment Management. They are the presenting sponsor. Got an incredible tent over on near Adager Row. They've been they're one of the world's leading investment management organizations, encompassing BNY Mellon's affiliated investment management firms and global distribution companies. Thank you, BNY Mellon Investment Management, for over a decade of a valued partnership with the head of the Charles.
Ellen, we would be remiss not to address the explosion of our sport, especially among youth rowers. It is so exciting to see. And, well, we can't really talk about it because we see the first men's Collegiate 4 already coming around the bend. All right, Ellen, we got bright blue blades coming. That could be bow number 1, but I can't really tell yet.
You won't see Notre Dame in blue. Come on.
I was going to say. All right, bow number 3 from San Diego. Of course, we saw them earlier. Last year they finished 3rd, and they are out to make a statement. And they're going to 3rd. We're going for 1st. That's San Diego. Amazing.
Yeah, they've moved through bow number 2. That's the LaSalle crew from Philadelphia. And bow number 4, Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University from Daytona Beach, Florida.
Wow.
So no news from Notre Dame.
The aeronautical students are going for it.
But
they are closing on bow number 3. They've passed bow number 4.
The Notre Dame crew were attempting to defend their Collegiate 4 title from last year, but not going to happen today.
Oh, yeah, a little bit wide.
A little bit wide. Perhaps they started out of order, so you don't know until we see the time. But right now, it looks as if the LaSalle, San Diego, and Embry-Riddle have already bested bow number 1.
Yes.
So bow number 1 in the green hull, but looking nice and clean, rowing well here. This is your crew from Notre Dame in South Bend, Indiana.
Yep, the classic Shamrocks, of course. All right, Ellen. We've got the blue and white blades coming around now. That's a beautiful, beautiful turn by the coxswain. You say it's green. I say tomato. You say tomato. And that's bow number 10. Wow, they've really made their way through the field. Stetson from DeLand, Florida. That's amazing.
Yep, and they've bested bow number 7 already. That's the UNC men's crew from Chapel Hill.
Well, Ellen, here comes a brighter green coming around the bend right now.
That's bow number 9, the Loyola crew from Baltimore, Maryland.
Good for them. That is wonderful to see. Bow number 9 from Maryland. Oh boy, then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews coming around the bend.
Little oar contact, but nothing major. But we've got bow 12 is leading this pack right now. So bow 12 are the Vanderbilt crew.
From Nashville, Tennessee.
And the fastest of these next 3 crews on the line.
Nice buoy line by that checkered team.
Bow number 11 right now leading by about a half a length with the blue and yellow blades. That's the Michigan Rowing Association plowing through the middle there. They've come through Bowdoin, who is bow number 8, and pushed through bow number 5. Had to go wide. Bow number 5 are the Bates College crew. Bow number 5 in the pink are Bates. Bow number 8 on the buoy line. Bow 10 leads into the bridge.
And Ellen, you've got bow 13 making its way from Grand Valley, Allendale, Michigan. They're really going for it.
Bow 15, the UC Santa Barbara crew from California. They were bronze in 2019 and 5th in 2021. They're a really strong crew from California. Bow 15.
UC Santa Barbara. They are going to try and stay ahead of these charging 1, 2, 3 boats coming around.
I don't know. 16 is giving them some pressure. The Virginia Rowing Association right on their tail. They've already moved up on them.
Yep.
Bow number 14 trails now. 14 is the Mercyhurst crew in the white hats, white jerseys.
A little bit of a bobble there coming out of this orange and yellow crew, Ellen. That's bow number...
Bow number 17 now in the red hull.
Okay.
That's not UNH.
That does not look like UNH. So, interesting. All right, we will continue.
I think it's a Canadian crew, but we'll have to wait and see. We think we
point.
have a missed bow number there. Don't look like the familiar blades of UNH.
I was going to say, it certainly are not.
Bow 18.
That's Carleton University from Canada.
Is that correct?
And 3 of these members have been rowing for less than 1 year. How amazing is that? Our friends from Canada, novices in the sport. Bow number 18.
But looking like pros today. Nice job. Following them is bow number 21. That's the Trinity crew from Hartford, Connecticut.
The Bantams. Oh, dear. Boston College. Yep, that's bow number 19 coming into view right here.
They row out of Community Rowing's boathouse on the Charles River and look like maybe using one of those hulls today, those bright red Hudsons from Community Rowing,
Yep,
but Boston
BC,
College.
We can hear the BC fans all the way over here. All right, BC, yeah.
Bow 24 is giving them some pressure all the way from Boulder, Colorado.
University of Colorado.
Whoop. That's bow number 24, the Colorado crew, entering the Elliott Bridge right now. Bow 23 right behind them, so they've passed the Merchant Marine Academy, bow number 23, in the blue hull and the white blades. Yeah, give it up, Elliott Bridge. Bow 25, the Skidmore crew.
Okay, great to see participation from Skidmore.
Yep, they're in the green jerseys and the yellow stripes, the Skidmore crew.
With the classic S as a giveaway on their blades.
Bow 22 now. 22, the Dominican University from Orangeburg, New York. And
This has a number of walk-ons in this boat. That's exciting.
bow 29 now moving up in the field. Bow 29 are the George Washington crew from Washington, D.C. And they've moved up in their past bow 20, the Amherst crew.
From Amherst, Mass. And then, Ellen, is this another...
This is bow 27,
Wesleyan?
Wesleyan.
I was
Wesleyan
gonna
having
say,
an incredible
Wesleyan is
showing.
having an amazing showing today. The classic red and black blades. Coached by Phil. Okay, coming up. Bright, bright, bright blue unisuits here, Ellen.
That's University of Rhode Island
Little
crew.
roadie.
Yep. Bouna 28, though, is giving them some pressure.
That's BC, Ellen.
No, 28.
BC Blades, no? St. Thomas. All right, I heard BC over here to my right. Thank you for playing.
Yeah, it's bow number 28,
That's
St. Thomas. They're
St.
from
Thomas, fantastic.
Yep,
From
they're
St. Paul, Ellen.
St. Paul, Minnesota. But this is a student-led club, and they mainly participate in regattas throughout the Midwest, but they're made the trip today, so welcome to the head of the Charles,
And
St.
their
Thomas.
coach is a former GB national teamer, Martin Hindman. And these are all new rowers. All right, St. Thomas from St. Paul, welcome to Boston.
And bow 31 is moving up on bow 30, excuse me.
That'll
Bow
be
30,
Connecticut College.
Connecticut College. So Connecticut College getting a little bit of pressure from the crew behind them at bow 31. And bow 31 are the Mass Maritime crew from Buzzards Bay, Mass.
All right, we have some Con College fans. We can hear them. Oh, Ellen, we've got two crews coming around the bend with the faster crew pushed to the outside, it looks like. Hard to tell. Excellent move by that coxswain.
I know the faster
Hanging
crew.
on to the buoy line. That's a beautiful, beautiful move.
They are the faster crew. They have the inside of the lane, and that's bow
Yep.
number 36, Southern California.
Nice job by
Yep.
by Southern California.
Yep, and they have passed through bow number 32.
That's the Coast Guard. That was a beautiful move. And good for Coast Guard, by the way, to give way.
bow 35 now coming into view. This is the UC Santa Barbara crew.
Yep, the classic gold and blue oars that they have.
And this is another novice. These are the top novices from that program. So they're doing a great job just in their first year of collegiate rowing.
That's wonderful.
Outstanding.
Bow 35.
They are getting a little bit of pressure, though, from bow 40, who's looking to charge from
That's
the back of the pack.
UCLA.
UCLA men from the
All
Marina Del Rey,
right.
California. This is the ACRA 2023 champions.
Yep.
Well rowed,
UCLA is going after USC and saying, we will not be denied.
Bow 33 now, approaching out in front. This
Carnegie
is
Mellon. Up, we have a little bit of oar-on-oar contact here
That's
coming around the bend, Ellen. But
Yep.
nobody is hurt.
It's bow 41 that's looking to charge there, and just a
Iona.
little bit of contact. So the Iona crew trying to get that buoy line back.
That's bow 41, and they have passed
Yep.
bow 34, Ellen.
That's the Canadian crew, the University of Calgary, who had to yield that inside line and are now well back on track. Some very
All right, Ellen, this looks like bow number 39, Georgia Tech.
bow 39, Georgia Tech
Yep.
from Atlanta, Georgia.
And
Bow,
bow 42 from Illinois Rowing Association.
Bow 42.
All right, Ellen. We've got Clarkson University coming into view. Bow 43, Clarkson.
Bow 44 right behind them, the Pittsburgh crew from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is the Pitt Rowing Clubmen. And in the green, we got bow 38. That is the Manhattan crew from Riverdale, New York, or the Bronx, excuse me. So all the way from New York, you see the coxswain sitting up. She wants a great line on that bridge, and sure, she's got it.
Indeed she does.
And I think we've got one more crew, or possibly two more crews to round out this field. We'll let you
Indeed
know
we do. Oh.
who they are coming around the
No,
bend.
actually, Ellen, we see the next race that's actually started. That's an 8 coming down. Oh, we don't know what that is because Collegiate 4s is up next. Well, this is interesting.
It doesn't seem fair to
We will
race
see.
8 people against 4.
Well, you know what? Sometimes. All right, Ellen, who's this for coming with the...
This is bow number 37. This is the
okay.
New York Maritime crew.
Great.
Yeah, some strong New York crews here today doing a great job.
Yeah.
They're in the maroon and black hull with maroon and black blades. And coming down right now, we have an 8 who is...
We don't believe they are racing.
Yeah, they're on the field of play, but they're finishing out. They had to drop out from an earlier 8s race.
It looks like they're pulling hard, though, Ellen. So they may be going for time. Who knows?
All right, and launching, we have the CBC, look like a Director's Challenge 8.
That looks suspiciously like Cola Parker in the bow. Cola was a member of the women's lightweight team back in the day, or should I say way, way back in the day. That would
Ouch.
be around your time, Ellen. Way,
Ouch.
way, way, way back in the day.
I think you were before me, Mary.
I was
so
way, way.
put
I
a-
was your time.
put a
which
lid
is
on
way,
it.
way, way, way back in the day. Hashtag way. All right, who do we have coming up next?
we got the women's collegiate 4s. This is course record was set by the Florida Institute of Technology in 2019. The time to beat today will be 17 minutes 50 seconds. All right, we've got the women's collegiate fours up next. There's going to be 38 competitors, and they are just coming around the corner now. Leading at bow number 1. They were second last year. The Vanderbilt crew from Nashville, Tennessee in fine form. Look about even spacing, though, on the crew behind them. So consider this a tight race here between bow number 1 and bow number 2.
FIT.
Yeah, the strong program here. This is about even spacing at the start. So they've been going for, you know, over almost 5K, almost to the finish line with barely a change in the margin.
I would say that Vanderbilt may be out a second.
And trailing quite a ways back right now are bow number 3. That's the Clemson crew.
Classic orange and purple blades.
Orange and blue.
Is this?
You gotta get your eyes checked. Your colors are wrong.
Look at this. Look at our program. Look at orange and blue. Are you hashtag?
Purple.
No, I said blue.
She said purple.
Negative. All right, Ellen. Who do we have coming up? Is this Bowdoin or Carleton University?
Bow number 5. It's bow number 5.
Yeah, that's Carleton. They have moved up a bow place. Wow, they are really moving. This is Carleton University, unless... Nope, I can see bow number 4 in the distance. So bow number 5, Carleton University. Ellen, another Canadian team. 4 are returning. Oh, this boat is returning from last year. They have really, not only did they pass bow number 4, Bowdoin College, but they're really cranking. All right, Bowdoin has moved to the outside, Ellen, to give the oncoming crew way. Again, very, very sportsmanlike. These look like the blades of possibly Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University.
Yep, that's bow number 8 in the blue hull with the yellow blades. They've done a nice job. They're going to come out of that turn unscathed. So great job by those coxswains. But bow number 8 are the ones that are charging through. They're going right with them behind in the dark jerseys.
Yeah, from Daytona Beach, Ellen. This is the second Embry-Riddle crew we've seen today to plow through the crowd like this. This is wonderful, the program expansion.
But bow number 7 is right behind them, trying to close the gap. They've been passed by bow number 8.
That's Northwestern University, bow number 7.
They enter the Elliott Bridge together, so nerves of steel from those coxswains sitting in the bow loaders.
This looks like Washington University blades, Ellen. Am I correct here?
Bow number 6 is the William and Smith crew.
I would be wrong, but William and Smith. In fact, you are correct. William Smith College in the green and white blades. All right. Yep. And Ellen, this is bow 9. Washington University Rowing from St. Louis. And these top 9 crews have really opened up quite a gap on the rest of the field.
It's kind of interesting to put a bucket in the 4.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, that's a good rig for a 4.
And a bucket is when you see 2 people on the same side. Their oars are on the same side of the boat. But it is serving this team well. Yeah,
it could be a disadvantage sometimes, though, because they've got a port rower in the bow, and generally speaking, you need a starboard row in that bow to haul that thing around. Most of the major turns of this regatta require that starboard pressure, so you need that little bit of leverage in the bow, but nonetheless,
you know what, though, coming on a Longfellow, one could beg to differ. All right, we have, is this Georgia Tech? Bow number 11, yep, it is Georgia Tech. Bow number 11. And then bow number 12, Ellen, you were remarking on Gordon College earlier today.
Yeah, they've been in several events today, a really strong program from a very small New England college. They are in the black jerseys with the blue stripes. That's the Gordon College crew from Wenham, Massachusetts. And right behind them are bow number 14, giving a bit of pressure to them.
Yep, that's Thomas Jefferson University.
They were the Division II East Region champions and finished 5th at NC2A Division II this past year.
And they've passed bow number 13, Bates College from Maine.
This is their 3V.
All right. Bates looking quite, they're rowing together, which is good, even though they've been passed. All right, we've got 3 boats, Ellen, coming around that buoy line.
Yeah, but not too much activity. They're all doing a nice job. I don't
Yeah.
see any major issues here, but
Yeah,
it's bow
I do
17,
see- yep.
moving well and leading this field
That's
of 3.
UNH.
UNH with the dark jerseys, and they're also rowing with those comp blades. You see the blade
Yeah,
is shaped
I
a little
do.
more rounded at the bottom.
They've passed Middlebury, Ellen,
Yep.
which are the moo blades.
That's right. The
And then on the
Holstein design.
outside, we have
Bow-
Illinois.
bow 16.
Yep, Illinois rowing. So bow 17 here, UNH, has just passed 2 different hull numbers.
And 16 still moving,
Yep.
moving through bow number 10.
Yep.
Bow number 10 trying to respond and hold them off through
Yep.
the bridge.
Middlebury is hanging on. All right, Ellen.
And now we might have some action on that buoy line again. We have bow number 18.
That would be Trinity, the Bantams, Trinity College crew. They're trying to hang. The wind has pushed them over a little bit. They were unable to hang on to the inside. Bow number 22 is on the inside, Ellen. That's
Yeah.
University of Central Oklahoma.
And moving very
Yeah.
well from the back of the pack,
They're
doing a
passing,
great job.
They're passing the Bantams. Good for the Bantams to give way.
Yeah, and they're borrowing the equipment from Community Rowing. That's why you see them using the CRI blades, but it is the Oklahoma crew.
Yep.
Bow number 19 trails that by about a length.
That's Amherst College and the classic purple oars, purple and black oars, followed by Simmons College.
Yep, bow number 21.
Yep.
And a bit wide behind them is bow 20, who they've passed already, so bow 20.
That would be Simmons College. Forgive me. Bow 21 was Tulane,
Ah.
but they don't have their Tulane blades, so
Yeah, they do.
bow 20 is Simmons College.
And bow 15. Bow number 15 now, right in front of the Elliott Bridge. That's the UC Berkeley lightweights. It's a club team. Now, Cal Berkeley has a very strong varsity program, but they also have a great club
team as well.
Bow 25 trying to take the lead from
That
the
would be
outside.
Pittsburgh.
Doing a great job.
Yeah,
Bow
they're doing a
25.
great job.
Blue and yellow on the buoy line that have the inside of the turn are bow 23, the lower bow number.
Carnegie
Coxon's-
Mellon.
Coxon's yelling across. You can see that battle. They're now
Yeah.
going stroke for stroke.
Oh,
Same
Pittsburgh
stroke
is
rating.
going for it. Yep. They've just taken it up a beat.
And-
Look at them go.
And bow 24 is going right with
Yeah,
them. Bow,
really like the bow seat of Pittsburgh.
And
Or
the-
is going right in, Ellen.
and bow 24 is the Coast Guard right on their tail.
All right, Coast Guard. This is exciting.
Bow 26 are the University of Tampa. This is their first time at the head of the Charles in the last 10 years. So welcome back,
Yeah.
University of Tampa. Bow
This
number
is great.
26.
Bow 26.
Bow 27, though, the local Wellesley College are giving them some pressure. And then right behind Wellesley in the yellow and black are bow 28, who are moving well in the field.
Adrian College.
Yeah,
That's
Addison.
wonderful.
Yeah, they've had some great crews here today.
And then in the bright, bright, bright blue, Ellen.
That's bow 33. Bow 33, the URI Boat Club again.
Of course, Little Rhodey. Again, they're moving really nicely. Bow 33 all the way up here.
Yep, this is another school that has a strong club program in addition to a women's NC2A program. So that's exciting.
Another big gap in the field. It looks like St. John Fisher College rowing is coming around the corner, bow 31, but I could be wrong. I'm just looking at the oar blades, Ellen.
31.
31 it is. Check. All right, St. John Fisher College rowing. Bow number 31 now coming into view.
Yeah, and they've moved through bow number 30, who are in the red jerseys, and they are the Dominican University from Orangeburg, New York. They're a small liberal arts school just outside of New York City.
And they have just moved from a club program to a D2 NC2A program this fall. So they're very, very excited about the expansion and competitiveness of this program. It's great. Dominican University. And then Ellen,
Bow
I think
34
this is University of St. Thomas again. Did I get it right?
Yes, you did,
All
Mary.
right.
You have cheat notes, so I don't know how you could miss. Bow 34 is St.
Well,
Thomas.
I missed before, so there you go.
I'm aware.
You're such a stinker sometimes, Ellen. All right, here we have University of St. Thomas, bow 34. Oh, Ellen, we got 4 boats coming across the bend.
Yep.
One was pushed quite wide.
Yep, a little wide here, but they're okay.
That looks like Skidmore possibly that was pushed wide.
It's bow 32 is wide, nearest the Cambridge Boat Club dock.
Okay, that's Assumption rowing.
And in the dark
yes.
hull is bow 36, trying to move up the buoy line.
Grand Valley State again, Ellen. This is the second crew we've seen where they have hugged that buoy line and come charging through. Grand Valley State. Here they go.
Yep. And Skidmore College trying to hang on and close the gap and make up some of the ground they lost to Grand Valley. So Skidmore are in that white hull a little bit further back.
And bow 32 from Assumption is hanging in there. They're still going. They're pushing until the end. Gumption from Assumption.
I think that's your best one yet, Mary. You write that one down.
All right, Ellen, we've got bow 29 here, the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy.
Bow 37 moving on them, though. Bow 37 are the Texas crew from Austin. They row on Ladybird Lake.
Yeah, they do. Coached by Dave O'Neill. You can see the classic Texas blades. This is Texas crew, not to be confused with the University of, but they are in the same blades and the same burnt orange. All right, Ellen, we've got one crew coming around now. Who's this? Looks like they're rounding out the field, perhaps.
Yep, bow 38. This is the another crew from Wellesley College, probably their third crew.
Yep.
Doing a great job here.
Wellesley College.
This
another crew coached by Tessa Spillane. You know, for a small women's college, she does an amazing job getting so many students excited about the sport of rowing.
Yeah,
it's really great.
An excellent program. I don't know that we've seen, did we see the Trinity crew and the Merchant Marine crew? We maybe have missed them, but
you know, I do see one crew in the distance. All right, Ellen, we do have a 4 coming into view.
And let's just give them a chance to come out into the Cambridge Boat Club. We'll get a better look at them and see what we've got here. That UNH crew that we never saw.
Bow 6.
Oklahoma. This is indeed the Oklahoma City crew, bow number 6.
Okay.
Yep, just finishing a bit late, but
Yeah,
better
they
late
might
than
have
never.
missed
Oklahoma
the finish,
City.
Ellen. I mean, missed the start, yeah. And perhaps missed the finish as well. Who knows? All right, Ellen. We have one of the most popular events at the head of the Charles coming up. The Director's Challenge, the Parent-Child Double. This thing sells out in a matter of hours. I've been corrected. They sell out within 30 seconds of the entries opening. The parent-child event is that exciting, popular, meaningful for so many people. All right, we've got the Director's Challenge Parent-Child Doubles coming down already. This was fast. All right, the first one is... This is bow number 2 from Switzerland. I'm sorry, this is bow number 6. Wow, they have just cranking on the field. This is from Crabtree Boat Club. This is Cambridge University alumni. Matt Parrish, 52, with his son Oliver Parrish. They are followed by bow number 2 from Switzerland, Laurent Grandidier, who's 48, with Constantin Grandidier. And his son was a U19 Swiss champion in U19. Then we've got bow number 1, which is from Marin. Niels rode lightweight and heavyweight for HUBC and must be with his father, age 60. Now we've got bow number... This is bow number 8 from Great Britain, Martin Holmes, with his son Andrew Holmes. They love racing together. Then we've got bow number 4, Independence Rowing, Paul Canestraro and Lucas Canestraro. This is their 3rd time rowing together. Bow number 3, Pencoid Boat Club from San Francisco. We've got John Roberts and his son Benjamin Roberts. And then they have opened up quite a delta on the rest of the field. Then we've got bow number 11, another Crabtree entry from Great Britain. This is Henry Pooley with Guy Pooley. Guy Pooley, Ellen, was back, I think, on the 1992 Olympic team, if memory serves me correctly. He is a veteran masters rower. They are in bow 11, and they are just kicking up the field. Next, we have bow number 5 from Fat Cat Rowing, Alex Morse and Stephen Morse, both Princeton graduates, father and child duo. Oh, Ellen, bow number 15 is coming around the bend. Our old friend Tommy Oth. Tom was a lightweight powerhouse back in the 90s. He was on the 1996 Olympic team, and his son Xander rose for Nyack and Deerfield. It's Tommy Oth and son coming through from Nyack. It looks like Dad is in the bow, and he keeps looking at the bridge. The bridge is not going to move, Tommy Oth. And they are just tearing up this field. All right, Tommy Oth, ex-Olympian with son Alex Oth, age 16. All right, I think, Ellen, we've got bow number 9 from the net from PCRA coming through. All right, we've got bow number 7. Oh, it's Patrice Rioux. He rode back in the day. He's 72 years old. He rode back in the day, Ellen, for the French team. And he is with his grandchild, Alex Collias, age 17. Oh, give him a hand, guys. Patrice is a member of Cambridge Boat Club, and he is rowing with his grandchild. That is adorable. All right, Patrice. All right, near the Cambridge Boat Club, we've got PCRA, bow number 9, the Facciettos.
Bow 16 now is charging through the Rockland crew from Nyack, New York in the light blue jerseys. They've moved through bow number 13. Bow number 13 in the red jerseys are the Potomac duo, Sherman Knight and Eloise Knight. And bow 14 in front of us now are the College Club of Seattle, a father and son duo, Quentin Graddick and Kaylin Graddick. Bow number 17 right now, the North Palm Beach from Juno Beach, Florida. Ronan Jones and Jock Jones. And then Fat Cat in the high visibility. That's the father-son sculling team of Jay Jacobs and Philip Jacobs, rowing as Fat Cat. Bow 18 in the black shirts are the Redwood Scullers from Redwood City, California. This is Douglas Sanders and Sidra Sanders. Doug and Sidra live in San Francisco and train there down at Redwood Shores. Bow number 18 in the dark jerseys and the white blades. We've got some fans on the bridge here all the way from California cheering on Sidra. And definitely a mixed bag as they come through. We've had quite a jump in bow numbers. We've seen some early bow numbers and then some middle of the packers. So anything goes in the Director's Challenge parent-child double.
They're out there, but 19 is approaching us.
All right, and still a bit out of view, but bow number 19 is approaching next. That's the Saugatuck crew, Jack and Dan Kiley. This is Dan's 3rd year in a row for this event. In 2021, he rowed with his oldest son, Finn, who's now a sophomore. Jack rows for Saugatuck as a junior in that program and rowed with his dad last year as well.
And 20 in red is next.
Bow number 20 in red, that's the next crew. They are rowing unaffiliated from anywhere in the United States. This is a father-son duo of Alex Evanchik and Len Evanchik. And the group of 4 boats coming up, but they're pretty evenly spaced out. Nothing to worry about. Bow 22 is from CRI. Finally, their own crew rowing their red Hudson and red and black blades. The CRI crew is Bonnie Baker Polig, and Katie Polig. Bonnie rowed for the Windsor School back in the day and at Stanford, and then took 25 years off before she returned to the Charles. So welcome back, Bonnie Baker.
23 in the blue unis and then 30 is
Bow 23 in the blue unisuits at the PCRA from New Rochelle, New York, and catching up to them are bow number 30. That's the another entry from the College Club of Seattle.
And then 21 right in front of us.
Bow 21 looking to make up some distance on them. Bow 21 are from Pettapog in Connecticut, Casey Elfstrom and Oakley Elfstrom. That's a mother-daughter duo that they are rowing for reproductive rights, so thank you.
25 in the orange and teal blades.
Bow 25 in the orange and teal blades. This is Callum Palmer and Henry Palmer rowing in the parent-child double. They raced it this last year as well. Callum was just 10 years old the first time he raced the head of the Charles, so welcome back, getting an early start on the competition. Bow 35 in the MPOCR. This is KTC Rowing Club from Riverside, Connecticut. This is Jamie Coven and Lucy Coven. Jamie raced earlier today. Jamie is our former Olympic rower, rowing with his daughter Lucy. They've rowed this event several times, and they're doing a fine job here today. Let's give them a hand on the Elliott Bridge. Jamie and Lucy Coven.
Really wide angle in the red hull, 28.
Coming very wide on the Cambridge shore is bow number 28, rowing unaffiliated. This is Katie Atea and Ruby Barnett. Katie is the mom, and Ruby is the daughter. And bow 38, closer to the buoy line. This is a crew from Drager from Denmark. This is the father's the vice president of the Danish Rowing Federation, and his son is on the national team from Denmark. So welcome to the head of the Charles, the father-son duo from Denmark. Flawless blade work, as you might expect. Bow 28 decided to go for the scenic route, coming through the Cambridge arch of the Elliott Bridge. Legal, but not helpful. Bow 33 is next. Bow 33 are the Rocky Mountain crew from Aurora, Colorado. This is a parent-child duo of Lachlan Flanagan and Con Flanagan. Lachlan is just 16 years old, so a great start for the head of the Charles for him. In the CBC Blades, blue and white, that's the Cambridge Boat Club. Carol Hollingsworth and Juliet Grisdella, a mother-daughter duo. But they're just got overtaken by bow 39. Bow 39 are the Swiss crew. There are Bettina Dorkoop and Nino Dorkoop, part of the junior Swiss national rowing team. We're rowing with his mom. And now the second CBC boat comes out in front. That's bow 29, Kurt Somerville and Kate Somerville. Kate's just 14 years old, and she rows at Nobles as an 8th grader. And Kurt was on the 1980 Olympic crew. Have a great row. Kurt and Kate. Bow 26 right out in front now. That's the New York AC crew. This is their 10th year racing in this event. Caitlin Brisson and John Brisson. Red hats, keeping it warm. This is the Sarasota crew from Osprey, Florida. They must be freezing. Jim McManara and Tom McManara. They did this last year, and they came back for more. And we've got a lot of doubles. There's some fast crews charging from the back of the pack. But luckily, bow number 42 has nobody near them. That is the Swan Creek crew from Lambertville, New Jersey. Brian Price and Scott Price. They're a father and son. They've both rowed at Lehigh, and they're entering their first head of the Charles together. On the Boston buoy line right now is bow 46 charging up. That's Alex and Abe Nelson. Abe is just 17 years old. Alex rowed at Brown in the early 90s. He's inspired to start rowing again by his son Abe, so welcome back to the Charles. Closest to Cambridge Boat Club right now in the crossed blades are bow 31. Bow 31 are the Augusta crew, but they're being overtaken by bow 41. 41 have the striped jerseys. That's another Swan Creek crew. In the red and white is bow number 37. That's the Potomac crew. And they've moved through the Twin Donut crew at bow number 36. They're from California. And 40 now moving up in the field. Bow number 40 are the Saugatuck crew, father-daughter team of Todd Freeman and Louisa Freeman. Bow 45 now the Cooper Rowing Club from Collingswood, New Jersey, and the South Jersey Rowing Club. So a club combo here with Piper Russo and Robert Russo. Piper's just 15 years old, and they placed third in the father-daughter combo at the last year's head of the Schuylkill. Bow 49 is right behind them. That is the Dallas crew, Teal Cohen and Kimberly Elting. Bow 43 in the dark hull and combo blades. Bow 43 are rowing unaffiliated. a father-daughter duo from Cape Cod. This is Laurel Fournier and Brett Fournier.
After them, with the white blades, 44.
And bow number 44 after them are the Canadian combo. This is a father-daughter combo of Michael Forgan and Hannah Forgan. They've both medaled at the Charles before, so welcome back and have a great row to our friends from Canada. And in the MPOCR, bow number 50, they started last, but they're determined not to finish last. This is the Maine Rowing Association. They both live in Freeport, Maine. This is Sam and Ford Reich. They just overtook bow number 32, the Otsego Area Rowing Club from Cooperstown, New York. Lang Keith rowed at the Kent School back in 1954, and Samantha Gehring was captain of the Brown lacrosse team in 1993. A launch. And this launch is doing a great job. It's got full of referees. They're doing a great job on the buoy line. No penalties for this crew here. It is our referee launch, signaling that this is probably the end of that event. All right, we've got two more events left. They're all directors events. The Directors Challenge Mixed Quad, the Directors Challenge Mixed 8. The Directors Challenge Mixed events have a combination of men and women in the crews. So it's always an exciting and new combination, so you never know what you're going to get in the Directors Challenge race. But the course record in the Directors Challenge Mixed Quad, I don't think we did records. I couldn't find them. Well, we got 32 competitors in this event today. They start at 4:05, so they're maybe getting in front of the Riverside Boat Club right now. Oh, we got still a couple doubles. That's what we thought.
After that capsized boat, all the events.
Yep. And it looks like maybe we have bow number 48 now, an entry from the Cambridge Boat Club. You see the Cambridge blades, light blue with a white tip. And that's going to be Ali and Rifat Atun. They're members of CBC, and they previously raced back in 2019. Ali is a competitive rower, and she's rowed for the University of London. So Cambridge Boat Club. Let's give it up here for Cambridge Boat Club. We got our people on the water. Let's go, Cambridge. There we go. And as we wrap up today, we're going to thank some of our premier sponsors here. We've got Cenogenics, proud to be another premier sponsor for the Head of the Charles this year. They are partnering with you to achieve peak fitness, focus, and energy. You can visit Cenogenics.com to learn more about their customized health optimization programs and schedule a performance health assessment for yourself. It's not a good day if you go right after racing, though. You might get a grade that you don't like. I'm going to thank Rival Kit. They're kind of new to the scene, at least in the U.S., but they've got outstanding gear. They're delighted to be the official kit partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They've got a pop-up shop down at Adager Row, and you can speak to Rival Kit about supplying your club's technical kit today at the regatta, or you can just visit them online at rivalkitusa.com to see the full range of offerings. All right, so we've got, as we said, a couple more races, so hang in there, Elliott Bridge fans. The wind looks okay, not great. Not going to set any records, but the water is still pretty flat, and that's the good news. So it's a bit rough down in the basin. They'll have a lot to manage in the first couple of turns, but once they get sort of through Harvard Square, they have fairly flat water to deal with, a little bit of headwind. Nobody's going to set a record today, but it's the Directors Challenge events. These events are fun, new combinations. Many of the people that are racing in these last two events have already raced a couple of times in the regatta, so they are just looking for fun and bragging rights, and it's going to be some exciting racing. We have 32 entries in the Directors Challenge Mixed Quad, and then after that will be the big boats. That'll be the 8s, and we've got 31 competitors there. So we've got 63 people to cheer on. You can do it, people. Hang in there. Get some hot cider from somewhere, or maybe some other beverage of your choice that will keep you warm. And we'll see what we can do for the Directors Challenge events, the last two events of the day. All right, we've got the first of the Directors Challenge Mixed Quad, and as I said, you never know what you are going to get in this event. And these are quads. This is a blind boats. These are not Coxed quads, so it's difficult to steer. You've got to steer with a rudder on your foot as you come around the corner, but it's obviously no problem for this quad here. This is bow number 2, rowing as Horizon Racing, New Orleans, Open Water Rowing from Sausalito, and Potomac. So a 4-club combo joining one another. This crew trains coastal rowing, and they just came back from the World Championships in Italy. Well, no wonder they look so good. They're doing an incredible job. Come on, Elliott Bridge. Let's cheer on the coastal rowing team from the World Championships in Italy. Bow number 2, crushing it in the Director's Challenge Mixed Quad. Nobody else in sight. They're doing a great job, and all they have to do is stick to their race plan and not cut any buoys, and they could be looking at a win today. And bow number 5 has upset some of the leading crews. Bow number 5 from the Potomac Boat Club. This is Carol Dinion, Sarah Osborne, Daniel Raddick, and Tim Sibley. Tim's just 18 years old, so he's hauling these old folks down the course today, doing a great job while he's at it. Yeah, putting riggers over buoy, not easy to do without a coxswain. And they've bested the field behind them, who are just scrambling to find the buoy line. Bow number 6 has claimed that buoy line. That is the Maritime Rowing Club from East Norwich, Connecticut.
Storming up the outside in red is bow number 7.
In the outside in red, just behind them, is bow number 7, the Blood Street Skulls from Old Lyme, Connecticut.
3 is right in their funnel.
And they have passed bow number 3 in the High Viz. That is the New York Athletic Club from Pelham Manor, New York. So they've been passed by the Blood Street Skulls. That's my favorite club name.
They've only got maybe a length between them at most.
Yeah, just about a length. So again, they are steering with a rudder on their foot, having to look over their shoulder without the help of a coxswain. So you can see everyone generally making sure they are clear on the bridge abutment and the buoys. So mostly looking over their right shoulder for those 2 marks.
With the white out with the pink hat, that's bow number 4.
And in the bow number 4 now trails this pack. Bow number 4 are the Dallas crew, Maria Esway, Scott Bauman, Dylan Chan, and Lisa Culbertson. And bow number 9 rowing in all pink. This is the Sarasota crew from down in Osprey, Florida. This is Stephanie Faulkner, Maria Dunn, Chris Camel, and Michael Cameron. Oh, my mistake. My mistake. I listed the Treasure Coast crew. They're Florida neighbors by accident. So this is Sarasota out in front in the pink. Sarasota from Osprey, Florida.
We have 8 that's coming up next.
And bow number 8 is the Treasure Coast crew. This is the Palm City crew coming up now. They've got croaker oars, so you can see that by the pink sleeves on the oar, but the red blades from Treasure Coast. This is Palm City's crew that we called just earlier. Again, seeing them looking over both shoulders here.
So we have 10 right on the buoy line, but 17 is bombing up behind them.
Bow number 10 are the Cambridge crew put together by Blair Crawford. Bow number 10 doing a killer job on that buoy line. They know how to do it. Riggers over the buoys.
Wait, is that Blair and Val? It is.
Bow 17, though, giving them some pressure, the Potomac crew.
That is Blair and Val. And then taking the wide line.
There we go. We've got the Scottish anthem down on the dock here. Bow 17 now cruising toward the Elliott Bridge from Potomac. Taking a quick check over the other shoulder to make sure they're lined up well. Bow 11 now, the Rowing in Color crew from Dania, Florida. Gender and race have nothing to do with hard work and rowing well, and they're doing it in fine fashion. Let's give it up for Rowing in Color. A-plus job on that steering, whoever's got the rudder.
16.
Bow number 16 now, the San Diego Rowing Club. In the red hull and the white and red blades.
13.
Bow number 13 are the Riverside crew. Richard Broberg, Melanie Allen, Anne-Marie Chenard, and Daniel Jablonski.
Bow number 1 with bow number 15 on the buoys.
And here comes bow number 1, the CRI crew from right here on the Charles, a little further upstream. CRI is bow number 1, right close to the Cambridge Boat Club, looking to get back on track with their steering. This is Paul Farrell, Heather Kosakowski, Madeline Carlson. This is the military crew. CRI runs programs for military veterans, and these are representation of their crew here today, taking a Cambridge Arch, totally legal, so they're getting back on track to head back to the middle of the river and finish the race.
12 is next.
Bow number 12 is next. Bow number 12 are the New Haven crew. The New Haven crew has a 16-year-old, Nora Brock, rowing with her family here today with Jeffrey Brock and Sarah Cussler and Ed Cussler. Bow 22 is right behind them, though, giving a bit of pressure. That's the Y Quad Cities crew from Moline, Illinois. And passing under the bridge, there we go. Bow 14 coming through next. Bow 14 in the blue shell, the PCRA from New Rochelle, New York. This is the Clarks, Chris Clark, Caitlin, and Brian Clark rowing with Chelsea Heinzman.
20 in the Empacher, 21 trying to pass on the inside.
Bow 20 in the yellow Empacher rowing unaffiliated. They're about to be passed by Bow 21, the Rocky Mountain crew from Aurora, Colorado. Terry Evans, Jennifer Baker, Eric Balsley, and Richie Sachs. And 20 is holding them off for the moment, but 21 have already closed the gap. Bow number 19 now. Bow number 19 are the Cambridge Boat Club. Cynthia Tingle, Roberta Torrey-Vise, James McKay, and David Kenny. Let's go, Cambridge! Bow 26 now, the Maine Coast crew from Brunswick, Maine. They row, they want their name to be the Androscoggin Flyers, and they're flying today. This is Mike Tata, Leslie Kryko, Mitz Carr, and John Tunnicliffe. Bow number 18 will be coming next. They're just coming around the corner right now. Bow number 18 are the Greater Dayton crew from Dayton, Ohio. They are all four of these people are lightweights in their respective categories. They race at Masters Nationals. This is Brian White, Brian Elwell, Deborah Taylor, and Meg Evans. And we've got bow number 24 is next, the McGuntacook crew from Camden, Maine. This boat is coxed by Olivia Goodwin Cook. And they're smart to get a coxswain because this is not an easy race to steer without one. So well done. She's sitting up, taking a nice look at the turn. This is Devin Guptill, Evan Waters, Amy Mitchell, and Islin Bratz. Blue jerseys and the yellow hats. This is bow number 23, the Watuppa Rowing Center. They call themselves the White Lightning. This is a new program, a new community program led by Sandra Cardillo, formerly of the Row Boston program. And Tom Darling has been helping this crew get it started. So Jeffrey Soares, Patricia Brady, Anneman Van Erp, and Scott Rifkes from the Watuppa Rowing Center down in Fall River, Massachusetts.
32.
Bow 32 in the crazy hats. Those are the CRI crew, Jeff Nelson, Libby McCann, Yu Lee, Kevin Dutt. They call themselves the Spaceballs, and they're having a great time today. Bow 25 In the HOCR, this is the head of the Charles crew, Catherine Kirk, Emma Kirk, just 16 years old, Andrew Kirk, and Malcolm Geffner. Let's go. Head of the Charles, Cambridge.
27 with the Radcliffe blade.
Bow 27 using Radcliffe blades today. This is the Sammamish crew from Redmond, Washington, Sammamish Rowing Association. Doing a very nice job here. Sorry, bow number 28 is out in front of us. This is a River City crew from Sacramento, California. Brittany Bilicki, Earl Sanders, John Lindell, and Catherine Lindell.
That's 31. That's all life-saving.
Wait, he said... Bow number 29 are in the red jerseys, the Ann Arbor Rowing Club, and from Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Overtake them. 31.
And 31 doing a nice job on the buoy line. This is the Hull Lifesaving Museum from Hull, Massachusetts. We've got Dykeman Kogel, Miriam Alandidi, Craig Wolf, and Chad Wolf.
And then the white
We got
jerseys on the
Craig
left.
Wolf is 79, and his brother here is on the deck here, and he wants the young people to just toss him overboard, but we don't agree. We think you're doing a great job. We're going to leave you right in that crew. So well rowed, Hull Lifesaving Museum. Bow 29 is right next to them. Bow 29, as we said, is the Ann Arbor crew in red.
30 Hamlin.
And bow 30, the Hanlon Boat Club from Canada, all the way from Toronto. They're averaging age 67. They're longtime rowers, first time rowing at the head of the Charles in this event here. So we are really happy you're out here competing and supporting us. Welcome, Hanlon Boat Club.
I think that's everybody.
Yeah, I think that is everybody. So that rounds up our Directors Challenge Mixed Quad. And now we're up to the big boats. 31 competitors, the final event of the Head of the Charles, always fun and brings out some interesting costumes, crew names, and usually this is the party crew. They've already raced. This is just for bragging rights, not high stakes, but should be a lot of fun. Bow number 1 is a bit of a misnomer. They're not really from San Juan, Puerto Rico. They're a U.S. assembly of former high-level elite national team oarsmen and women. So they like to have a little fun with their bio, but we know who they are. They're quite accomplished people, as are some of the folks in the Riverside crew that will be starting right behind them, and Riverfront Recapture. We've got a British crew here, Wimbleball from Taunton and Somerset. I think that may be our only international entry in the mixed 8 here. So mostly American crews. No, we've got a crew from China starting back in the pack. This is the deep dive crew from Hangzhou, a combined team of amateur rowers all the way from China. And that will be it for our international field. So we look for some exciting racing here in the final event of the day. And the wind has died down just a bit. The clouds have come in, so it's freezing.
Temperatures dropped like 15 degrees.
I'm just wondering if we're going to hear any more from our bagpipe player, because we really enjoyed that tune on the last event. So if you've got anything left to keep us warm and entertain us, we'd greatly appreciate it. Beautiful tune being played live by a bagpipe, fully outfitted, playing the pipes in fine fashion. We have opera singers singing the anthem. We have a professional bagpipe player. Just a beautiful scene, a unique scene that you won't get anywhere else other than the Head of the Charles. We're deeply grateful for the artists that support us in their own way here on the Head of the Charles. And with those bagpipes, a fitting introduction to our next event. Thank you so much, sir. We've got our Director's Challenge Mixed Eights now coming into view, and it is bout number 1, the Barbie Crew. Thank you, well done. And we've got the Barbie Crew coming up next. This is a combo of former national team oarsmen and women: Louisa Palmer, Catherine Sheehan, James Besser, Alex Zosels, Elena Humphreys, Sarah Maeta, Lou Harwood, Steve Tucker, and Pranny Bose. Doing a great job, but it's still a tight line there. They're right behind them are the Riverside Crew. Is that right? Yep, Riverside is Michael Floyd, Elizabeth Rund, Anita Verhoul, Ashley Lanford, Catherine Widgery, Andrew O'Brien, Charles Wu, Matt Schoenwald, and Sam Batchelor from Riverside are really trying to make a dent in the lead of the first crew. A great line now from Riverfront Recapture. This crew is formerly known as Power 10, and they're going to need one today if they're going to close the gap on Riverside. So let's see if they can do it. Riverfront Recapture, bow number 3 coming into view. Bow number 6, though, making a move all the way from a combo crew from all over the country. We've got from Boulder, Marin County in California, Colorado, and New York. This crew was formed through friendships across Masters rowers from the UW men's crew from 2021. So a really strong crew doing a great job here at bow number 6. Zach Kassler, Colleen Coling, Liz Thoron, Christina Bettini, Chrissy Goodis, Deanne Little, Ian Egstrom, Mike Gasper, Sam Halbert from the University of Washington. And they have moved through bow number 4. That's the British crew we've got now from Wimbledon, Taunton, Somerset. Jackie Snyder, Catherine Dietz, Henry Herring, Adrian Theed, Stuart Harries, Philip Monkton, Barbara Connolly, and Rachel Alexandra. That's average age 64. Doing an incredible job. In the red unis are the Willamette crew. What bow number? Bow number 5 from Portland, Oregon is the Willamette crew. Jan Bird, Jerome Gianetti, John Albert, Richard Williams, Bill Bird, Mary Oshwald, Sarah Wright, Sarah Copeland, and Jenny Withcomb.
The next crew, the starboards are orange and the ports are teal. They're bow number 7.
And we've got teal and orange combo on the port starboard side. This is bow number 7. Yes. The Endeavor Racing Alliance. Oh, this is a strong crew. This is Leslie Wright's crew. Jay Bellantoni, Heather Friel, Dave Peters, Gerald Friel, Adam Holland, Bill Browder, Pam Newharth, and Wendy O'Brien. A strong crew from Endeavor Racing Alliance. Those are their colors, orange and teal. A bunch of ragamuffins, but they look pretty good today. Bow number 8, this is the Crimson Death Barge, which is obviously a nod to the Radcliffe and Harvard Association. They've rowed together in college on the men's and women's teams at Harvard. 10 is in the blue and yellow crew. That's the Nashville crew, all the way from Nashville, Tennessee. One of the younger entries. They're averaging age 39. And that youth is serving them well because they've kind of got a good gap on the crew behind them. So well done, Nashville. They've passed bow number 9, who sits several lengths back on them right now. That's the Narragansett crew. They are all generations of the great rowing Mulligans. They're all descendants of the J. Edward and Emily Mulligans of South Boston.
Their jerseys spell out Mulligan from bow to stern.
And they might need a mulligan today, but they're doing a great job. The Mulligans, the name spelled out on the back of the jerseys, it's Lisa Evans, John Mulligan, Genevieve Mulligan, Emily Tansky, Mary Carmack, John Mulligan, Elizabeth Mulligan, Brian Mulligan, and Xavier Mulligan, just 25, the youngest one, who's hauling his whole family down the river today. Well done.
Coming around the corner in blue hull is 11.
Coming into view now in the blue hull is bow number 11. That is the PCRA crew from New Rochelle, New York. They've been racing this event for about 10 years, and this is returning from last year's veteran crew. This is Susanna Young, Susan Sales, Jane Carmody, Mary Caulfield, Julie Hansen, Pat Wetzel, Michael Carmody, Chris Ives, and Bertrand Spunberg. Ooh, a little bit of blade overlap. No real contact, so we are all good. Bow 16 are the Bear Island Aquatic Center from Redwood City, California. They've got rainbow unisuits.
And they overtook 12 in all black.
And they've overtaken bow number 12. That's the crew in all black. That's the Soggy 8 from Saugatuck over in Westport, Connecticut. So a strong crew from Redwood City. This is Bella Shiros, James Hopp, Amy Wessel, John Lamb, Tracy Wilk, Athena Bradley, Daniel Jenkins, Amanda Hawkins, and Ariel Webb.
We got more blade over blade coming around the corner. Appears to be 20 on the Cambridge side.
Got a lot of crowded crews here on the buoy line right now, and on the buoy line is bow number 13.
Being overtaken by 20.
They're being overtaken on the Cambridge shore by bow number 20, Station L from Portland, Oregon. So passing on the Cambridge side is costly, but they're doing a great job, and they're moving right back into position for the Elliott Bridge. A great line, a great decision by the Coxed from Station L.
So again, that's 13.
And 13 is on the buoy line. That is the CRI crew from right here in Brighton, Mass.
Right behind them in the blue hull is 14.
And then the blue hull behind them are bow number 14, the Steady State Network. This is Rachel Friedman, who took to the mic earlier today along with Tara Morgan. David Scherzer joins them, Talon Stutling, Kate Lee Woodja, Cone Elbers, Bobby Kaiser, Napoleon Griffin, and Andrew Waiters.
21 has bow deck on stern.
Bow 21 has bow deck on them, though. Bow 21, the Alex Manful Fund from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. The rowing for the Alex Manful Fund in memory of their friend, Alex Manful, who was a coxswain at Phillips Exeter, Princeton University, and the Boston Rowing Club. This is all to raise money and awareness for the illness of PANDAS/PANS.
17.
Bow 17 is next, another CRI crew. A group of rowers trying to throw down on the course, and they are certainly doing that today. Well-rowed CRI.
15 holding off 19.
Bow number 15 on the buoy line. That's the Harvard Waves of Brighton. They're trying to hold off bow number 19, who is charging from the CRI Brighton. This is all pink from CRI. They are another Barbie and Ken crew, a popular theme today for the Mixed Directors Challenge. Both crews doing a great job coming through the arch now and headed for home.
Riggers over buoys, 18.
Bow number 18 now, of course, having the courage to put those riggers right over the buoys. That's the Cambridge Boat Club. All Cambridge Boat Club members, longtime participants in the Head of the Charles, Peter Yao, Patricia Hambrick, Kim Donlin, Sarah Cowhard, Mary Jo Meisner, Tom Kohler, Ed Smith, James Cusack, and Todd Millay. Let's go, Cambridge!
Coming up, we are 23 in the green units.
Bow 23 in the green unisuits now. That's the Pocock Rowing Club from Seattle. We've got Rachel Lemieux, Sharon Korn, Wendy Lee Connors, Nicholas Maddock, Marco Bussadori, Margaret Radford, David Wilson, Jennifer Huang, and Scott Bolar. Average age 50, but Scott Bolar brings that average down at age 27, so well done, Pocock. And bow number 30 now coming into view. This is the Sammamish Rowing Association crew. Sammamish, a very strong crew in many events here this weekend. They're from Redmond, Washington. Getting some fan support on the Elliott Bridge. Sammamish crew. Bow number 22 is next in the blue hats with CRI equipment. CRI, as we said earlier, is a sponsor of the regatta, and they also help many clubs who have traveled from afar to get the equipment they need to get them down the course today. And right now, this is Tallahassee Rowing Club from Tallahassee, Florida, coming down the crew. This is average age 69. Doing a great job. The oldest person in this crew is Don Tannhauser at age 89. Let's give him a big round of applause. Well rowed, Tallahassee. We're so glad you're here. Have a great row. This is their 5th time in the mixed eight. This club was founded in 1992. Oh, and Joe Dobson, my friend Joe Dobson. How could I miss? Also rowing here today. Have a great row, Tallahassee. High Vis Orange, bow number 26, are from Fort Collins, Colorado. This club has overtaken bow number 24, Riverfront Recapture, who also has had a strong showing at the regatta this weekend. So the High Vis shirts, all the way from Fort Collins, Colorado. Averaging age 61. All right, bow number 28 now in white. This is the crew from China. Let's give them a big round of applause. All the way from China, they are called the Deep Dive Crew. Deep Dive Hangzhou, a combined team. I'm not going to pronounce all the names, but their average age is 44, all the way from China. White hats, white jerseys, a co-ed crew. They're doing an incredible job. They are the pioneers, amateur rowers in China. Yeah, they've done a great job moving up on their local fan favorites. Bow number 25, Community Rowing in Brighton. This is the General Sweeps program. Lisa Laskin, who was on the mic earlier this weekend. Lillian Yu, Ruth Matson, Asa Nixon, Steve Conover, who used to row for Greater Lawrence, Jean-France de Rosario, Edge Ganoza, Ashley Hall, and Hannah Gaudette. Bow number 27 is right behind them, another CRI crew. So full of CRI members trying to take their oars to the course here today. Go CRI. Bout number 29, another crew from CRI, another of the General Sweeps. General Sweeps is where people mainly get their, I wouldn't say their start, it's not quite a novice program, but General Sweeps are a great catch-all for co-ed masters and anyone looking for some recreational type rowing on the Charles River, so check that out at Community Rowing. Out in front is Melissa Ludke, Lisa Schwally, Denise Chacoin, Mary Tara Ward, Peter Kaplan, Angie Picone, Valerie Gabriel, Natasha Doit, and Katerina Betancourt. And don't go away just yet. I think we've got one more crew out on the course. All right, we think we've got one crew left to go. If they have indeed started and are intending to complete the race, this would be the CRI Octogenarian 8. So, man, I hope I'm doing this when I'm 80.
Yeah, they made it to Weld.
All right, we have report that the Octogenarian 8 has passed the Weld Boat Club already. So that is great news for them and their fans.
We might have to wait a couple minutes, though.
We will give them that leeway, though. We will wait a couple of minutes because they're doing a great job.
Took about 3 minutes longer to get to.
Okay, yeah, so there'll be about 6 minutes before they come by here, but they're well underway, and they'll be closing out the regatta for us. And before we sign off, I'd like to thank all of the organizers of the Head of the Charles and the thousands of volunteers who make this whole thing work. We've been thanking the sponsors all day, but we also couldn't do it without the support of all the volunteers up and down the river, and not only during the weekend, but the hours of setup time, setting the course and pulling the course. So it's not just the volunteers that you see today. So much work goes on behind the scenes, and I really appreciate the support of all the volunteers we have for the regatta this year. All right, and if you're standing and able, let's give a huge round of applause. The Octogenarian 8 from the Cambridge Boat Club. I don't have all of their names, but I know the crew, and they're out here on the Charles today. We'll see if I can recognize some of them. I was not given the full list of names, but let's give it up for the Octogenarian 8 from CRI finishing the race in fine form. And don't forget, they've still got another couple of miles to go to get the boat all the way back to CRI. So well done. Enjoy it. Savor it. What a great row from these friends rowing together from CRI. What do you got here? I might know some of them. Yeah, there we go. Well done, CRI. We hope to